Chapter 965. The Whale Gang's disciples and Rejuvenation Valley's disciples met up. Without further ado, they turned around and rushed back to the villa. Valley Head Nya was also a bit more cautious. He had the disciples cover their backs to prevent any accidents from happening. The Whale Gang disciples were astonished when they saw the Rejuvenation Manor shrouded in white mist. When they saw the passageway through the mist, their astonishment was indescribable. The leader of the group was an old man who wasn't very tall. His triangular eyes blinked continuously, revealing the envy in his heart. The two groups entered the white mist. The mist swirled and returned to its original state. When everyone disappeared into the white mist, Manor Master Long looked on expressionlessly from a distant mountain forest. He waved his hand and ordered, "Follow the plan." A disciple cupped his hands and left. A smile appeared on Manor Master Long's face as he disappeared into the forest. Elder Chang of the Whale Gang entered the white mist. All he could see was a vast expanse of whiteness. He couldn't see anything. He could only see the backs of the Rejuvenation Valley disciples. After following them for a long time and making several turns, his eyes suddenly lit up. He saw the Rejuvenation Manor from before. "Elder Chang!" A shout came from behind him. "Valley Master Nya, my in-laws. I'm ashamed that I came late to your rescue." "Ha, there's no need to say anything. It's good that you came. Please, come to 100 Herb Hall for a chat." Nya Qinyu also came out of the white mist. Her face was clearly paler than before. When she saw Nya Qianxia, she said, "Second sister, your waist is injured?" Nya Qianxia smiled and waved her hand. "It's nothing. It's just a cut from a sword. Hurry up and bandage it." Nya Qianrong also walked over. The three sisters chatted and entered the room. When everyone returned to 100 Herb Hall, Valley Master Nya said, "Old brother Chang, this Nya can't thank you enough for coming to our aid. I heard from Qianxia that you lost dozens of people at the Soaring Dragon Manor. This Nya is truly apologetic." Elder Chang cupped his hands and said, "Old brother Nya, this Chang hasn't come for a long time. I don't have any news. I'm afraid that you are a little..." "Not at all," Valley Master Nya shook his head with a smile. "Father-in-law, it's not that my Whale Gang didn't come to your aid in time. It's just that the Jade Foundation Alliance has already come to your aid. Even if my Whale Gang comes, we'll only be able to contribute some meager strength. It won't be of much use." Chang Sheng stood up and explained, "After considering all of this, Father secretly contacted some sects in the southern Wulin that were dissatisfied with Longtime Mountain Villa's actions. There were 11 sects in total. However, in order to conceal the news, we didn't dare to inform father-in-law, fearing that Longtime Mountain Villa would find out. It was only yesterday that my Whale Gang led 11 sects and 300 people to Worry City." When Valley Master Nya heard this, his expression changed greatly. He stood up and walked in front of Old Man Chang. He bowed to the ground and said with shame, "Old Man Chang is so righteous, this Nya really can't compare. I'm ashamed. How could that be? You and I are related by marriage. Furthermore, the Soaring Dragon Manor has gone too far. Sending 11 sects as reinforcements isn't just the Whale Gang's idea, but the entire southern martial world's. This is also Rejuvenation Valley's repayment for their kindness to the southern martial arts world." Valley Master Nya seemed to understand now, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. "However, letting the Whale Gang charge into the encirclement and losing so many of our brothers really makes this Nya sad. Living in the pugilistic world is like licking blood from a blade's edge. Everyone is prepared to die. Moreover, Rejuvenation Valley has always been known for their benevolence. Being able to shed their blood for you is also a worthy death." Old Man Chang was a bit dejected as he said, "Besides, if this Chang hadn't come and brought this news to Old Man Nya, even if our 11 sects disciples attacked from the outside, Rejuvenation Valley wouldn't have been able to coordinate with us and defeat Longtime Mountain Villa." Valley Master Nya nodded. Old Man Chang's words are reasonable. Longtime Mountain Villa has used all sorts of schemes to lure us out in the past 20 days, but we didn't fall for it. If Old Man Chang really did attack, my Rejuvenation Valley wouldn't dare believe it. This Longting Mountain Villa is also ruthless. They actually surrounded Rejuvenation Valley so tightly that not even a drop of water can trickle through. If it weren't for the other sects attracting attention from outside, my whale gang really wouldn't have been able to enter. But then again, this Chang didn't think that we would be able to attack Rejuvenation Valley so easily. Otherwise, this Chang wouldn't have waited for the news and would have led people to attack directly. Old Man Chang, this is considered lucky. Rejuvenation Valley had just fought fiercely with Longting Mountain Villa for an entire night. If it were any other time, how could you have gotten so close? Old Man Yu said with a smile. Is that so? Old Man Chang's face was full of astonishment. It seems that the heavens really are protecting Rejuvenation Valley, allowing this old man to enter so easily. Moreover, this is also the heavens' help. Our pincer attack this time was successful. This? Gang leader Chang. Zhou Siqing coughed and said, the Jade Foundation Alliance hasn't thought of breaking out of the encirclement yet. This pincer attack, shouldn't we have a long-term plan? What? Are you going to defend Rejuvenation Valley to the death? Old Man Chang raised his eyebrows, feeling that this answer was extremely inconceivable. Although, the white fog outside the villa is very powerful, but if we are suppressed by Longting Mountain Villa, we can only retreat like a turtle. We can only be annihilated forever. Si Yakong stroked his beard and said with a smile, Old Man Chang, you're wrong. What Siqing said was only a long-term plan. She didn't say that we shouldn't break out of the encirclement. Right now, our Jade Foundation Alliance has easily taken over Rejuvenation Valley and killed many enemies of Longting Mountain Villa. If we suddenly change our strategy, it's possible. Old Man Chang didn't think much of it. He waved his hand and said, the men I've brought are currently lying in ambush in the forest not far from Rejuvenation Valley. If we cooperate with the outside, at the very least, most of us can escape from here. As the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope. As long as Brother Nye leads the disciples of Rejuvenation Valley out of here, there's always a chance for us to succeed. Moreover, if it's as Brother C says, that Longting Mountain Villa's vitality has been greatly damaged and that even our whale gang can't stop them, then we should cooperate with them from the outside and annihilate them in one go. Hearing these words and thinking about the 11 sects outside as reinforcements, even Si Yakong and the others felt a rush of excitement, let alone Valley Master Nye. However, they still couldn't be sure if there were really people from the 11 sects outside the valley. Gang leader Chang, then, how do we contact our brothers outside the valley? Ma Fuhu asked. Old Man Chang took out a signal from his bosom and said with a smile, this is my whale gang's special signal. Once we've finished our preparations, we'll follow our previous agreement. As long as we release this signal into the air, we'll attack from the inside out. Then gang leader Chang, what time did you agree on? Zhen Xian suddenly interrupted. Oh, I've temporarily agreed on midnight. Longting Mountain Villa has been attacking for a day, but they still haven't stopped at night? Isn't that when they're at their weakest? After Old Man Chang finished speaking, he said apologetically, but I didn't expect that Longting Mountain Villa would attack from morning to night. This is difficult. Si Yakong looked at Valley Master Nye and said, then let's do as gang leader Chang says for now. Let's discuss it again? All right. Brother Chang, it must be tiring for you to come from afar. Why don't you take a rest first? Valley Master Nye stood up. Just as he was about to leave, he heard hurried footsteps outside. When he looked up, a Rejuvenation Valley disciple covered in blood ran in and said loudly, reporting to Valley Master, Longting Mountain Villa has launched another attack. Third Miss, please hurry and take charge of the Great Formation. Also, the brothers of Rejuvenation Valley who were lying in ambush in the Golden Formation have suffered heavy casualties. There's almost no one who can fight. Valley Master, please think of a way. What? Longting Mountain Villa is attacking again? Nye Qinyu walked out with her two sisters. She was very surprised. Little Yu, I'm afraid that Longting Mountain Villa has seen us attack. Perhaps they're angry out of humiliation, or perhaps they're afraid that something unexpected will happen. That's why they seized the time to attack. Nie Xianxia frowned. Then she said to Valley Master Nie, "Father, rejuvenation valleys matter this time might have something to do with my recommendation. I feel very guilty." "Yes, father-in-law, your son-in-law thinks so too. If it wasn't for my nephew, then the incense cult might not have." Chang Sheng said sincerely. "AI, now that things have come to this, what's the point of saying all this? Let's think of a way to get through this crisis." Valley Master Nie sighed and waved his hand. Seeing Nie Qinyu turn around and leave, Nie Xianxia said anxiously, "Little sister, who doesn't even have the strength to truss a chicken, can still contribute to Rejuvenation Valley. My martial arts are even stronger than big sister's. There's no reason for me not to go." "Father, I just heard a disciple report that our Rejuvenation Valley's disciples have suffered heavy casualties. Chang Sheng and I didn't bring many disciples this time, only a dozen or so. If we can contribute, then we'll contribute." When Valley Master Nie heard this, he frowned slightly. He raised his eyes and looked at Si Yakong. After exchanging a glance, he thought to himself, although the whale gang came suddenly, they're still relatives by marriage. Moreover, I was the one who presided over the 5 elements great formation. What can a dozen or so people do? Even if there are some abnormalities, it's fine. Thus, he nodded and said, "Rejuvenation Valley doesn't have any disciples left. If you want to go, then go. However, you must listen to Little Yu's arrangements. Otherwise, if you fall into the Great Formation, your lives will be in danger." Nie Qianxia was overjoyed. She nodded and said, "Your daughter understands." Old Master Chang also stood up. "In-law, I won't rest either. Let's get through this matter first." "Oh, in that case, I'll have to trouble old brother Chang. Let's discuss the pincer attack tonight." "Hee, or take your time to discuss. There's still time," Old Master Chang said as he led the whale gang members out with Nie Qinyu. Nie Qinyu brought the whale gang to a corner and briefly explained the things they needed to pay attention to. She pointed at a few Rejuvenation Valley disciples and said, "Second sister, you don't need to take the initiative to attack. Just be like these disciples. Wait for the enemy to walk up to you, then quietly attack. However, you must take the enemy's life the moment you attack. Otherwise, you'll be exposed in front of them." Nie Qianxia was shocked. "Since when did Rejuvenation Valley have such a miraculous thing? Why didn't I know about it?" Nie Qinyu smiled but didn't answer. Nie Qianxia said again, "If you don't want to tell me, then forget it. Xiaoyu, go ahead. I can do such a simple thing well." "Okay, be careful, second sister." Nie Qinyu nodded and left in a hurry. Less than half an hour after Nie Qinyu left, the battle cries of the Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa drew closer. Nie Qianxia looked at Chang Sheng, and Chang Sheng looked at Old Master Chang. Both of them nodded, and the dozen or so whale gang disciples gathered around Nie Qianxia. Nie Qianxia calmly took out something from her bosom. Chapter 966. By the time the battle cries from the Soaring Dragon Villa drew closer, the whale gang disciples had already formed a circle. Nie Qianxia stood in the middle, taking out a diamond-shaped object from her bosom. The object was light purple, and a tear-shaped object was suspended in the middle of the diamond-shaped object. This should be the place." Elder Chang looked around and said, "Villa Lord Long said that this object must be placed in a place where the Rejuvenation Valley disciples appear. It cannot be placed anywhere else." At this moment, a person dressed in whale gang disciple robes stepped out from the crowd and walked up to Elder Chang. He smiled and said, "This is the place. Thank you for your hard work, gang leader Chang. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to find this place no matter how much effort we put in." "You're welcome. This is part of my duty. It's all for the master's plan," Elder Chang said politely. The ordinary disciple didn't say anything else. He walked up to Nie Qianxia and took the diamond-shaped object. He sat cross-legged in the middle of the crowd, holding the object in his right hand and taking out a small stone from his bosom with his left hand. The disciple circulated his energy for a long time. The small stone in his left hand glowed faintly. At the same time, the diamond-shaped object in his right hand glowed purple. Although the purple light was dim, when it shone on the white mist, It was like boiling water splashing on snow. The white mist immediately disappeared. This disappearance seemed to spread. Silently, a large patch of white mist didn't even wait for the purple light to pass through. It immediately turned transparent. Not only that, but at the same time, the white fog in other parts of the Five Elements formation also disappeared abruptly, revealing the Jade Foundation Alliance disciples hidden within. More and more of the white fog was disappearing at an increasing speed, like a chain reaction. In less than 10 minutes, all the Jade Foundation Alliance disciples were exposed. Even Ye Qinyu, who was commanding the formation, and Valley Master Nye, who was channeling his inner energy, were exposed. Nye Qinyu's face was filled with astonishment. "Father, what's going on?" Valley Master Nye activated a key stone in his hand, trying to activate the Five Elements formation. However, using his inner energy to simulate true energy, the key stone only glowed faintly before disappearing. Whale Gang! Nye Qinyu immediately thought. Sure enough, a wild laugh rang out from where the Whale Gang was. Manor Lord Long's plans are flawless. Valley Master Nye? You should just surrender. Wasn't that old Master Chang's voice? Let's go! When Valley Master Nye heard this, he immediately pulled Nye Qinyu and rushed back to 100 Herb Hall. Behind them, the battle cries of the soaring Dragon Mountain Villa were several times louder than before. They must have been prepared for the Whale Gang's scheme to succeed. The battle cries of Longtime Villa had long alarmed everyone in 100 Herb Hall. Seeing Nye Qinyu, who was commanding the Five Elements formation, and Valley Master Nye, who was controlling the Five Elements formation, returning, they were all shocked. Si Yakong shouted, "Nye, you just went out without telling Old Man Chang why. Let's not talk about it anymore. We've all been deceived by Old Chang. He was sent by Longtime Villa." Ing Zhizhu stomped his foot and cursed, "Damn it. I knew that there was something wrong with this fellow. However, he still managed to sneak up on me. But right now, with the Longtime Villa going all out, I'm afraid that our Jade Establishment Alliance." Don't panic. Valley Master Nye's expression didn't change. He waved his hand and said, "Before Longtime Villa attacks, let's set up an empty fort strategy and escape from the back mountains of Rejuvenation Valley." Back mountains? Si Yakong asked curiously, aren't the mountains of Rejuvenation Valley all extremely tall? What kind of path would there be? Enough idle chatter. Valley Master Nye snorted. Rejuvenation Valley has been operating here for 1,000 years. How could we not have a backup plan? Only the Valley Master of Rejuvenation Valley knows about this path. Even little you doesn't know about it. All right, there's no time to lose. Let's go. The members of the Jade Foundation Alliance saw that they had a chance of survival and did not intend to fight Longtime Villa head-on. They counted their men and immediately retreated into the inner valley. The members of the Jade Foundation Alliance had been guarding Rejuvenation Valley for more than 20 days. Now, there were only a few dozen of them left. They left a few men of sacrifice to guard the entrance of the valley while the rest followed Valley Master Nye to the elixir refinement area in the inner valley. Valley Master Nye walked to the elixir refinement room. There were 2 earth fires inside. One of them had an elixir furnace while the other was empty. Valley Master Nye walked to the front of the elixir furnace and hugged it without hesitation. He exerted force in his arms and rotated the elixir furnace 3 times in the direction of the furnace. Then he rotated it 4 times in the opposite direction. Everyone heard a creaking sound and a stone cave appeared on the stone wall on the left. Inside the stone cave, there was a flight of stairs that led to the top. Let's go. Valley Master Nye heard the noise outside the valley and urged them. After everyone had entered the stone cave, Valley Master Nye moved to a spot inside the stone cave and the stone cave slowly closed up. Outside the elixir refinement room, a commotion could be heard. The interior of the stone cave was pitch black. Wang Lin lit a torch in the stone cave and led Nye Qianrong and Nye Xianxia in the front. Behind them, everyone lit their own torches. Little you, did you know there was a mountain path here? Nye Qianrong asked quietly. I didn't know. I've never heard Father mention it before. This is also my first time here. Nye Qianyu said without hesitation. Seeing how certain Nye Qianyu was, Nye Qianrong didn't ask any further. Everyone looked curiously at the man-made staircase and quietly climbed up. The staircase was very long and it took them a full hour to walk out of the cave. Everyone's eyes lit up. When they saw clearly, they had actually arrived at the peak of Rejuvenation Valley's inner valley. Si Yakong shook his head and said, "Second brother Nye, you really hit it well. I never knew that your Rejuvenation Valley had such a secret passage." Beside him, Old Man Yu also asked curiously, "Brother Nye, your Rejuvenation Valley is also strange. Why don't you just dig a secret passage that leads to the outside of the valley? What's the use of running to the top of the mountain?" Valley Master Nye smiled and said, "Brother Yu, I'll let you know that there is a secret passage that leads to the outside of the valley. However, the two secret passages are not together. As for why, the previous Valley Master didn't explain, so I can't answer you." Zhen Xian stomped his feet and said, "Maybe there's earth fire in this mountain, or maybe there's some rock that can't be directly excavated. That's why we have to go to the top of the mountain first? And then go out of the valley? Who knows? I'm afraid it's not the time to be calculative. Let's get out of the valley first." Ma Fuhu urged. "Hee, don't worry. This secret passage can't be found by Longtime Mountain Villa no matter what. We should rest here and wait until we have enough energy, or when Longtime Mountain Villa's guard outside the valley relaxes. It won't be too late to go down." Valley Master Nye squinted his eyes and looked at the sun directly above his head. Ha! Just as Valley Master Nye's voice fell, a burst of wild laughter came from behind everyone. "Valley Master Nye, how have you been? I just wanted to talk to you. Why is it so difficult? How did you find this secret passage?" Valley Master Nye turned around and asked incredulously with his eyes wide open. "Is there even a need to ask? Of course, it's because of your precious second daughter." Manor Master Long laughed and pointed at Nye Qianxia, who just walked out of the secret passage. "Qianxia, you!" Valley Master Nye said angrily, "How can you be such a traitor? Father, look at what you're saying. I'm a married woman, a spilled water. It's not like I'm a traitor." Nye Qianxia smiled and said, "Besides, what's the use of guarding the fragrant religion? You've worked hard for so many years and they still didn't protect you. It's better to follow the master." "Master?" Valley Master Nye was shocked. "Who's your master?" "This." Nye Qianxia realized her slip of the tongue and immediately covered it up. "Let's not talk about this first. You'll know sooner or later. The point is, if the fragrant religion doesn't protect Rejuvenation Valley, then Rejuvenation Valley will become a big piece of fat meat in the pugilistic world. You've seen it too. Cold Ice Garden, Divergent Yellow Mountain. They're all eyeing it covetously. Rather than letting them benefit, why not let my daughter benefit? Don't you think so?" Valley Master Nye was so angry that his face turned white. "Besides, I've asked the emissary for a promise from the master. If you submit to the master, then our Rejuvenation Valley won't be divided up by others. Father can still be the Valley Master of Rejuvenation Valley. You can just let me be the Valley Master of Rejuvenation Valley after 100 years. Evil creature." Valley Master Nye scolded. "Father, don't be angry. This is all my wishful thinking. I still don't know if His Excellency will agree. His Excellency possesses remarkable abilities. If His Excellency doesn't agree, our Rejuvenation Valley will only have the path of annihilation. Of course, I and the Whale Gang have contributed a little to the Master. Who knows, maybe the Master will agree." As they spoke, more and more people came to the mountain peak of the Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa. They surrounded the Jade Foundation Alliance in front of a stone wall. "Old Nye, is there still a need to consider? Your daughter is doing this for your own good. She has no choice but to do this. She's also saving your Rejuvenation Valley. Bah, if it weren't for this evil creature, how could my Rejuvenation Valley be invaded by you? Now that you've turned black and white upside down, it's all your fault." Old Nye, you think too highly of yourself. It's just a 5 elements formation. If it weren't for the fact that I don't have anything useful, I would have broken it long ago. Ah? How do you know this is a 5 elements formation? Valley Master Nye was a little surprised. Is there a need to ask? Of course it was the Master who taught me. The Master is a celestial being. His wisdom is as vast as the sea, and his abilities are vast. Your little tricks are nothing in his eyes. Manor Master Long then shouted, Old Nye, haven't you realized it yet? Even now, you're still thinking of spreading the incense order's protection? Why don't you submit to the Master now? That way, you can still escape with your life. Also, give your Nye Qinyu to me as a concubine. Only then can I get rid of the shame of being humiliated by a nameless junior. Another voice said arrogantly. Nye Qinyu was ashamed and angry. When she looked up, she saw Mr. Long walking out of the secret passage. Chapter 967. Young Master Long was still as handsome as ever. However, the lustful expression on his face revealed all his ugliness. When the sect masters of Freezing Ice Garden and the other sects heard Villa Master Long of Soaring Dragon Manor mention something about Master, they were shocked. Which one of them wasn't a sly old fox who had been in the pugilistic world for a long time? When they heard that Villa Master Long seemed to be summoning them to surrender, which was different from their agreement, their expressions changed subconsciously. When they heard young Master Long's arrogance, their hearts were once again at ease. Frozen Ice Garden's sect Master Prung smiled and said, Young Master Long is indeed a dragon among men. Your words are exactly what this old man wants. Rejuvenation Valley used his daughter as bait to lure us in and humiliated us. Now that we have taken down Rejuvenation Valley, we will humiliate his daughter and give them a taste of their own medicine. Flying Fish Sect's Zhou Tai stood beside Villa Master Long and whispered, Villa Master Long, right now, we're like fire and water with Rejuvenation Valley and Yuli Alliance. How can there be any room for reconciliation? Why don't we destroy them on the spot? 1 valley, 2 sects, and 3 horse farms will be our spoils of war. We can discuss it later. A bunch of ignorant fools. Manor Master Long despised these boorish people from the bottom of his heart. He thought to himself, who knows how many treasures this Jade Foundation Alliance has behind the scenes? Even this 5 elements formation. If it wasn't for Master's men, how could we have broken it? Just Rejuvenation Valley alone has the legendary item of the Immortal Dao. Needless to say, the other 4 sects have even more. Of course, I have my reasons to persuade them to surrender. Before Villa Master Long could speak, Valley Master Nye laughed bitterly. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Old Fogey Long, bring out your sword and let me experience it. As he spoke, he waved the sword in his hand and leaped towards Villa Master Long. Ha, little Nye, how can I not know how good your martial arts are? Even if I let you have 8 to 10 moves, you're still no match for me. Seeing that there was no room for reconciliation, Villa Master Long thrust his sword forward. The two of them stood in a circle. Brothers, we'd rather die than live in dishonor. The Yuli Alliance only has men who die on the ground. There are no pussies who live on the ground. Go, let's fight it out with Soaring Dragon Manor. Ma Fuhu roared and charged forward. The two forces immediately clashed. Yu Zhonglin was originally standing beside Nye Qinrong and Nye Qinyu to protect them. Now that someone was attacking them, he was also defending himself. As he drew his sword, he didn't forget to remind Nye Qinrong, Qinrong, little you doesn't know any martial arts. Protect her carefully. Yes, I know. Be careful. Nye Qinrong watched as her husband tried his best to defend himself, but soon fell into a disadvantageous position. Her heart turned cold as she stood in front of Nye Qinyu with a dagger in her hand. Although the number of Jade Foundation Alliance members was small, those who remained were all elites. Even though Longtime Manor and the others tried their best to kill them, they did not seem to have any significant effect. You, what are you doing? Nye Qinrong held the short sword in her hand as she stared at young Master Long who was slowly walking towards her. Ha, what am I doing? What else can I do? I just want to bring my beautiful wife home. Young Master Long glanced around the battlefield as he sneered, I didn't expect Rejuvenation Valley's first miss and second miss to be as beautiful as flowers. This third miss just has to be a flower bud that hasn't bloomed yet. Hikiske, under my nourishment, I'm sure she'll be a great beauty in the future. As he spoke, young Master Long took a step forward and grabbed Nie Qianrong's chest. Do. Nie Qianrong's face flushed red. She swung her short sword towards young Master Long. Young Master Long retracted his hand and raised the long sword in his right hand. Very exquisitely, he tapped on the short sword. With just a slight activation of the soaring dragon mantra, Nie Qianrong felt waves of boundless power surging from the short sword. She couldn't hold it in her hand and the short sword flew diagonally out of the mountain. That wasn't all. Just as Nie Qianrong's gaze shifted to the flying short sword, young Master Long's left leg kicked Nie Qianrong's chest. With a pu sound, Nie Qianrong spat out a mouthful of blood. She was sent flying to the other side of the stone wall. Hee, first miss, although you're dignified and beautiful, you're still a withered flower. This young master doesn't care for you. It's better for you to hide to the side. Big sister, Nie Qianyu shouted and chased after Nie Qianrong. Little girl, let this young master see. How old are you? Young Master Long was obviously humiliated by Zhang Xiaohua in the past. Now that he had a chance to regain his face, he actually acted like a ruffian. He didn't restrain his words and didn't have the bearing of a young master. His hand actually grabbed Nie Qianyu's slightly protruding chest. Little you. Seeing that Nie Qianyu was about to be humiliated, Valley Master Nie, who had been paying attention to this scene, was furious. The sword in his hand was a little flustered. With a chi sound, Manor Master Long's long sword pierced Valley Master Nie's wrist. With a clang sound, Valley Master Nie's long sword fell to the ground. Valley Master Nie, you're too stingy. You're actually multitasking. Manor Master Long pointed his long sword at Valley Master Nie's throat and sneered. At this moment, how could Nie Qianyu escape from young Master Long's hands? How dare you? There was a clear roar and a figure jumped out from behind Nie Qianyu. It was Little Orange, who had been hiding behind Nie Qianyu all this while and didn't dare to make a sound. She only jumped out when her young mistress was humiliated. Little thing. Young Master Long was furious. It seems that if I don't show you my power, you won't know how powerful my Teng Long Villa is. Young Master Long threw his long sword away and grabbed Little Orange's left hand with his left hand. At the same time, his right hand moved forward and grabbed Little Orange's left arm. What are you doing? Little Orange shouted in panic. Young Master Long didn't answer. Instead, he glanced sideways at Nie Qianyu, who was also a little frightened. With a chila sound, Little Orange's scream was heard. Little Orange's left arm was torn off by young Master Long. Little Orange. Nie Qianyu couldn't bear it anymore. She forgot to run to Nie Qianrong and turned back to run. Young Master Long's body was splashed with blood. With a hideous smile on his face, he opened his left hand and grabbed Nie Qianyu again. This time, he didn't grab her chest, but her throat. Little you. Seeing that Nie Qianyu was about to fall into young Master Long's hands, Valley Master Nie ignored Manor Master Long's long sword and rushed over. At this moment, a roar that resounded through the 9 heavens came from the distant sky. Thief, how dare you! Before the voice died away, 8 rays of sword light fell from the sky like lightning. They didn't wait for anyone to react and shuttled through the crowd at lightning speed. The first ray of sword light flashed through young Master Long's throat with a poochie sound. With a slight trace of blood, the sword light turned and rushed into another group of people, cutting the throat of the disciple who injured Yu Zhonglin. Who? Young Master Long didn't move. His left hand was still stretched forward, but his head was slightly tilted as if he was looking for the person who scolded him. His right hand moved back and was about to cover his throat. When he touched his wound and saw the trace of blood on his hand, he didn't know what was going on. With a plop sound, he fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. He died with grievances. When Manor Master Long heard the scolding in the air, he felt a chill in his heart. He didn't expect things to turn out so quickly. When he saw young Master Long fall to the ground after being stabbed to death by the flying sword, he shouted. Just as he shouted, a ray of sword light appeared in front of him. Manor Master Long was shocked and raised his sword to block it. However, The sword light was invisible and couldn't be blocked at all. Before Manor Master Long could make any other plans, the sword light had already reached his throat. Manor Master Long felt a chill in his throat, and just as he touched his wound, he blacked out and fell to the ground. 8 streaks of sword light flashed with a cold glint, like a sickle used to harvest crops. Everywhere it passed, a life would be reaped. The man who was so arrogant earlier and had killed many of the Jade Foundation Alliance's disciples was now like a baby without any ability to move. He was easily killed on the spot. Little Orange. Nie Qinyu didn't notice what was happening. She only focused on the girl who grew up with her. Although she treated her as a sister, she had always been taken care of by her sister. Just now, she knew that nothing would happen to her, but she was afraid that Nie Qinyu would be humiliated and blocked in front of her. Little Orange's left arm was torn off and fresh blood covered the ground. Her face was extremely pale, and it was obvious that she wasn't going to live. Little girl, you get out of the way first. A somewhat familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar voice rang out in the air. Big Brother Ren? Nie Qinyu was overjoyed. When she turned her head, she saw a handsome young man dressed in a simple robe standing in the air outside Rejuvenation Valley's mountain peak. He was not very tall, but he was not very handsome. Nie Qinyu's face turned red and she felt sad. It wasn't her big brother Ren. Ah? Only then did Nie Qinyu see clearly that the person was floating in the air. Deity! This was the first thought that came to Nie Qinyu's mind. Then her eyes lit up and she fell to the ground. She knocked her forehead on the mountain rock and cried, "Granddad Deity, quick, save Little Orange." The mountain rock on the mountain peak was very sharp. Nie Qinyu only knocked a few times and her forehead was bleeding. The person who appeared in the air was Zhang Xiaohua. He originally wanted to save Little Orange, but he didn't expect Nie Qinyu to treat him as Granddad Deity. Moreover, after knocking her head, he waved his hand and a force appeared out of nowhere. He lifted Nie Qinyu up and said, "I don't know medicine, but there are a few pills here. Maybe they can save this little girl's life." As he spoke, he took out a jade bottle. With a wave of his hand, the jade bottle flew to Nie Qinyu. Nie Qinyu reached out to catch it and kowtowed again. "Thank you, Granddad Deity." However, she couldn't continue kowtowing. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua frowned and looked at the secret passage again. Chapter 968. Zhang Xiaohua came from Don't Worry City and saw everything that happened on the mountain peak with her divine sense. However, she was still a little late and couldn't stop young Master Long's evil deeds. Therefore, the 8 sword rays showed no mercy and killed all the disciples of Soaring Dragon Villa, Flying Fish Sect, Raging Wave Sect, and those who weren't part of the Jade Foundation Alliance. However, there were many disciples of Soaring Dragon Villa and many of them were gathered at the side of the secret tunnel. When they saw the sudden change, they hurriedly rushed into the tunnel like a swarm of bees. Zhang Xiaohua killed all the leaders with her sword. Then she killed some of the lackeys. When she saw the Jade Foundation Alliance disciples chasing after her, she frowned and recalled her flying sword. The 8 sword rays flew back to Zhang Xiaohua's side like fish, and in a flash, they turned into one and circled around Zhang Xiaohua a few times before disappearing. Sword Immortal. When the Jade Foundation Alliance saw this, they were dumbfounded and thought of the legendary term. That's right, the mountain peak of Rejuvenation Valley was extremely high and this person could fly beyond the cliff. Moreover, she didn't even need to use her hands to execute sword techniques. That incomparably strange sword ray that even the eyes couldn't follow. Who else could it be but a sword immortal? Everyone was terrified and didn't know how to face this legendary immortal. When they saw Nie Qinyu kneeling down and begging for help, everyone came to their senses and hurriedly knelt down. Zhang Xiaohua's expression changed slightly. She flicked her sleeves and the people in front felt a surge of energy surging towards them. They couldn't kneel down. Zhang Xiaohua then said, "I don't like conventional etiquette. Feel free to do as you wish." How could they dare to do as they wished? Although Zhang Xiaohua disguised herself as Pan and looked young, everyone knew that immortals could regain their youthful appearance. Perhaps this person before them was a few hundred years old. Therefore, Valley Master Nie took a few steps forward and bowed deeply. He said respectfully, I am Commander Nye from Rejuvenation Valley. Greetings, Immortal Elder. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, That's easy. I have heard of Rejuvenation Valley's reputation before, and it has quite a clean reputation. And what exactly is going on? Then, Zhang Xiaohua looked at Nye Qinyu, who was holding the jade bottle, and said to Valley Head Nye, I've long heard of Rejuvenation Valley's amazing medical skills. Although I have some medicinal pills, I still have some ability to save a little girl. I'm afraid I can't satisfy this girl's request. Valley Master Nye said respectfully, It is already Little Orange's great fortune that Senior Immortal has bestowed the medicinal pill. How would my Rejuvenation Valley dare to ask Senior Immortal to help? It's just that my disciples have all died. If you want to save Little Orange, only I can do it. I'm afraid I've neglected you, Senior Immortal. Zhang Xiaohua's expression changed. She scolded, A life is at stake. Although she is just a maidservant, she may have stood up to save her master. She has noble moral integrity. How can you delay the treatment for mundane matters? If Rejuvenation Valley is like this, I would have saved you in vain. Valley Head Nye's face was filled with shame. He bowed deeply again. Thank you, Senior Immortal, for your teachings. I'll do it right away. Although Little Orange's arm is broken, it hasn't been broken for long. With Rejuvenation Valley's medical skills, it should be able to be reconnected. With Senior Immortal's medicinal pill, it should be fine. Go, don't be noisy. Zhang Xiaohua was worried about Little Orange's life and was too lazy to be long-winded with him. Valley Head Nye didn't dare to delay. He turned to look at Si Yakong and Old Man Yu, and hurriedly led a few disciples to carry Little Orange down the mountain peak. Nye Qinyu was anxious and wanted to follow, but Valley Head Nye pushed her and gave her a look, telling her to stay where she was. Nye Qinyu knew her father's intentions, but she was really worried about Little Orange. Her gaze followed Little Orange's bloody body until it could no longer be seen. At this time, Si Yakong stepped forward and saluted. I'm Si Yakong from Weapon Forging Sect. Greetings, Senior Immortal. And you're from Weapon Forging Sect. Why are you in Rejuvenation Valley? Zhang Xiaohua asked even though she already knew the answer. Tell me the reason. Yes, Senior Immortal. Si Yakong was unusually respectful. He stood there and told her the whole story. After listening to the process of the matter, Zhang Xiaohua's expression changed slightly. Her heart was also in turmoil. What happened to Rejuvenation Valley was because of her. If she hadn't entered the fragrant religion, how could there be so many waves? Admittedly, in order to enter the fragrant religion, she had given Rejuvenation Valley many benefits and also taught them the 5 elements formation, which could be considered as helping Rejuvenation Valley defend against the enemy. However, if she hadn't entered the fragrant religion, there wouldn't have been so many effects. Mu Qingxian and Fei He also wouldn't have lost their lives. Thinking that Mu Qingxian, who once earnestly taught her, was no longer in this world, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel sad. After Si Yakong finished telling the story, he looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was still floating in the air, with an apprehensive expression. These were all mundane matters of Jianghu. He didn't know if this Senior Immortal cared. Looking at her calm expression, perhaps she just treated it as a story. Because this was the first time they saw someone from the Immortal Dao, and because they didn't know her temperament, they were also shocked by Zhang Xiaohua's thunderous killing methods. Other than Si Yakong, who told the whole story, the rest of the people were silent and solemn. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Nye Qianrong, who had fainted by the stone wall, woke up with a groan, startling Zhang Xiaohua out of her reverie. Even Yu Zhonglin, who was lying at the side with serious injuries, woke up at this moment. He struggled to get over. Nye Qinyu had been standing quietly by the side, frowning as she looked at Zhang Xiaohua. She clearly knew that the person before her was an immortal. Although she looked young, she was definitely older than her grandfather. Moreover, her height was obviously different from that person. But why did she feel a sense of familiarity? Hearing Nye Qianrong's groan, Nye Qinyu seemed to wake up from a dream. However, she moved her body and stopped. She carefully looked at Zhang Xiaohua. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua nod, She hurriedly ran over. Big sister, as she spoke, she helped Nye Qianrong up, took out an elixir, and fed it to Nye Qianrong. At this moment, although the scene was still silent, everyone was relieved. Although they didn't know this senior immortal's temperament, based on his actions just now, he should be kind. Or rather, he was kind to the people of the Jade Foundation Alliance. Sigh, after a while, Zhang Xiaohua sighed. The grudges of the pugilistic world aren't something that I can meddle in. I happened to pass by here and saw that this girl's bones were very good. Perhaps fate has brought us together. So, I made an exception and wanted to take this girl as my disciple. As Zhang Xiaohua spoke, she pointed at Nye Qianyu. Instantly, the eyes of the people of the Jade Foundation Alliance flashed with eagerness. Becoming a senior immortal's disciple. That was something that they had never even dreamed of. Moreover, he was the one who offered himself to be their disciple. This was a rare opportunity. Although Nye Qianyu wasn't their disciple, she was still a member of the Jade Foundation Alliance. Everyone knew that when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs can ascend to the heavens. With a senior immortal as her backing, who in the pugilistic world would dare to bully her? This was so much more powerful than the incense cult. Everyone wanted to reach out a third hand from their eyes and grab Nye Qianyu, forcing her to kowtow to him immediately. However, an unexpected answer came out of Nye Qianyu's mouth. Senior Immortal, I appreciate your kindness, but I've already become a disciple of the Beidou school. Although I haven't officially taken you as my disciple, I've already cultivated the internal cultivation techniques of the Beidou school. If I don't get the approval of the Beidou school and become your disciple, wouldn't I? Everyone was shocked and their expressions changed. Putting aside the fact that Nye Qianyu had rejected such a great opportunity, even going against the senior immortal's wishes was a huge risk. The senior immortal got angry. No one dared to think about it. Zhang Xiaohua frowned as well. He had personally taught the first level of the Carefree Heart Sutra to Nye Qianyu, so he naturally knew about this. However, he wanted to take Nye Qianyu as his disciple because he wanted to find a reason to help her. Even if Nye Qianyu had countless reasons, he would have countless ways to deal with it. Nye Qianyu said this, but she was also nervous. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's solemn expression, she didn't know whether this was a blessing or a curse. Beidou school? Zhang Xiaohua pretended not to know and asked curiously, "What school is that? I've never heard of it." However, you only learned the chant and didn't take anyone as your disciple, so you can't be considered a disciple of Beidou school? Although I haven't taken anyone as my disciple, but I've long considered Beidou school as my master. Good girl, good disciple, whatever. Everyone felt extremely regretful. This was a great opportunity to become an immortal, and it was wasted just like that. Zhang Xiaohua changed the topic and said, I'll temporarily take you as a registered disciple. If the elders of Beidou school don't agree, then forget about it. As she spoke, she took out an item from her pocket. With a stretch of her hand, the item flew to Nye Qianyu's eyes. This is a jade talisman for communication. Beidou school replies, crush it and I will know. This is fate for I to meet you. Everyone was shocked again. Of course, Immortal Elder's jade talisman had a profound meaning. It was simply a life-saving talisman. Further down the line was Rejuvenation Valley, the life-saving talisman of Yuli Alliance. Whether it was useful or not aside, with this item, who would dare to touch Rejuvenation Valley? How could Nye Qianyu not understand? She reached out to take it and bowed to thank her. Thank you for your kindness, Immortal Elder. Before Nye Qianyu could finish, Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, Don't thank me, don't thank me. I'm leaving. As she spoke, she headed in the direction of Don't Worry City, disappearing in an instant. Farewell, Immortal Elder. On the mountain peak, everyone bowed and called out. Even when Zhang Xiaohua was gone, they didn't dare to stand up. Sigh, we can't do as we please in the Jianghu. Although Mu Qingxian and Fei He are in Rejuvenation Valley, taking care of the herbs and managing Qihuang, their lives are still in danger. Second brother is now the head disciple of Ethereal Hall, which is even more dangerous. With Incense Sect open, won't Abbess Jing care more about Ethereal Hall? Since we're already in the Jianghu, perhaps we can only cultivate our martial arts to the peak to have the ability to protect ourselves. The immortal Dao. The Qi of heaven and earth is gradually recovering. The immortal Dao will be the main character in the future. The martial Dao may gradually decline. It's better to find an opportunity to see if second brother has any immortal fate. Chapter 969. After Zhang Xiaohua left Rejuvenation Valley, she saw the disciples of the Jade Foundation Alliance chasing after the disciples of the Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa. The disciples of the Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa fled pathetically, not daring to fight back. She couldn't help but think of drawing Zhang Xiaohua into the path of immortality. Immortal fate? In the eyes of others, it might be an indiscernible thing, but what about me? Zhang Xiaohua was a little proud. Although the qi of heaven and earth was recovering and not enough for cultivation, she had already learned the spirit-gathering array in the jade mine under 9 Radiance Peak. Moreover, the 5-colored jade essence was the essence of the 5 elemental jade. In time, Zhang Xiaohua would definitely be able to use this jade essence to set up a true 5 elemental spirit-gathering array. The problem of the qi of heaven and earth needed for cultivation should be solved. The only thing left was Zhang Xiaohua's aptitude. This wasn't something Zhang Xiaohua could help with. Zhang Xiaohua concealed herself and flew to a secluded corner of Sorrow City. She revealed herself and released her divine sense, wanting to find Meng's location. However, after searching for a long time, she still couldn't find her. Strange? Did something happen? Zhang Xiaohua was a little anxious. However, she thought again. If something had happened, her divine sense would be able to find traces as well. She must have entered some kind of restriction that concealed her tracks. Then she thought about the methods of the incense cult. Zhang Xiaohua felt relieved. She strolled to a tea house and sat at the side, slowly sipping her tea. News spread quickly in the tea house. In less than half a day, the Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa attacked Rejuvenation Valley. Rejuvenation Valley retreated to the top of the mountain in defeat. Just as Rejuvenation Valley was about to be exterminated, another immortal appeared and killed everyone from the Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa. There were even rumors that the immortal was more than 50 feet tall, had white hair and a youthful face. He even held a walking stick in his hand. With a wave of his walking stick, there was the sound of thunder and lightning, killing everyone from the Soaring Dragon Mountain Villa while leaving those from Rejuvenation Valley unharmed. You don't know this, but that immortal was standing hundreds of meters in the air. His body was glowing with multicolored light, and everyone on the mountain peak was kneeling down. When that immortal waved his hand, everyone involuntarily stood up. That's right, Valley Head Nye of Rejuvenation Valley has always been benevolent. The immortal said that he came down from the heavens to help because he's usually a good person. What do you know? That's the immortal Dao. Immortal Dao? More powerful than martial arts? I heard about it from Grandmaster. Say, when that immortal waved his walking stick, could the internal energy in his meridians fly out? Kill him? It's not internal energy, it's flying swords. I heard that when the immortal waved his hand, thousands of flying swords flew out of his sleeves and chopped Manor Lord Long and the others into minced meat. Listening to the rumors in the tea house, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but shake her head slightly, and a bitter smile appeared on her face. Rumors stopped with the wise. Perhaps it should be so, but could the rumors stop? Perhaps it was Rejuvenation Valley's intention, or perhaps it was the boredom of bored people. It wouldn't be long before this rumor spread throughout the pugilistic world. But thinking of the consequences she brought to Rejuvenation Valley, Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to correct anything. Perhaps this was also a kind of protection she brought to Rejuvenation Valley. There were more and more people in the tea house, and all of them were glowing with excitement. As soon as they entered, they opened their mouths and told her what they knew had happened in Rejuvenation Valley. Seeing that the tea house was even noisier than the restaurant, Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. Suddenly, her mind stirred, and she released her divine sense. She saw Meng appear beside Carefree Lake, and she was still dressed in her original attire. Looking at the sky, Zhang Xiaohua went down the tea house and headed straight for the Moon Elder Temple in the west of the city. The Moon Elder Temple was still cold and cheerless. Zhang Xiaohua sat on the back of the 4 odd beasts and watched from afar. She didn't push open the door and enter. When she saw the smiling Moon Elder in her divine sense, she thought of Meng and felt a trace of sweetness. It was a pity that although her divine sense was strong, she couldn't see if the 2 people's feet were tied with the same red thread. Just as she was thinking, Meng appeared in her vision riding a white horse. Zhang Xiaohua patted Huanwan's bald horn and said with a smile, "Is everything settled?" Yes. Meng smiled and then hesitated. "But on the way, I heard someone talking about Rejuvenation Valley. I don't know how it is now." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "I also heard about it. But now, things have taken a turn for the better." Turn for the better? Meng was a little puzzled. Could it be that Longtime Manor has been withdrawn? You didn't hear any other rumors after you finished your business? Other rumors? What do you mean? Meng was a little puzzled and said with a slightly red face, "I finished my business and was in a hurry. I came to the Moon Elder Temple and didn't hear anything." Zhang Xiaohua's heart warmed. She said gently, "I heard in the tea house that someone from the Immortal Dao came to the rescue and killed the people of Longtime Manor. Now that Rejuvenation Valley is very safe, there shouldn't be anyone in the Jianghu who would rashly invade." Someone from the Immortal Dao? Meng was shocked. "Who is that? How would I know?" Zhang Xiaohua shrugged. "There are all kinds of rumors in the tea house." "I don't know either." Meng said, "Then, should we go to Rejuvenation Valley first?" "Sigh, I don't know either. Since we're already here, we should go and take a look. But the root of the matter in Rejuvenation Valley is still with me. I'm a little embarrassed to go. Moreover, we're going to the Daoist Temple with a heavy responsibility. We can't leak the news of the incense cult opening. I'm afraid that the cult won't be able to make proper preparations. If we go to Rejuvenation Valley, won't everything be leaked?" Meng pursed her lips and smiled. "Then when you came out, did the cult leader tell you not to go to Rejuvenation Valley?" Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said, "Of course the cult leader didn't say that." "That's right." Meng said, "In the cult leader's eyes, the matter in Rejuvenation Valley is really insignificant. The punishment that day was only because Rejuvenation Valley agreed on the surface but disobeyed in secret. Otherwise, the cult leader would have absolutely ignored it. Since I came to Sorrow City, you must follow. The cult leader must have thought that you would go to Rejuvenation Valley, but she still didn't say anything. Firstly, she didn't take it seriously. Secondly, she didn't care about whether you went or not. As for your whereabouts being leaked, that's even less of a consideration. You're just a nobody in the Jianghu. Who would know who you are? Heh, even if you made a name for yourself in Rejuvenation Valley's arena, who would remember you now? You and I entered the valley at night and warned them repeatedly. Do you think the people of Rejuvenation Valley would dare to spread the word? Even if they made a connection with someone from the Immortal Dao, our incense cult is a great sect of the Immortal Dao. Rejuvenation Valley will probably have to rely on our incense cult in the future. They definitely won't place their hopes on an illusory person from the Immortal Dao." Zhang Xiaohua pondered for a moment and nodded. "You're right. I originally thought too lightly. The grace of a drop of water must be repaid with a gushing spring. You still have to go. However," Zhang Xiaohua changed the topic. "Nye Qinyu and I really..." Meng laughed out loud when she saw Zhang Xiaohua's cautious appearance. She pinched Zhang Xiaohua's hand and said, "I've already said it no less than 100 times. If you don't have a guilty conscience, why are you nagging here?" Heh, I actually want to see this little girl." Night quickly arrived. The entire Rejuvenation Villa was shrouded in darkness. The walls surrounding the villa had long been removed. Now, only a few idle disciples were patrolling around. Presumably, even they themselves knew that the appearance of someone from the Immortal Dao during the day had already shocked the Jianghu. Even those who coveted Rejuvenation Valley couldn't reach out to Rejuvenation Valley at this time. "Say, do you think our third miss has a screw loose?" A disciple looked at the lights of 100 Herb Hall in the distance and said in a low voice, "The Immortal Elder wanted to take her as a disciple, but she actually refused. She wants to be a disciple of some Beidou school." Lower your voice. Another disciple said, our rejuvenation valley managed to escape with our lives. Isn't it all thanks to the third miss? It's not that I don't appreciate the third miss, but I just don't understand. If you don't understand, then don't think about it. The immortal elder didn't take a fancy to you. The disciple said disdainfully, besides, according to the immortal elder, there will still be opportunities in the future. As long as the people of Beidou school agree, the third miss can still become an immortal. Also, don't you think that Beidou school isn't normal? Yeah, now that you mention it, I kind of understand. You should have known long ago. The third miss set up some kind of formation outside the villa. I heard, it was taught by Xianxia who used to be here. Yeah, if it weren't for that formation, you and I might have died in the hands of the enemy long ago. At this moment, a woman's voice came from the forest not far away. She said in a low voice, Xiaohua, what formation? Hehe, it's nothing much. It's just a strange formation I learned in the past. I used it to exchange for Rejuvenation Valley's pill formula. And a book from the Jade Foundation Alliance's weapon forging sect? Where did you learn it from? Can you keep it a secret for now? Let's go out now. I'll tell you when I have the chance in the future. Remember to tell me in the future. Sure, of course. With that, the two of them drifted away like the autumn wind, drifting through the silent night sky. They went straight into Rejuvenation Mountain Villa without attracting the slightest bit of attention from the patrolling disciples. At this moment, 100 Herb Hall was also filled with people. The atmosphere couldn't be described as festive or gloomy. It was just quiet, and no one spoke. Two people were kneeling in 100 Herb Hall. One was Nie Qianxiu, and the other was, of course, Changxing. Father, I did it for Rejuvenation Valley out of goodwill. Don't you know? Longtime Mountain Villa allied with a group of sects to take over Rejuvenation Valley's foundation. I had no choice. I knew that I couldn't fight them head-on, so I discussed with Changxing. Rather than letting Frozen Ice Garden take advantage of us, it's better to let the Whale Gang. No matter what, we're still family. Family? Valley Master Nye was furious. Since we're family, how could you lead a wolf into the house? If you hadn't broken the formation and led Longting Mountain Villa's people to the mountain peak, I wouldn't have been able to escape from Rejuvenation Valley. Father, the people outside the valley are all from the Longting Villa. Where are you going to escape to? Among the conditions that I discussed with them, there was a condition that they couldn't harm father and little sister. Chapter 970. Then as her father, I have to thank you. Valley Head Nye's face was full of mockery. Didn't you see that young Master Long's appearance? He didn't plan on taking your little sister's life. Valley Head Nye couldn't continue. He tore off Little Orange's arm in front of Little Yu. Wasn't that a direct threat? If it weren't for the fact that an immortal elder passed by today and was fated with Little Yu, not only would Little Orange's life have been lost, but Little Yu and I, even if our lives were saved, we would still be humiliated. Father, Nie Qianxiu begged. Soaring Dragon Villa, Flying Fish Gang, and even the disciples of my Whale Gang were all killed. Right now, the Whale Gang has no leader. If Changxing and I don't return, then our ancestors' foundation will be taken over by others for nothing. Father, if you let us live, Changxing and I will definitely merge the Whale Gang into Rejuvenation Valley. What do you think? I'm already old and I don't have much ambition. I'm already satisfied to be able to protect Rejuvenation Valley. Why would I covet anything else? Valley Head Nye sneered. Moreover, you're the daughter-in-law of the Whale Gang. You led your Whale Gang disciples into Rejuvenation Valley. Right now is the time to punish you for your crimes. What's the point of saying all this? Father, Nie Qianxiu wailed. Father, I've said so much to you. Isn't it because I want you to know my difficulties? You don't know how great the power of that Longting Villa is, and how powerful the master behind them is. Daughter's actions are also to find a bright way out for Rejuvenation Valley. After all, without the protection of the fragrant cult, who knows how many rascals in the pugilistic world are eyeing our Rejuvenation Valley? If I can clear the path of the master of Soaring Dragon Villa, then I can protect Rejuvenation Valley. I won't let down Father's decades of kindness in raising me. Xianxia's words were sincere, and tears flowed freely. It was as if she was going to dig out her heart for Valley Head Nye to see. Valley Master Nye sighed and said to Si Yakung, Big brother Si, you're the boss of the Jade Foundation Alliance. This, you should make the decision. Si Yakong also sighed. He had watched the three sisters of the Nye family grow up. Based on Nye Xianxia's crime, even if she was executed on the spot, it was only right. But this was Rejuvenation Valley after all, Commander Nye's place. At this moment, Si Yakong was almost complaining to the Immortal Elder. Why don't you just casually stretch out your hand and kill these two people? Wouldn't everything be over? Second brother Nye, this. Si Yakong shook his head slightly. The people of the Jade Foundation Alliance are all here to help Rejuvenation Valley. Of course, Rejuvenation Valley should be the leader. Xianxia is your daughter. You should decide for yourself. Valley Master Nye looked up. Zhou Siqing, Zhen Xian, and the others all lowered their eyebrows and didn't say anything. Valley Master Nye was truly in a difficult position. He unconsciously raised his eyes to look at Old Man Yu of Deer Cry Sect. Old Man Yu was originally lowering his head, but when he felt Valley Master Nye's gaze, he sighed in his heart and raised his head. Brother Nye, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should. Valley Master Nye was overjoyed. Brother Yu, please speak. From what I heard from Xianxia, although there were many fallacies in her words, they were filled with the intention of protecting Rejuvenation Valley. Perhaps she fell into the enemy's trap and her kindness was taken advantage of? Valley Master Nye pondered for a moment, then said, Brother Yu's words make sense. Moreover, after this battle, the Whale Gang is no longer a force to be reckoned with. It's not that I'm exaggerating, but by the time the sun rises tomorrow, someone might have already swallowed up the Whale Gang. Even if they return strong and powerful now, it's useless. Our Jade Foundation Alliance can forget about meddling in their affairs. Of course, I'm not saying this to side with Xianxia. After all, she made a mistake by opening the formation and sending the enemy into the secret passage. She can't shirk her responsibility. So, since the Immortal Elder on the mountain peak didn't kill her with his sword, we, as her elders, shouldn't be too ruthless. When Nye Xianxia heard this, she was overjoyed. Thank you, please. Sai, you don't have to thank me. As the saying goes, the death penalty can be avoided, but the punishment cannot be avoided. What I mean is, to cripple their martial arts and imprison them in the valley. Ah? Nye Xianxia was shocked. She turned around and begged, Father, please be merciful. If you cripple my martial arts, won't I be powerless? This can't be done. When Valley Master Nye looked at Elder Yu again, he had already returned to his chair and was silent. Valley Master Nye knew that there was no other way out now. He could only wave his hand and say, Take them away and break their den and, Father? Nye Xianxia begged. Chang Sheng's face was ashen. Wait. A voice sounded from outside the door. It sounded familiar. Who is it? Valley Master Nye was shocked. When he looked up and saw Zhang Xiaohua and Meng slowly walking in from the door, he couldn't help but be stunned. Is it Nephew Ren? Valley Master Nye asked in disbelief. Hi, it is me. How is Uncle Nye? Seeing that it was Zhang Xiaohua, everyone in the hall stood up and looked at Zhang Xiaohua and Meng in surprise. Nephew Ren, didn't you go to the Fragrant Religion? How can you appear here? Could it be you didn't enter the Fragrant Religion? This lady, who is she? Valley Master Nye asked several questions in a row. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, I will answer these questions later. Now I would like to ask Valley Master Nye. Can you lend me these two people for a while? Valley Master Nye frowned and said, Nephew Ren, what is the matter? Please tell me clearly in person. Zhang Xiaohua said awkwardly, this. After thinking for a while, he said, Uncle Nye, please know that this nephew is now a protector of the Fragrant Religion. This young lady is an inner sect disciple of the Fragrant Religion's Fragrant Peak. Just now, I heard the two of them talking about a master. This master has some grudges with the fragrant religion. This nephew wants to know from their mouths who this master is. Fragrant religion? Protector disciple? She is an inner disciple of the fragrant religion? With Master Kong and the others. Valley Master Nye is right. I am Senior Peacock's junior sister. Meng said coldly, then took out a token from her chest and said, I wonder if Valley Master Nye wants to check? This. Valley Master Nye hesitated. Then he seemed to think of something and shook his head. How can Rejuvenation Valley compare to an inner disciple of the fragrant religion? Naturally, I don't dare to verify your authenticity. However, if the fragrant religion doesn't protect Rejuvenation Valley for 10 years, this Xianxia and Changxing can't be questioned in private. Of course, if Nephew Ren has any questions, it is better to ask them in person. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and shook her head. Since Uncle Nye has such thoughts, then forget it. Good, take these two people away. Come and find a seat for Nephew Ren and this lady. When the two were seated, Valley Master Nye invited them to drink tea and asked, there is still a year before the fragrant religion leaves Jianghu. Why did Nephew Ren come out? Could it be? Zhang Xiaohua looked at Meng and turned to Valley Master Nye with a smile. Uncle Nye, how I came out is a secret of the fragrant religion. Moreover, the reason why I came here at night is because I considered that this matter is very important and cannot be leaked. Therefore, I cannot tell you for the time being. Also, I ask Uncle Nye and everyone here to keep my whereabouts a secret. If anything is leaked, I don't need to tell you the consequences. I'm sure all the uncles here know. Valley Master Nye looked at everyone with a slight change in expression. Since Nephew Ren's whereabouts are a secret, why? Valley Master Nye was very puzzled. Zhang Xiaohua stood up, bowed to the ground and said, because I came to Sorrow City because I heard about Rejuvenation Valley being surrounded by Longtime Villa. I also know about the punishment that the hierarch has given to Rejuvenation Valley. Furthermore, this punishment was caused by this nephew. Therefore, this nephew has no choice but to come and explain the reason behind this. You? It's really you? Valley Master Nye was angry. He had some suspicions earlier. Now that he heard that Zhang Xiaohua had become some guardian disciple and even went in and out with the inner disciples, how could he not vaguely know? But when he heard Zhang Xiaohua say it personally, how could he not be angry when he thought about Rejuvenation Valley's current miserable state? However, when he thought about the method of refining pills, the wonders of the 5 elements formation and Zhang Xiaohua's current identity, Valley Master Nye's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Alas! He let out a long sigh and waved his hand. Ren Xiaoxia, things have already come to this. Even if I blame you, what's the use? The matter of going to the fragrant religion was also brought up by me. Sending you to the fragrant religion was also agreed by me. You have also given Rejuvenation Valley a lot of benefits. When all these things are tangled together, I can't explain why. Since Ren Xiaoxia has now made a name for himself in the fragrant religion, I hope that you will take care of Rejuvenation Valley in the future. Valley Master Nye. Zhang Xiaohua changed her words. No matter what, this disaster was caused by me. If not for the appearance of the people from the Immortal Dao today, my sin would be great. I have nothing to compensate. These few bottles of pills are from the fragrant religion. I hope that Valley Master Nye will accept them as my apology, Big Brother Rin. Is that you? A timid voice sounded from behind Valley Master Nye. Nye Xiaoyu? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, it's me. Are you all? A petite figure flashed out from behind Valley Master Nye and quickly ran in front of Zhang Xiaohua. However, when she saw Meng beside Zhang Xiaohua, she couldn't help but be stunned. A woman's intuition flashed through her and she immediately stopped. She was somewhat vigilant as she asked, this young lady is? Xiaoyu. Valley Master Nye scolded. This is the inner sect master of the fragrant religion. Don't be rude. Nye Qinyu was shocked and hurriedly bowed. Nye Qinyu of Rejuvenation Valley greets? Master. Meng pursed her lips and smiled. She walked forward and held Nye Qinyu's hands. Don't be so polite, Nye Xiaoyu. My name is Zi Xia, a disciple of Mo Nai Gong. On Lingering Fragrance Peak, Ren Xiaoyao talked a lot about you. When these words stopped in Nie Qianyu's ears, it was like thunder in the night sky. It shocked her so much that her face turned pale. Chapter 971. How would Nie Qianyu know what a disciple of Lingering Fragrance Peak was? She was only thinking about what Meng said just now. On Lingering Fragrance Peak, Ren Xiaoyao talked a lot about you. Suddenly, Nie Qianyu's face turned pale and tears welled up in her eyes. She bowed again and said, "Greetings, Lord Zixia." "I said you're welcome. I mean it," Meng said with a smile. "Little you, these are the pills that Ren Xiaoxia took out." He said it was compensation for Rejuvenation Valley. Ren Xiaoxia has just admitted that the leader of Lingering Fragrance sect blamed Rejuvenation Valley because of him. This disaster was caused by him. Father, even if it's because of Big Brother Ren, he also left behind a formation to help us defend against the enemy. Moreover, because of this matter, all the sects in the pugilistic world that coveted our Rejuvenation Valley were wiped out in one fell swoop. In the future, no one will dare to underestimate our Rejuvenation Valley. Nie Qianyu glanced at her dream and continued to defend Zhang Xiaohua. Little you. Valley Master Nie was a little unhappy. Nie Qianyu, you should accept it. Rejuvenation Valley suffered heavy casualties because of me. If you can accept these, I'll feel better. Zhang Xiaohua said. Take it, Nie Qianyu. These are healing pills from Lingering Fragrance sect. If anyone in Rejuvenation Valley is injured, taking one will be extremely effective. Meng also advised. Thinking of Nie Qianrong and Yu Zhonglin's injuries, Nie Qianyu's heart moved slightly. She nodded and said, "Then, I'll accept it." Zhang Xiaohua nodded with a smile. Then, she said, "The matter has been explained. I have something important to do, so I'll take my leave. Please keep the matter of my arrival a secret for me." "Okay, I understand." Valley Master Nie stood up and said. Everyone also stood up. Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and was about to leave. At this time, Si Yakong pulled Zhang Xiaohua and whispered, "Ren Xiaoxia, I don't know if I should say something." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. "Please enlighten me, Sect Master Si." "Yes." Si Yakong looked at everyone and pulled Zhang Xiaohua to the side. He said in a low voice, "That the heavenly book that I gave to Ren Xiaoxia to comprehend. I wonder if Ren Xiaoxia brought it back to Beta School?" Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, "Not yet. Headmaster C knows that this is the first time I've left the School of Fragrance. I haven't returned to Beidou School yet. I'm sure Xiaoxia hasn't comprehended the secrets of the heavenly book yet." Zhang Xiaohua was about to speak, but Si Yakong didn't give her a chance. He smiled and said, "Of course, it's a bit difficult for me to bring it up now. Although I had an agreement with Xiaoxia before, but my sect has a senior, he seems to be able to decipher this heavenly book, so." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, her expression became very strange. She asked, "Sect Master C, you mean?" "Yes, it's a bit embarrassing to take the heavenly book back from Xiaoxia now, but this heavenly book is related to the future of our weapon forging sect. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, I want to give it a try." "Ha!" Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "I thought it was something else." "It's okay, Sect Master C. Since you have a better solution, I will definitely support you. However, the heavenly book is in my mount's bag. Please wait a moment." Zhang Xiaohua went out and returned in the time it took to smoke a cigarette. She returned Si Yakong's wordless heavenly book intact. Si Yakong flipped it over and over again. When he saw that it was exactly the same as when he gave it to him, he carefully put it in his pocket and cupped his hands. "Many thanks to Ren Xiaoxia for your kindness." Zhang Xiaohua also laughed and said, "You're too kind. I still have to thank Sect Master Si." Si Yakong didn't understand. Zhang Xiaohua also didn't explain and left 100 Herb Hall. In the shadows outside 100 Herb Hall, Valley Master Nie and Nie Qianyu were accompanying Meng as they waited for Zhang Xiaohua. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua come over, Valley Master Nie whispered, "Ren Xiaoxia, I also have something to tell Ren Xiaoxia." Zhang Xiaohua was even more curious. "Valley Master Nie, Why didn't you say anything earlier? Valley Master Nye glanced at Nye Qinyu and told her about how the immortal elder asked Nye Qinyu to become his disciple. He then laughed and said, I know. Of course, it was just a joke that you accepted little you as your disciple on behalf of your sex elder. Although you taught little you some formations, it wasn't an internal cultivation technique. Also, I don't think you've returned to your sect, I think. Valley Master Nye means to pretend that I didn't say anything? Or, when I return to the sect, I don't need to mention it to the sect's elders and head. Zhang Xiaohua said calmly. Father, Nye Qinyu said, I've already told you that I'm a disciple of Beta School. Shut up. Valley Master Nye scolded. You're still young, how would you know the pros and cons? Listen to your father, it's definitely not wrong. Hehe, Zhang Xiaohua laughed. Valley Master Nye, whether she wants to become my disciple or not is up to Miss Nye. If she doesn't want to become my Beta School's disciple, how can I force her to become my disciple? Even the immortal elder you mentioned didn't force her to become his disciple. So, all the initiative is in Miss Nye's hands. I already understand Valley Master Nye's meaning. Before Miss Nye tells me that she wants to become my disciple, I definitely won't tell my sex elders in advance. Of course, if Miss Nye doesn't want to become my disciple, then don't practice the cultivation technique that I taught. Big Brother Ren. Nye Qinyu felt bitter in her heart. All right, I've finished my business here. Goodbye. Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and pulled Meng along with him as he left using his lightness skill. Nye Qinyu felt as if a knife was being twisted in her heart when she saw Zhang Xiaohua holding Meng's hand. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng left Rejuvenation Valley. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and saw that there was no one around. She whispered, Meng, wait here for a while. I'll be back soon. What are you doing? Meng whispered, don't tell me you're going to meet Nye Qinyu behind my back? Forget it. Do I need to do that? Zhang Xiaohua had an indescribable feeling in her heart. She said, didn't you hear Nye Qinyu's second sister talking about some master? This is a big fish. No matter what, we have to see if we can find any clues. I'm fine with it, but if you can find out who's behind all this, wouldn't it be a great merit? Meng laughed. Aren't you worried about Nye Qinyu? You want to borrow the sect leader's hand to get rid of this person? I'm not thinking that much. Zhang Xiaohua looked around. Forget it. Even if what you say makes sense, the atmosphere in the incense sect has been so foul because of these people that they even dared to make a move on Grand Elder Jing Gang and the others. If you really can find the culprit behind this, perhaps Rejuvenation Valley's punishment will be reduced. Maybe Rejuvenation Valley doesn't care about this punishment anymore. Meng said with a meaningful smile. Alright, then I'll go now. You aren't coming with me? No. You're familiar with this place. It's better if you go early and return early. Meng shook her head. Zhang Xiaohua leaped into the air and slipped into the darkness of the forest. She entered Rejuvenation Valley like a wisp of smoke. When did Xiaohua's lightness skill become so good? Meng was stunned. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and easily found Changxing and Ye Qianxiu's location. The two of them were in a secluded hut by a pea oil lamp. Their faces were filled with dejection and disappointment. They appeared to be in a sorry state. Outside the hut, several Rejuvenation Valley disciples were patrolling the area with weapons in their hands. Zhang Xiaohua entered the hut. Before the two of them could react, she sealed their acupoints in the air. Then, she walked in front of them and stretched out her finger to seal the acupoint on Ye Qianxiu's head. It was the bewitching finger. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Zhang Xiaohua appeared under a big tree outside the hut. Her face was filled with disappointment. It was obvious that she hadn't gained anything. She was about to leave the valley, but when she used her divine sense, she had a strange expression. She formed an incantation gesture and entered the ground. However, the direction she went wasn't outside the mountain villa. In the peach blossom forest of Rejuvenation Valley, the peach blossoms had already turned into fallen petals. At this moment, they had turned into spring mud and nourished the peach trees. In the dark night, under the full moon, a slender figure knelt in the peach blossom forest. She put her palms together and muttered, "Mother, I really can't tell if I like it or if I'm in pain. Today, I unexpectedly saw Big Brother Ren. I'm so happy that I'm even happier than when I saw the Immortal earlier. However, Mother, Big Brother Ren didn't come alone this time. There's a girl called Xianxia with him. She's an inner disciple of the fragrant sect. She looks very kind and treats me very well. She's even more kind than the previous inner disciples, but I know that she's here because of Big Brother Ren. Actually, I quite like Lord Xianxia from the bottom of my heart. But when I saw her standing together with Big Brother Ren, my heart began to ache. Moreover, when I saw Big Brother Ren holding her hand, my heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Mother, I know that I'm in the wrong. Big Brother Ren, he didn't say anything to me before. I'm definitely not worthy of him. Now, he's seen the person he likes. I should smile and give him my blessings. But I really can't do it. Mother, I can't do it. Nye Chinyu choked with sobs and covered her face with her hands. Mother, just now Father told me that although Big Brother Ren has done a favor for the fragrant sect, he's also brought us trouble this time. Let's call it even and don't have any more dealings with him. Although he's a guardian disciple of the fragrant sect, but our Rejuvenation Valley has the Immortal as our backer. In the future, we don't have to give face to the fragrant sect. But, Mother, if I crush that jade talisman, although I can follow the Immortal to practice the way of immortality, but, in the future, how can I meet Big Brother Ren? I'd rather follow Big Brother Ren to practice that obscure mental cultivation method than to learn the Immortal's cultivation method. Mother, I've also told you before. Every time I practice that mental cultivation method, although Big Brother Ren isn't around, but I feel that Big Brother Ren is beside me and even watching me. This way, I'll have the energy to practice it. But, Father, the Rejuvenation Valley has become like this. If we don't have the Immortal's support, I'm afraid. Sigh, Mother, I know Father's difficulties, but, Mother, tell me, what should I do? In the distance, on top of a tall peach tree, a slender figure stood. He stared in a daze and listened in a daze. It was as if he had long been dumbfounded. Chapter 972. As the night deepened and Meng grew anxious, Zhang Xiaohua came out of Rejuvenation Valley. Her brows were slightly furrowed, as if she had something on her mind. Meng whispered, "What's wrong? You didn't find Nye Xianxia? Let's go. It's getting late. Let's talk as we walk." The two of them used their lightness skills and rushed to Vao City. On the way, Zhang Xiaohua said, "We did find Nye Xianxia and Changsheng, but they were fooled and used as pawns. How could they know anything about the Lord? She only saw Manor Lord Long and that so-called person sent by His Highness. That person seemed to have inconceivable skills and promised to hand over Rejuvenation Valley to her after taking it down. That's why she was blinded by greed and used the trick of injuring herself to become a spy. What about the person sent by the Lord? He was killed by that mysterious immortal on the mountain peak this morning. Well, this is great. We worked for nothing." Well, it's not like we worked for nothing. Nye Xianxia also said that she vaguely heard Manor Lord Long mention something called Shui Yun. It seems to be a place where the Lord is. It's in the northeast of Vao City. As for the specific location, we'll have to ask carefully. It's a place called Shui Yun in the northeast of Vao City. It's easy to find out. When we arrive at Vao City, we'll send a message to the outer disciples of Incense Cult and have them investigate. On the one hand, we'll let them investigate. On the other hand, we'll have to secretly keep an eye on this so-called Lord. I'm afraid that ordinary outer disciples won't be able to find out. That's reasonable. But our main task is to send the invitation card back to Lingering Fragrance Peak and have Marshal Uncle Shuezhen busy. We'll do as you say. I'll leave this task to you. You can't do it? Of course I can't. I don't know where the disciples of Incense Cult are in Vao City. Zhang Xiaohua said with conviction. You win. Meng glared at him. At the same time, in the northwest direction of Worry City, there was a continuous stretch of lakes of various sizes that were connected to each other. In the middle of the large lake, There were several large docks that were also connected together. They were brightly lit, illuminating this area of water. Not far away, the reeds and other things that were exposed on the surface of the water could be seen clearly. On the dock, in a magnificent hall, Peng Yiyu, whom Zhang Xiaohua had seen earlier, was sitting in the seat of honor. Accompanying him was an old man who looked very similar to Huang Chang. The old man raised his cup and said with a smile, "Young Master Peng, you've been in my Falling Star Alliance for quite some time. Are you satisfied with us?" Peng Yiyu raised his cup and smiled gracefully. "Of course, Chief Huang's hospitality is perfect. How could I not be satisfied?" Then he looked around and asked, "Where is your young master? This period of time has been hard on him. We have to thank him." Gang leader Huang looked a little worried, but it disappeared in a flash. He said, "That brat doesn't know what's good for him. I don't know where he went. I sent several disciples to look for him, but they couldn't find him." Although young Master Huang is a little rough, but Peng Yiyu obviously saw the old man's worry and comforted him. Maybe he has some personal matters to attend to. He will be back in a few days. That's true. This child has grown up. I have a lot to worry about. Come, young Master Peng, let me send you off tomorrow. Please put in a good word for me in front of the Lord. Of course, you're welcome. Peng Yiyu finished his cup in one gulp. The people in the hall also laughed. All kinds of people came forward, exchanging toasts with Peng Yiyu. After a while, seeing that Peng Yiyu was happy, Chief Huang probed, "Young Master Peng, this old man wants to ask if it's convenient for you?" Peng Yiyu was taken aback. He smiled and said, "Chief Huang, please go ahead. As long as it's not a secret, I will tell you everything I know." "No," Chief Huang quickly shook his head, "the Lord is very gracious to us. We know that the Lord is very important, so how can we not know the severity of the matter? This old man just wants to ask if you remember the couple that my son met when he was hunting with you?" "Those two people?" Young Master Peng seemed to have a deep impression of this matter. He immediately frowned and asked, "Chief Huang, what do you mean?" "Oh, it's like this." Chief Huang chose his words carefully and said, "I heard from my brothers that after young Master Peng met that couple, my son searched for them and never came back." Peng Yiyu frowned. At first, he was dissatisfied, but then he gradually calmed down. Then he was surprised and said, "Could it be that there's something wrong with that couple?" Then he muttered to himself, "This is not possible." Then his expression changed greatly. "Could it be that they could hide from my eyes? Therefore, this old man wants to confirm with young Master Peng about the origins of these two people. My son must have died in their hands. But I heard from my disciples that they were very young. Although my son is ridiculous, he has more than 10 years of cultivation. Moreover, he brought 5 people with him. There's no way he would have failed." Peng Yiyu frowned and said, "From what I saw, those 2 people are exactly as Chief Huang thought. They are just 2 juniors who have just entered the Jianghu. Can't be." Chief Huang wanted to ask more, but at this moment, hurried footsteps were heard. Someone shouted, "Chief Huang, there's an urgent report from Don't Worry City." Chief Huang frowned and scolded, "Can't you see that I have something important to do? Let's talk about it tomorrow." When the person heard this, he was about to leave. "Chief Huang, this is your fault. This is an urgent matter of the Falling Stars Alliance. How can you delay it because of me?" Peng Yiyu shook his head slightly. Young Master Peng is lucky." Chief Huang panicked, but he wasn't nervous. He waved his hand and said, "Come in and report." "Sir." The disciple outside said urgently, "I just received an urgent report from Don't Worry City. This afternoon, Longtime Villa attacked Rejuvenation Valley but failed. An immortal suddenly appeared and killed all of them." "Ah?" Not only Chief Huang, but young Master Peng's expression also changed. He said loudly, "What happened? Tell me in detail." After the disciple told him the whole story, young Master Peng frowned and said, "This is all hearsay. It doesn't count. Right, where are the people of Longting Villa? Were they all killed? No one was left alive?" Villa Lord Longting and other experts were all killed. Many of the disciples also escaped. All right, Chief Huang. Since something happened in Don't Worry City, I can't rush back. I'll go to Don't Worry City now. Find a reliable person to go to Longtime Villa and deal with the matter there. Find someone who knows the truth and ask him about it. Then report back to the Lord in detail. Chief Huang stood up and said with a serious face, "As you command, young Master Peng." All right, all good things must come to an end. This banquet is over. Chief Huang, prepare the horses. I'll go now. Yes, sir. The group dispersed. They left the dock and boarded boats to the shore. Then, they rode their horses and prepared to deal with the situation. As for the culprit, Zhang Xiaohua, she had already left Don't Worry City with Meng. They set up their tents in a forest and rested. News traveled fast in the Jianghu. In just a few days, news of immortals appearing in Don't Worry City had spread. Many people changed their plans and went to Don't Worry City to gather information. Lingering Fragrance Peak, Don't Worry Palace. Jingyi frowned and said to the people in the hall, "Immortals are rare in the Jianghu. How can there be such a coincidence?" First, traces of immortal seniors appeared in the ruins of Huanshu. Then, our restriction formation collapsed. Then, immortals appeared in Don't Worry City and went on a killing spree. Is the young miss of Rejuvenation Valley really so talented? Or is this just an excuse? Jing Fan said, "No matter what, the appearance of immortals in the Jianghu is the beginning of chaos. It's in line with the forefathers' prophecy." That's right. Although the failure of our sect-protecting formation is inevitable due to the change in the world's primordial qi, it's also true that the primordial qi of heaven and earth is gradually recovering. The rise of immortals is also an irresistible trend. The immortals must have seen some clues and appeared, so they want to reap benefits in the Jianghu in the future. Since that's the case, the other great sects must have made preparations. If we don't plan ahead, we'll lose the initiative in the future. Yes, I want to hear your teachings. Haha, if you only think of it now, won't it be too late? Don't worry, we've already planned ahead. We'll start now. Your wise hierarch. A towering mountain peak that was shaped like a heaven-piercing sword pierced through the white clouds in the sky. There were continuous rows of houses on the mountain peak. In a magnificent hall, there was a yellow-faced old man with an uncertain expression. He frowned slightly as he looked at a disciple in front of him and said, "Is what you said true? Did Rejuvenation Valley really get in touch with immortals?" Reporting to the Alliance Master, "It's true. Everything this lowly one has said is true. This lowly one has seen and heard everything in Sorrow City that day." "Good, I'll remember your contribution. You may leave." After the disciple left, the old man with a yellow face pondered for a long time. He raised his eyes to look at the people below and said, "Everyone, our alliance of righteousness started after the immortals. We don't have any inheritance to speak of, so we don't have any relationship with immortals. This immortal, we have to believe it." Then he hesitated and looked at a tall and thin old man beside him. He said in a low voice, "Vice Alliance Master Chai, do you remember the evil tiger gang outside Pingyang City?" Vice Alliance Master Jiang disappeared mysteriously. There were only traces of fire in the underground hall. Moreover, all the lids of the jade coffins were missing. I heard from the disciples on duty that there were only a group of men from the pugilistic world and soldiers who surrounded them. Those hostages were rescued. They didn't take away the jade coffins. How could so many lids disappear? The old man also cupped his hands and said, "Alliance Master's words are reasonable. This subordinate is also thinking. I wonder, is this immortal the same person who attacked the evil tiger gang?" "Forget it, it shouldn't be." Zhang San waved his hand, hatred in his eyes. "That bastard ruined my plans. What's the use of knowing? Sigh, immortals, immortals. Do you know about immortals?" Chapter 973. The vice leaders of the Righteous Alliance looked at each other. At their level, how could they not have heard of the immortal Dao? Didn't the Righteous Alliance attack the Misty School because they coveted the Misty School's immortal Dao legacy? Reporting to Alliance leader. A tall and thin old man with only a left arm said, "Our righteous alliance. Although we claim to be a first-rate sect in the pugilistic world, we don't have any immortal Dao legacy. Our position has always been awkward, ranking last among the 4 sections. Even sects like the incense cult that don't appear in the pugilistic world are ranked ahead of us." However, over the past few decades, under Alliance leader Zhang's guidance, the situation has improved. Our righteous alliance has not only searched for items related to the immortal Dao in the pugilistic world, we have also accumulated quite a lot of immortal Dao mantras and so-called Dharma artifacts. Especially after joining forces with the Daoist Temple and the incense cult to destroy the Misty School, our righteous alliance took over the Misty Peak and found the right path in exploring the immortal Dao. However, the Misty Peak is the foundation of the Misty School for 10,000 years. There are many mysteries in it. Our alliance has occupied it for many years, but we haven't found any clues about some of the forbidden areas. In other words, our righteous alliance in the Misty Peak has only obtained some ordinary martial arts items and very few immortal Dao items. Hearing that person mention the Misty School, Zhang San's face darkened. He said, "Vice Leader Chai's words are very reasonable. I thought that if we could take over the Misty Peak, there must be many secrets of the immortal Dao. Unfortunately, things don't go as planned." Another person stood up and said with a smile, "Alliance Leader Zhang and Alliance Leader Chai are overthinking. The Misty School has long been removed from the pugilistic world. This Misty Peak belongs to our righteous alliance. In time, we will definitely find the secrets of the immortal Dao legacy. If the immortal Dao legacy is so easy to find, then the immortal Dao wouldn't be so coveted by us." Zhang San smiled and nodded. Vice Leader Chai's words are reasonable. However, the Misty School has merged with the incense cult and probably won't appear in the pugilistic world anymore. We don't have to care about it. However, Hu Yuni's group is still hiding at the side. It's quite a headache. They're just a bunch of useless people. Why should Alliance Master Zhang care about them? That's not true. Zhang San shook his head and said, "We have to eradicate all evil. We can't leave any traces behind. We've been paying attention to the path of immortality for the past few years and have spent a lot of money. Now, we can consider wiping out the remnants of the Misty School." "Yes, Alliance Leader." Previously, Alliance Leader was worried about the incense cult. Over the past few years, the incense cult hasn't paid any attention to Hu Yuni and the rest. It's time to take action. Everyone chatted for a while before leaving. Zhang San stood up and walked to the back of the hall. He pushed open the door and entered a secret room. He sat down cross-legged and took out a small scarlet flag the size of a palm. His eyes were filled with hesitation and struggle as he looked at the flag. After a long time, a ferocious look appeared in his eyes. He seemed to have made a decision. Zhang San bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood onto the small flag. The strange thing was that the small flag wasn't contaminated by the blood. Instead, due to the blood, it glowed with a faint red light. This red light flashed and disappeared. The blood on the flag also disappeared as it was absorbed by the small scarlet flag. Following which, Zhang San took out a green origin stone. He closed his eyes and muttered as his face slowly turned pale. The skinny Vice Leader Chai came down from the hall. Just as he walked past a moon door, a disciple wearing the uniform of the Righteous Dao Alliance quietly walked over and whispered a few words into his ear. Vice Leader Chai's face lit up and he blurted out, "Is what you said true? Shui Yupeng was actually captured by you guys?" That disciple was a little embarrassed and he softly said, "Reporting to Lord Alliance Leader, it wasn't due to our efforts. It's just that Shui Yupeng was seriously ill and it was just a coincidence. It can't be considered a contribution." Vice Leader Chai laughed heartily and patted that disciple's shoulder. "You are honest. Our Righteous Dao Alliance only cares about the results and not the process. Since you were able to capture Shui Yupeng, regardless of whether he was ill or if you did your best to capture him, it is still a great contribution. This Alliance Leader will definitely not overlook it." "Thank you, Lord Alliance Leader." That disciple was overjoyed and cupped his hands to express his gratitude. Where is Shui Yupeng? Quickly bring him to see this alliance leader. I still have some questions to ask him. Vice Leader Chai couldn't wait any longer. Shui Yupeng is seriously ill and this disciple has already found a divine doctor in the alliance to treat him. However, he can't move around freely. If the alliance wants to interrogate him, then I will have to make a trip personally. Hee, that's for sure. Vice Leader Chai laughed. Back then, when we destroyed the Misty School and killed their gang leader O at the Misty Peak, only 3 of the Misty Peak's 6 tigers were left. Other than Hu Yuni, who was seriously injured, the other 2 were crippled. Only Shui Yupeng, who was the rightful vice gang leader of the Misty School, escaped because he was commanding the Navy and wasn't at the Misty Peak. In recent years, he was chased by the Dalan Temple and the Xen Rong gang and disappeared without a trace. Now that we have captured him, it is another great contribution after destroying the Misty School. If this alliance leader doesn't go and see him, how can I show his importance? Yes, alliance leader is wise. After that disciple finished speaking, he brought Vice Leader Chai to a rather luxurious guest room. Vice Alliance Leader Chai frowned as soon as he entered the room. He smelled a strong medicinal fragrance. When he looked at the bed, he saw a yellow-skinned man lying on his back. Large beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. Beside the bed sat an old man dressed as a doctor. He had just removed his fingers from the man's wrist when he saw Vice Leader Chai enter. He quickly stood up and cupped his hands. Greetings, Vice Leader Chai. Vice Leader Chai snorted. How is this person's illness? Reporting to Alliance Master, this person's illness isn't serious. It's just that he's been delayed for too long, so he's scratching his head a little. I've already asked the medicine boy to brew some medicine for him. Just now, I checked his pulse, and it's gradually stabilizing. If he takes the medicine for another 7 days and recuperates for a month or 2, he should be fine. Good. Vice Leader Chai clapped his hands. This person is very important to our Righteous Tao Alliance. As long as you treat him, you will naturally be rewarded. Thank you, Alliance Leader. The doctor was overjoyed. He no longer called him Vice Leader and directly called him Alliance Leader. Vice Leader Chai walked to the bed and saw that the man's eyes were tightly shut. He couldn't help but sneer. Shui Yupeng, Vice Leader Shui? Since you are already in our Righteous Tao Alliance, why are you pretending to be unconscious? Hearing Vice Leader Chai's words, Shui Yupeng's eyelids trembled. She hesitated for a moment before opening her eyes. Her eyes were filled with fatigue and indignation. Vice Leader Chai, I have long heard of your name, but I have never had the chance to meet you. Now that I am seriously ill, I can't greet you. This old man has always wanted to meet you, but you've always been hiding from this old man. How do you expect this old man to meet you? If not for your illness, I'm afraid it would be extremely difficult to meet you. Shortly after, Vice Leader Chai mocked himself. What great name! I am just this old man. On Ethereal Peak, my right arm was chopped off by Li Jian from your Misty School. Vice Leader Shui, you must have heard more about this. Shui Yupeng's eyes twitched a few times. Her tone was filled with indignation. I am just a nobody on the water path. I don't know why the alliance leaders of the Righteous Tao Alliance think so highly of me. Even if I am seriously ill, you still invited me to Righteous Tao Peak? Seriously ill? You are seriously ill and you still know that this is Righteous Tao Peak? Vice Leader Chai mocked. If you are just a nobody, why would the Xen Rong gang join forces with the Dalan Temple to occupy your territory? Why would the monks from the Dalan Temple look for you everywhere? Forget it, Vice Leader Shui. Let's not beat around the bush. You are the Vice Leader of the Misty School. The Alliance of the Righteous Tao, the Dalan Temple, and the Incense Cult joined forces to destroy the Misty School. You should know the reason. I don't want to make things difficult for you. Just tell me the secret. Then he looked at the herbs in the room. Look at you now. Even an ordinary illness can make you like this. If the Alliance of the Righteous Tao didn't find you, you might have died of illness. If this spread to Jianghu, wouldn't you become a laughingstock? Cough, cough. Shui Yupeng was so angry that her face turned red. she said, isn't it all because of the monks from the Daoist temple? He, Vice Leader Shui, if you are sensible, the alliance of the righteous Dao will guarantee that the monks from the Daoist temple won't cause you any trouble in the future. Also, you might be able to remove the vice from your title. Shui Yupeng raised her eyebrows. What do you mean, Vice Leader Chai? What do I mean? Vice Leader Chai smiled. I remember that when Hu Yuni from the Misty School escaped, he brought a disciple called Tian Tian with him. Do you know him? Shui Yupeng's expression changed. So what if I know him? So what if I don't? I also remember that Tian Tian's surname is Shui. Also, he is the disciple of the chief disciple of the Misty School, Zhang Chengyue. Well, Shui Yupeng suddenly felt like she had lost all her strength. She waved her hand and said, Vice Leader Chai, if you have anything to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. Vice Leader Shui, after your brothers from the Misty School were destroyed by the Shinrong gang and the Daoist temple, they have been hiding. Why didn't you go find Hu Yuni? Or perhaps the remaining members of the Misty School don't recognize you as their vice leader. Vice Leader Chai looked at Shui Yupeng and continued, you should know that you are the vice leader of the Misty School. After O Peng died, you should be the leader of the Misty School. Although Hu Yuni is O Peng's senior and can be considered the grand elder of the Misty School, he still has to listen to you, the vice leader. Even if you don't become the vice leader, that disciple called Tian Tian is the disciple of the chief disciple of the Misty School. The chief disciple should have inherited O Peng's position. Now that the chief disciple is dead, his disciple, Tian Tian, should have inherited O Peng's position as the leader of the Misty School. Tian Tian is only an 11 or 12-year-old disciple. If he doesn't have a strong backer in the Misty School, how can he be the leader? If you don't go back to the Misty School and stay by Tian Tian's side, how can he be the leader? Not only that, if someone wants to be the leader of the Misty School, then Tian Tian's life can't be saved. Shui Yupeng's expression turned ugly. It was as if he had spoken her mind. Why didn't Hu Yuni let you go find them? I'm afraid you know better than me. Vice Leader Chai asked with a smile. The Misty School has already been destroyed. It's extremely difficult to rebuild it. Moreover, Hu Yuni is heavily injured and hasn't recovered for many years. If he wanted to be the leader, he could have done it a long time ago. Why did he have to go through so many twists and turns? Shui Yupeng said coldly, but the look in her eyes showed that she wasn't determined enough. Vice Leader Chai laughed. You may know a person for a long time, but you don't know his true nature. Moreover, Vice Leader Shui is still in the prime of her life. If you can become the leader of a large faction in the martial arts world, who says you won't be remembered for generations to come? People need to have a little ambition. Shui Yupeng laughed. Vice Leader Chai, you've said so much. I understand, but I don't know what the Righteous Alliance is thinking. Even when you three factions destroyed the Misty School, I was still in the dark. I still don't know the reason. Vice Leader Chai clapped his hands and said, I love talking to smart people. Vice Leader Shui, why don't you tell me? There's nothing much to say. Vice Leader Chai, think about it. I just joined the Misty School before it was destroyed. O Peng only let me take the position of vice leader because he didn't need to control the Luo Shui faction. Moreover, he used the chance to get the Misty School's legacy cultivation method as bait. So, O Peng, or the 6 Misty Tigers didn't think of me as a direct descendant of the Misty School. Or rather, they didn't have enough time to trust me. Yes, Vice Leader Chai nodded. Vice Leader Shui is right. Didn't you notice something strange, Vice Sect Master Shui? He asked. Shui Yupeng smiled bitterly. How would I know? I was sent back to the Luo Shui faction the moment I joined the Misty School. My family members were all in the Misty School. How would I know about the Misty Mountain Manor? Even every day. I rarely see it. I only treated Zhang Chengyue to a banquet when he was my disciple. Vice Leader Chai hesitated for a moment before asking, Then, Vice Leader Shui, have you seen a sheepskin scroll? Sheepskin scroll? Shui Yupeng thought for a moment and shook his head. No, I have never heard of it, let alone seen it. Yes. Vice Leader Chai thought for a moment and said, Vice Leader Shui, only you and I will know about today's conversation. No one else will know. Moreover, the matter of Vice Gang Leader Shui coming to my Righteous Dao Alliance is between you and me. There is absolutely no third person who knows about it. Vice Gang Leader Shui, please rest assured that my Righteous Dao Alliance will definitely help Vice Gang Leader Shui fulfill her promise. Shui Yupeng wanted to say something but stopped. Vice Alliance Leader Chai walked to the door and turned around. As for whether Vice Alliance Leader Shui or Tian Tian is the Alliance leader, our Righteous Alliance doesn't care. What we care about is that sheepskin scroll. After speaking, he closed the door and left. It was a quiet room. It was very simple. On the wall, there was a merciful-looking Buddha holding 7 bamboo sticks. There was a bookshelf under the Buddha and a few yellow cloth praying mats. At this moment, there were a few old monks with white hair sitting on the praying mats. The one in front was the head elder of the Daoist temple. Abbot, I have already reported the matter of Worry-Free City. Do you have anything else to say? The head elder closed his eyes and slowly moved his Buddhist beads from one to the other. The sandalwood beside him still emitted a faint fragrance. After a long time, the head elder opened his mouth and said, Our Daoist temple has been in Jianghu for tens of thousands of years. Since the path of immortality, we have not fallen behind anyone. Now that the path of immortality is flourishing, our Daoist temple is flourishing. Why are you so nervous? But the monk said, that person from the path of immortality is very skilled. He has the legendary flying technique and flying sword technique. I'm afraid this is the doing of the Tenryu sect. Does the abbot not feel that this is a provocation from the Tenryu sect? Brother Changgung, others may not know the strength of our Daoist temple, but don't you know? Years ago, after our founder founded the Tenryu sect, we were surrounded by the Misty School and the Incense School. At that time, the situation was very bad. How is it now? It's like the difference between heaven and earth. Years ago, the Tenryu sect couldn't destroy our Daoist temple. Today, it's even more impossible. Moreover, Macho City belongs to the Incense School. Since the Incense School hasn't done anything, why should we be worried? Moreover, we are people who are not part of this world. We are free and quiet. Why should we be bothered by external things? The abbot is right. Changgung put his palms together and said in a low voice, Our Daoist temple is not like the Misty School. If the path of immortality comes, we will use earth to block them. If soldiers come, we will block them. Why should we be afraid? When he said this, the head elder raised his eyebrows. His calm demeanor disappeared and his voice was full of arrogance. It was a simple and unadorned hall that occupied a vast area. It was more than 10 times larger than the Mo Xian Palace on Lingering Fragrance Peak. The entire hall was dark red in color and exuded a mysterious aura. The thick pillars that even 10 people couldn't wrap their arms around were engraved with all kinds of strange malevolent faces. All of them didn't look human, but they also had human expressions. Some had wings on their backs, some had 3 heads, and some were spitting out scarlet flames while chewing on something bloody. The hall was over 100 feet tall, and there were many carvings on the ceiling. These carvings were arranged in groups, and they seemed to be telling a story. The main characters in the story all had horns on their heads, and they were human-shaped and ghostly. There were also some who had handsome faces, but their bodies were grotesquely shaped. Among the patterns, many faint talismans could be faintly seen. These talismans were different from the ones Zhang Xiaohua learned from Elder Hua. They were also different from the ones on the Xiu tablet of Chuanxiang cult. However, they were similar to the innate divine restriction that Zhang Xiaohua was practicing. At this moment, there were a few people in the hall. However, their clothes were different from the ordinary people of Jianghu. Some of them had their clothes half torn, revealing their bare arms. Some of them only wore a few pieces of cloth to cover their important parts. The rest of them were naked. Some of them were completely black and covered their entire body. Above them, there was a chair. It was very strange. The back of the chair was about 10 feet tall. At the top of the back, there were 2 strange beast heads. The beast heads spat out a white bone from their mouths. The bone was long and embedded at the edge of the chair. The armrest of the chair was pitch black. At this moment, there was a white skull at the top. A fair and slender hand was pressing on the skull. The hand moved and the index finger moved slightly. A magnetic voice sounded. A person of the immortal Dao actually appeared in Sorrow City? Hee, this is interesting. It's a pity that the Chuanxiang cult is in seclusion and they don't care about it. Who would care about this? However, this person of the immortal Dao appeared out of nowhere. Other than the Chuanxiang cult, the Daoist temple, and my dragon god sect, where else could there be a person of the immortal Dao? Could it be the Misty School? Hee, if it were them, the first thing they would do would be to the Righteous Alliance. Why would they have the time to care about Rejuvenation Valley? Everyone in the hall was silent. They were as silent as statues as they listened to the person talking to himself. Gennaro, how is that matter going? It's been 5 years. Why is there no news at all? A beautiful woman with a graceful figure replied, reporting to Lord Sakura, this subordinate has been working on it ever since I received Lord's decree. However, I still haven't found a single clue. Hurry up. On the tall chair, the tall figure covered in a loose black cloak appeared somewhat thin and small. Hee, flying technique. Garuda, you can't compare to this person. Reporting to Heavenly King, this subordinate's imperial wind technique is also at the great accomplishment level. There may be a gap between us, but the gap shouldn't be too big. After all, our dragon god sect's imperial wind technique is different from others. A lean man wrapped in pitch-black clothes said arrogantly. Forget it. Since this person has shown his face, he will probably appear in the Jianghu in the future. We'll talk about it when we meet him. However, the Qi of heaven and earth has recovered and the immortal Dao is about to flourish. My dragon god sect also has to deal with this. That Righteous Alliance destroyed the Misty School, and the Chuanxiang cult and the Daoist temple were also involved. There must be some unknown secret behind this. However, the news that our disciples sent was for some martial arts secret manual. But, until now, the Misty School has been destroyed for 4 years and I still don't know the reason behind it. Don't you think this is ridiculous? The Sakura said sternly. No matter if it's the Chuanxiang cult or the Daoist temple, there's no need to fear them. Even if the Misty School and the Chuanxiang cult were destroyed, it has nothing to do with us. However, the reason why they were destroyed and why the 2 big sects were involved is related to us. I must know. Seeing that the Sakura was angry, everyone in the hall didn't speak. After waiting for a long time, a very ugly man said, reporting to Heavenly King, the reason why the Misty School was destroyed is only known by the 3 sect leaders. The others are not clear. The survivors of the Misty School were all captured by the Chuanxiang cult. If we want to get information, we have to start with these people. But although we have direct subordinates in the Chuanxiang cult, but the Chuanxiang cult's protection array is very powerful. The news can't be spread out. Even if there is any clue, we won't know. What about the Misty School's Hu Yuni and the others? Aren't they in the Jianghu? Why can't we find any loopholes? This? Heavenly King, if I capture Hu Yuni, I may be able to find some clues. But wouldn't this be beating the grass and alerting the snake? If the Chuanxiang cult and the Daoist temple are prepared, I'm afraid it will be disadvantageous to Heavenly King's actions. There's nothing this or that. The Sakura was still unhappy. When my dragon god sect does things, how can there be so many taboos? Quickly do it, I want to know the reason. Chapter 974. The morning sun gushed out from the mountains in the east, waking up the birds in the forest. The continuous mountains, which looked like creeping monsters, gradually revealed their outlines. The faint mist dissipated, tearing apart the veil covering the small stream by the mountain. On the lush grass in the forest, the dewdrops were like tears, sparkling and translucent. A few nameless wildflowers, either yellow or red, had just bathed in the sunlight when they heard the sound of hurried horse hooves in the distance on a small path in the forest that was not very wide. When they got closer, they could see that one of them was a handsome white horse. On the horse was a woman in a light purple palace dress with a white veil covering her face. The other was a monster that looked like a donkey, but it wasn't one. On the monster was a slender young man with a slightly tender face. These two people were Zhang Xiaohua and Dream, who had been traveling for half a month. Zhang Xiaohua's face showed a little bit of wind and frost. Dream looked at her and said with concern, "Xiaohua, why are you in such a hurry? According to the map of the hierarch, we should reach the Daoist temple in a few miles. We can get there at noon. Look at you, you've been traveling for a long time and you look haggard." Zhang Xiaohua chuckled and said, "In Jianghu, of course we have to eat and sleep in the open. We're quite relaxed. Besides, I'm not as tired as you said." "Not tired?" Dream curled her lips and said, "I used to think about how free it was to travel in Jianghu, but now that I'm in Jianghu, I know how dangerous it is. Not to mention those strong people who rob us, there are also many thieves who secretly covet our belongings. If you didn't have some experience in Jianghu, I'm afraid we don't know when we'll get there." Senior sister Chunchen has always been thinking about traveling in Jianghu. I think even if she comes, she may not be able to get any advantage. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "That's right. Traveling in Jianghu is not just about martial arts. Vision, experience, and so on are all very important. Chen Chen will certainly be at a disadvantage at first, but it may not be the same in the future. Of course, if you go out with them as an emissary, right now, put on your palace robe and veil. Anyone with a discerning eye will know that you are an inner disciple of the fragrant cult. Who would dare to have any ideas about you?" That's right. Now that I think about it, having a powerful sect is such a fortunate thing. Well, you have everything you want now. You'd better hurry up and send the invitation to the Daoist temple. Now that I've been out for more than a month, I wonder how things are at Dianqi Lake? Senior Sister Peacock and Senior Sister Yin have both come out. There are also many disciples who have gone to other sections. I'm sure that the matter of me spreading the incense order has already caused a stir in the martial world? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. The day before yesterday, in the restaurant by the river, I heard the men who were escorting people talk about some anecdotes of the Jianghu. The matters of Rejuvenation Valley were all mentioned, but there was no mention of the incense cult. I'm afraid, then why did you make me wear this palace dress and veil? Meng rebuked. Zhang Xiaohua thought about it and said, "Perhaps the hierarch has a good plan? He wants us to leave at different times but arrive at our destination at the same time? Isn't that so?" Meng was startled. "I was wondering why the two of us were allowed to leave first. According to the rules, Senior Sister Peacock should be the first to leave." As the two of them chatted, they walked up the mountain ridge. From the top of the mountain ridge, they could see that there were temples with green tiles and red walls. All of a sudden, the melodious sound of a bell rang out, causing one to feel refreshed. What a place! The green tiles glowed brightly under the sunlight, and the green forest around the temple exuded a rich vitality. Zhang Xiaohua could faintly see the incense burning in the temple, and he could not help but exclaim in admiration when he noticed a refined atmosphere that was different from that of the incense cult. Isn't that so? This temple is so vast and majestic. It's worthy of being called an immortal sect. It's not inferior to my incense order. I wonder what the other Tenryu sect is like? Who knows? However, the Tenryu sect is known as the #1 sect in the world. It should be more majestic than the Daoist temple and the incense order. Isn't that easy? Let's go back and ask Senior Sister Peacock. As the two of them spoke, they descended the mountain ridge and rode their horses towards the temple. Looking from afar, they didn't feel anything. When they got closer, they saw that there were people coming and going in front of the temple. There were many people offering incense and praying. Zhang Xiaohua was riding a David's deer, and he was wearing a palace dress. He was very different from the others. Before he reached the door of the temple, he attracted the attention of many people. Everyone was pointing at him in surprise. "Xiaohua, something isn't right." Meng looked at the crowd in front of the temple and said, "Didn't the hierarch say that women are forbidden from entering? The Daoist temple forbids women from entering. That's why they sent you here. But, look, There are many women carrying incense and candles in. Is that so? Zhang Xiaohua was startled. He looked carefully and said, "That's right. The plaque above the temple also says Daoist Temple." Zhang Xiaohua muttered in his heart. He didn't dare to release his divine sense. The Daoist Temple was a colossus on par with the incense order. Moreover, the immortal who saved Rejuvenation Valley was in the limelight. If he released his divine sense, not only would the Daoist Temple know, but the incense order would also know. Then, there would be a reasonable explanation for all the inexplicable matters. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua jumped off his deer and walked towards an old man. He bowed and said, "Sir, may I ask if this is the Daoist Temple?" "Young man, don't you know how to read?" The old man smiled and pointed at the words on the plaque. "If the young don't work hard, the old will be sad. You should study hard and learn how to read." Zhang Xiaohua was sweating profusely. However, he still cared for the elderly and said respectfully, "This one has already seen it. I just want to ask if this is the only Daoist temple in this area?" The old man slammed his walking stick on the ground and said angrily, "Young man, are you here to offer incense? There is only one Daoist temple in this area. How can there be another Daoist temple?" "Hehe, please forgive me. This one is here to fulfill a wish for others. If I enter the wrong temple, won't I be ridiculed by Buddha? Go in, go in." The old man waved his hand. "This is the only Daoist temple in this world. It can't be wrong. But I heard that the Daoist temple doesn't allow women to enter. Is this true?" "It's all a rumor. Open your eyes and see for yourself. Out of the 10 people who come to the Daoist temple, 70% are women. If women are not allowed to enter, how can the Daoist temple prosper? Don't worry, old man. This one has one last thing to ask. May I ask who is the current abbot of the Daoist temple? Is it still Master Chongqing?" "Master Chongqing?" The old man was obviously stunned. Although this Buddhist name sounds nice, the abbot of the Daoist temple is a good friend of mine in my early years. His Buddhist name is Wu Ho, not Chongqing. "Thank you for your explanation." Zhang Xiaohua returned after bowing. She frowned and said, "It's just as you said. This temple is strange and the abbot has been changed to Wu Ho. Did something unexpected happen to the Daoist temple in this month? Then, since women are allowed to enter, how about I follow you inside and take a look?" Zhang Xiaohua had no objections. The two of them entered the Daoist temple hand in hand. Inside the Daoist temple was an extremely spacious and empty space. It was several times bigger than the square of the Lotus Escort Agency in Pingyang City. Unlike the Lotus Escort Agency, there were many pilgrims gathered in the square. All of them were holding lit incense sticks in their hands. Huge incense burners were placed in pairs in the 4 corners of the square. These incense burners were open and many pilgrims lit the incense sticks in their hands. They placed them in the burners and then walked to the back of the main hall in 2s and 3s. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng didn't hold any incense sticks. They just followed behind and watched with interest. After passing the main hall, there was another square. Beside each incense burner in the square stood a handsome young monk who wasn't very tall. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng came in front of a monk and bowed. "Little master, there's something I need your help with." The monk put his palms together and said with a smile, "Benefactor, you're too polite. What's the matter?" "Well, this senior and I came from the incense cult. We're here to pay our respects to the Daoist temple's Abbot Chongqing." "Abbot Chongqing?" The young monk was stunned and asked curiously, "Little benefactor, are you mistaken? I've been here for 3 years. I only know that the abbot of the Daoist temple is Master Wun. I've never heard of Chongqing." Zhang Xiaohua asked again, "What about the great Master Chonggung and Master Chongqing?" "I've never heard of them." The monk shook his head. "Then, does the Daoist temple have any little monks called Yuan Lai or Yuan Kong?" "No." The monk shook his head. "I'm afraid you're mistaken." "Oh yes, does the Daoist temple have a commandment hall and arhat hall?" "Ha, little benefactor, don't make fun of me. The Daoist temple is only this big. Why would there be so many things to pay attention to? What commandment hall and arhat hall?" If you want to burn incense and make a vow, please buy some incense and candles and burn them in the Great Strength Hall. Zhang Xiaohua was discouraged. Suddenly, she was stunned and smiled. How big did you say the Daoist temple is? Little benefactor, don't make fun of me. Isn't the Daoist temple only this big? Do you think that the entire mountain is the Daoist temple? Ah, Zhang Xiaohua laughed. Yes, that's what I thought. However, after listening to Little Master's words, I know. I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong either. We're both right. After saying that, she cupped her hands and turned to leave. The young monk was left behind. He looked at the smiling Zhang Xiaohua and thought to himself, what is this little benefactor thinking? Are you looking for someone to identify Changji? After pulling Meng Qi out of the Daoist temple, Meng Qi asked, why did you come out? What did you say to that little monk? I don't think I understand. Ha, it's nothing. I just know that this Daoist temple is not the Daoist temple, and this Daoist temple is the Daoist temple. Chapter 975. Meng was stunned and asked curiously, what do you mean by this Daoist temple? What do you mean by that Daoist temple? Why am I getting more and more confused? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said mysteriously, come with me. After saying that, Zhang Xiaohua pulled Dream's hand. The two of them led their horses past the entrance of the Daoist temple. They followed the mountain path up the mountain and headed to the back of the mountain. Behind the mountain was a dense forest. From time to time, they could hear the chirping of birds. As the two of them walked through the forest, a sense of serenity filled their hearts. Meng glanced sideways at Zhang Xiaohua. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was also smiling at her. Meng pursed her lips and smiled. She leaned her head sideways on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. Zhang Xiaohua reached out and wrapped his arm around Meng's waist. The two of them leaned against each other as they strolled along the mountain path. Warm times were always short. Just when Zhang Xiaohua and Meng were hoping that they would walk on this path forever, they arrived at a mountain spring. Are you thirsty? Zhang Xiaohua whispered into Meng's ear. No, don't talk. I just want to hear your heartbeat. Zhang Xiaohua laughed, but before he could finish laughing, he raised his eyebrows and looked towards the mountain path in the distance. Meng Shu's eyes were slightly closed, but when Zhang Xiaohua looked up, she opened her eyes as well. At the end of the mountain path in the distance, a group of bald monks ran over. They looked to be in their teens. This group of monks was strange. They were using the qin gong that was commonly seen in the Jianghu. But when they were using it, their arms were spread open, and each of their hands was holding a huge bucket that was about the same height as them. The bottom of the bucket was also different from usual. It was pointed. The monks rushed towards Zhang Xiaohua and company, but they did not even look at them. They walked straight to the mountain spring and each of them threw the buckets in their hands into the mountain spring. They filled 2 buckets with water and just like before, they stretched out their arms and grabbed the 2 buckets in their hands. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng were shocked. The buckets were quite big and the water must have weighed more than 100 jin. These monks were only in their teens and they were holding the buckets at shoulder height. How could they do it with less than 100 jin of strength? Zhang Xiaohua and Meng looked at each other in surprise. These monks were the lowest disciples of the Daoist temple. Fetching water must be part of their daily routine. As the saying goes, looking at a leopard through a tube. Just by looking at the monks' skills, they knew how rich the Daoist temple was. Little master, is the Daoist temple in front? Meng Qi asked the last monk hurriedly. However, the monk only looked at them from the corner of his eyes and ignored them. He carried the buckets with both hands and turned a corner. This little monk is really ignorant. Meng Qi said softly. The little monk seemed to have heard Meng Qi's words and his ears moved slightly. However, at this moment, perhaps because he was distracted or because the spring was slippery, the little monk slipped and fell into the spring. However, even so, the small monk still held onto the 2 buckets tightly. Because of this, the 2 buckets weighed over 100 jin. The small monk was unable to adjust his balance and fell into the mountain spring. At this moment, it was already too late for him to let go of the buckets. Seeing that the little monk was about to fall into the spring, Meng Qi cried out. She moved slightly and wanted to save him. However, before she could finish her cry, She saw Zhang Xiaohua's familiar figure. She floated towards the little monk like a wisp of smoke. The little monk didn't notice, and a hand grabbed him by the back of his neck. He was pulled up from the spring and his body floated back to the top of the mountain. The two buckets in the monk's hands were like feathers. Zhang Xiaohua's actions were very fast. When the little monks heard Meng Qi's cry and turned around, Zhang Xiaohua had already landed with the little monk. The little monk was stunned for a moment before a smile appeared on his face. He wanted to thank Zhang Xiaohua with his palms together, but when he saw the buckets in his hands, he nodded apologetically at Zhang Xiaohua. He then looked at the group of little monks and raised his right eyebrow. Without saying a word, he stood up and chased after the little monk. This little monk? Why didn't he say thank you? Meng Qi said unhappily, although I didn't save his life, I didn't let him become a drowned rat. Zhang Xiaohua knew that Meng Qi was still wary of the Daoist temple. She complained with a smile, didn't you see that these little monks didn't say a word? Even when the little monk was about to fall into the water, he didn't say a word. Also, look at the sharp bottom of the buckets. It seemed like they weren't allowed to stop. Hee, didn't you see the little monk winking at us? Wasn't he trying to tell us to follow him? Meng Qi pursed her lips and smiled. Then she smacked her lips and said, Xiaohua, hee, your qin gong isn't good. Compared to senior sister Qianxia, you have to work hard to cultivate your nigong in the future. Sai, the Jianghu is so dangerous. I still need you to protect me. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She felt wronged and explained, Meng Qi, I can compete with anyone. Why do I have to compete with senior sister Qin? She is a direct disciple of the inner gate. Now she is a successor disciple. It is said that if there is no accident, she will be in the position of Nun Jinggang. How can I compete with her? Hee, then compete with senior sister Kong? Compare with Yuan? Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. She could only pat her chest and said, I know. They are all examples that I have to follow. The hierarch has given me the Nigong Heart Sutra. After I practice well, I will ask you to teach me the peerless qin gong of the incense cult. Shu, Meng Qi stretched out a finger and put it in front of Zhang Xiaohua's mouth to stop him from speaking. She smiled and said, Don't ask me to teach you. My qin gong is not as good as yours. If you learn from me, I don't know how I will harm you. She then looked at the little monk who was gradually getting further away. She rolled her eyes and said, Why don't you learn from this group of little monks? They are doing this to train their arm strength and also to practice their qin gong. Zhang Xiaohua pinched her chin and said, That is very reasonable. The qin gong of the incense cult is very coy. It is obvious that it is practiced by women. It is better to learn from the Daoist temple. There is always some masculine energy. Pei, Meng Qi spat, if I do that, won't I be chased by senior sister Qin for thousands of miles? She then looked in front and smiled, Let's go. If we don't go now, that group of little monks will be far away. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Meng Qi and smiled sweetly. The two of them quickened their pace and chased after the group of little monks. Although the little monk was young, he walked very fast. It was obvious that he often practiced here. When Zhang Xiaohua passed through a call, there were 3 forks in the road. The 3 paths were exactly the same, and there was no difference. The group of little monks had long disappeared. Xiaohua looked. Meng Qi frowned at first, but then she smiled at the middle path and said, You are not helping people for nothing. You will receive a reward in just a moment. Zhang Xiaohua looked carefully. Indeed, there were some water stains on the side of the road. Hee, this little monk is interesting. Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and said, He didn't ask us why we came to the Daoist temple. He just pointed the way. Hee, what do you want? Do whatever you want. Do you think the Daoist temple is afraid of you? Don't think too highly of yourself. Meng Qi sneered. That is true. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Lord Hierarch made me a guardian disciple, but he didn't ask me which sect I came from. Isn't that the reason? Well, let's go. Meng Qi pulled Zhang Xiaohua's hand and the two of them walked on the middle path. Although there was a horse, Meng Qi still liked to hold his lover's hand like this. Step by step, It seemed that only by doing so could he feel at ease. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, the mountain path gradually leveled out and widened. There was also a piece of bluestone paving the path. Not far away on the left side of the mountain, there was a smooth platform chiseled out. On the platform was a small triangular pavilion. At this time, a tall monk with a shiny head was standing on top of it, holding a crescent moon shovel. When the monk heard the sound of horse hooves and saw Zhang Xiaohua and Meng Qi, he frowned slightly. He didn't get down and shouted loudly, "Two young benefactors, in front of you is a forbidden area of Buddhism. You can't go forward. Please go somewhere else to play." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he also shouted, "Master, I would like to ask if this is the location of the famous Daoist temple in the pugilistic world." When the monk heard, he was immediately alert. He jumped down from the platform and landed on the stone wall. Using the 8 steps overtaking cicada, he came to Zhang Xiaohua. "Benefactors, why do you want to know about the Daoist temple? Are you here because of its reputation? Or do you want to become famous?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked curiously, "If you want to become famous, why do you want to come to the Daoist temple?" "He, young benefactor, a straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. Who in Jianghu doesn't know that our Daoist temple is the most merciful? Most people who come to the Daoist temple to challenge us are welcomed with kindness and no harm. If you are lucky and can defeat one, when you return to Jianghu, you can say that you defeated a monk from the Daoist temple. Then, won't your reputation spread? If you are defeated, it doesn't matter. After eating, wipe your mouth and go back. Come back in 2 days." Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood and smiled. "Master, you misunderstood. We are not the people you are talking about. If it's not me, then why are you here? This is not a place for ordinary people." The monk didn't wait for Zhang Xiaohua to finish and interrupted. Zhang Xiaohua bitterly smiled and pointed at Meng. Then, "Great monk, look at my senior sister's dress. Don't tell me you don't know our origin? What's so strange about this outfit?" When the monk heard this, he waved his hand and said, "This poor monk has been patrolling this area for a few years now. Every day, there would be women disguised as disciples of the incense cult coming here, but which one of them is real? Don't you dare try to pass me off as genuine." "Ah?" Not to mention Zhang Xiaohua, even Meng was shocked. They never thought that someone would pretend to be a disciple of the fragrant religion. Chapter 976. Is it strange? The monk laughed. "Don't you think your trick is very good? Is it something that others can't think of? There are many smart people in this world. Your trick is already outdated." "Well, I have been talking for a long time. Please turn back." Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said, "May I ask this monk, is the abbot of the Daoist temple an elder?" "Of course." The monk said proudly. "Since you know it's an elder, do you still want to be lucky? Then it's easy." Zhang Xiaohua turned around and looked at Meng. Meng came forward and said seriously, "I am Xia, a disciple of the Shirtai of the Incense Order. I am here with my sect's guardian disciple, Ren Xiaoyao. We are here on the orders of our sect's leader to visit the elder. We have something important to announce. Please send the signal to the temple." When the monk heard this, he was not in awe. Instead, he held his stomach and laughed. After a while, he held back his laughter and pointed at Zhang Xiaohua. "He is a guardian disciple? You should have a limit to your tricks. How can he be a guardian disciple? Moreover, don't think that I am just a patrol. I also know that the incense order can only enter the Jianghu in 2 years. You are here now. How can it be, When the monk finished laughing, he saw that Zhang Xiaohua was expressionless and looked at him coldly. She sneered and said, "You can go back. I see that you are just juniors who have just entered the Jianghu. I will not pursue your crime of trespassing into the Daoist temple for the time being." "How can I make you believe me?" Meng asked. She then took out her waist token and threw it to the monk. "This is my waist token. It can be considered a token of the incense order. Check it." The monk borrowed it and looked at it carefully. However, his face was blank. He threw the token back and shook his head. I'm just a patroller. When have I ever seen a token from the incense cult? Even if this thing of yours is fake, I wouldn't know. How can you believe me? Meng Qi said anxiously. I don't know. I only know that the incense cult will only have someone appear the year after next, especially a so-called inner disciple like you. You. Meng Qi was speechless. Master, why don't you take this waste token to the temple and look for Elder Chang'e or directly report to the elders? Wouldn't you be able to find out the truth? Zhang Xiaohua suppressed her temper and suggested. How can that be? The monk shook his head and said, in my early years, I also fell for the same trick and was even whipped a few times by the commandment courtyard. How can I fall for it again? Seeing the monk's repeated refusal, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but get angry. She sneered and said, then according to the great monk, how can you deliver this token to the temple? How can we meet the elders? The great monk heard and sneered, not to mention that you are fake and just want to make a name for yourself. Even if you are real disciples of the incense cult, since you are in our Daoist temple, you have to follow the rules of our Daoist temple. Then he looked at the sky and said, at this time, I am the only one on duty. I can't leave my post without permission. You all should wait here. When someone comes to take over the duty, I will bring your so-called waste token to the temple. But great monk, can you please tell me how long it will be until the next shift? Meng Qi sighed and asked. It's not long, not long. It's only 6 hours. 6 hours? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, after 6 hours, the sun will be setting in the west. The monk had a look of, you just know. Haha, Zhang Xiaohua looked up and laughed. As the saying goes, it is easy to see the king of hell, but difficult to deal with the little ghosts. It is indeed so. Then she looked at Meng Qi and smiled, I now know why the hierarch sent me here. As she spoke, she reached out and took the great wisdom sword from Huan's back. She jumped up and said while in the air, do you want me to break into the Daoist temple? Before he finished speaking, the great wisdom heavy sword had already struck towards the big monk's face. The great monk had been talking for a long time and was already alert of the two's movements. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua make a move, he was happy and shouted, you finally revealed your foxtail. As he spoke, the crescent moon spade also waved. The egg-sized stick met Zhang Xiaohua's heavy sword. It seemed like he wanted to knock Zhang Xiaohua's heavy sword away. Clang! A loud sound rang out as the heavy sword clashed with the crescent moon spade. The monk felt a ringing in his ears as his hands trembled violently. The webbing between his thumb and forefinger was immediately ruptured and fresh blood flowed out. His feet also felt the ground tighten as he forcefully sunk half an inch into the limestone floor. Looking at the crescent moon spade in his hand, the great monk was embarrassed and angry. He glared at Zhang Xiaohua and said, you really came to break the gate. After speaking, he did not wait for Zhang Xiaohua to speak. He took out an item from his chest and threw it into the air. The item exploded in the air and a small red signal appeared in the air. If you are a man, don't run away. Don't you want to be famous? I will make you famous. The great monk said fiercely. Zhang Xiaohua looked at his series of actions and did not say anything. She only snorted from her nose. In a short moment, 4 or 5 monks of the same size ran out from the mountain path. The one in front shouted from afar, Junior Yuan Meng, is there someone breaking the gate? Why can't you stop them? However, when the 5 monks saw Zhang Xiaohua and Meng, they couldn't help but be surprised. After standing in a triangular formation, they frowned and said, Yuan Meng, are these the people who want to break through the gate? Yes, Senior Yuan Meng looked. Yuan Meng handed over the crescent moon spade in his hand and said, this guy is quite strong. He even smashed my crescent moon spade into this state. When the great monk saw this, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua's thin figure and said in disbelief, This is really done by him? Senior Yuan Meng, if it is not him, who else can it be? Yuan Meng said anxiously. Good guts. The monk laughed and said, our Daoist temple has always been good at external martial arts. You actually dared to bend Junior Yuan Meng's crescent moon spade. Didn't you want us to see your strength? Using this to slap our Daoist temple's face? Since that is the case, Junior Yuan Meng, let us attack together and take down this little nephew who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. We will also let him know that our Daoist temple's external martial arts are the best in the world. Yes. When the other four heard this, they immediately spread out and surrounded Zhang Xiaohua and Meng. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she was too lazy to explain and said with a smile, "Since your Daoist temple wants to make a fool of yourself, why shouldn't I help you?" As she said this, she used the ethereal steps and waved the great wisdom sword in her hand, chopping towards the enemy. In this 1 month's time from Wuri City to the Daoist temple, Zhang Xiaohua, in addition to daily practice, focused her energy on the Sword of the Heavens and the Heaven Startling Stick. Although the Sword of the Heavens did not make much progress, the Heaven Startling Stick had made great progress. Otherwise, how could she force Yuan Meng to the brink of death? Since Yuan Meng could not withstand it, his senior brothers naturally could not either. Zhang Xiaohua's ethereal steps was incomparably miraculous. In just a few moves, the weapons in the hands of the 5 monks were bent. Their palms were cracked and their arms were numb. The great monk who came later threw his weapon on the ground and said in amazement, "Benefactor, which sect are you from? With such divine strength, you are exactly the kind of person our Daoist temple is looking for. If you join our Daoist temple, your future will be limitless." "Are you kidding me?" Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, "I am Ren Xiaoyao, a guardian disciple of the fragrant religion. Why would I join your Daoist temple? Our Daoist temple is a super sect in Jianghu. How can the fragrant religion compare to us?" The great monk had just finished speaking when he suddenly realized, "What? The fragrant religion? You said the fragrant religion?" At this time, his gaze fell on Zhang Xiaohua's back in Meng's dress. He said in disbelief, You are really disciples of the fragrant religion?" "Of course we are disciples of the fragrant religion. We wouldn't dare to impersonate you." Why didn't you say so earlier?" The great monk said anxiously, "Do you have any proof?" Meng handed the waist token to him and said, "We have already told this great monk." The monk took the waist token and glared at Yuan Meng. He also looked at it carefully and said with a bitter smile, "This poor monk is not talented and cannot distinguish this waist token. What? Do you want Ren to join the Daoist temple?" Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. No, this poor monk will immediately send this waist token to the temple. Naturally, the elders of our sect will check it." The monk turned to someone and said, "Junior, please go and send this waist token to Martial Uncle Changgung. He has dealt with the fragrant religion before, so he should know." The monk took the waist token and ran away. "Please wait for a moment." The great monk put his hands together and said, "There will be news from the temple soon." "I don't dare. Thank you for your trouble, great monk." "Great monk?" The monk was shocked and waved his hand. "This poor monk is Yuan Hai. Benefactor's martial arts are high, so please call me Yuan Hai. I don't dare to call you great monk." "All right. Are you and this lady really disciples of the fragrant religion? This lady looks like she is an inner disciple. Could it be that he didn't return to the incense order and has always been in Jianghu?" When Zhang Xiaohua saw the monk's amiable attitude, she also said, "Of course we are disciples of the fragrant religion. As for why we are not spreading the incense cult, but instead suddenly appearing in the vicinity of the Daoist temple, when this humble one meets the elder, everything will naturally be revealed." Just as they were talking, they suddenly heard a slight movement. Several people were running towards them. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were sharp and she had already seen the monk who took the dream waist token. He was hiding behind this group of people. Chapter 977. At the front of this group of monks was a small monk who was not very tall. His body was slightly thin, and his face was somewhat young. He looked like he was only 13 or 14 years old. Although he looked young, he had an arrogant look on his face. The dozen monks beside him followed behind him respectfully. Without waiting for the monk to come closer, Yuan Hai saw him and immediately left Zhang Xiaohua behind. He quickly stepped forward, put his palms together and said with a smile, "I was wondering who it was. So it's Martial Uncle Kong Jian. How come you have time to come to the mountain gate?" The monk did not return the greeting and only nodded with a smile. Are you the junior nephew on duty today?" "Uncle Master, my name is Yuan Hai. I'm not on duty today. I was practicing Arhat Fist with the other junior brothers in front of the mountain gate when I saw junior brother Yuan Meng's signal." Without waiting for Yuan Hai to finish, Kong Jian waved his hand and said, "You don't have to say any more. I'm only asking if you're on duty today. I saw the signal too. What happened?" Zhang Xiaohua looked on coldly without any expression on his face. The disciple who took the dream waste token was behind monk Yuan Kong. He must have been stopped by this monk. How could he not know what was going on here? Now that he asked, he was obviously trying to embarrass her. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua did not answer. Sure enough, Yuan Hai looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said to Yuan Hai, "Junior brother Yuan Meng, tell Uncle Master Kong Jian what happened here again." "Yes," Yuan Meng answered respectfully. He walked up to Kong Jian and recounted what had happened just now in full detail. Kong Jian smiled and looked at Zhang Xiaohua. He said, "Spreading incense cult? I've only heard of the inner disciples of spreading incense cult. I've never heard of a guardian disciple." The monks at the side roared with laughter. "Ha, in this pugilistic world, only the Daoist temple has a guardian disciple. Even the Tenryu sect doesn't have one. Since when did spreading incense cult have a guardian disciple? Do you still need to say it? They must be impersonating the aroma cult. How dare they provoke our Daoist temple?" Zhang Xiaohua had a light smile on her face. She cupped her hands and said, "I am indeed the protector disciple of the incense cult. Behind me is also the inner disciple of the incense cult's Mo Sun Gong. If little monk does not believe me, you can send your waste token to the temple and ask Great Master Chang Gong to verify it. Why are you being noisy here?" The word little monk caused Kong Jian's expression to change slightly. The other monks also scolded, "You disciple of unknown origins, this is our Daoist temple's guardian disciple, Uncle Kong Jian. How can you call him little monk?" "Guardian disciple?" Zhang Xiaohua stared blankly for a moment before she laughed and said, "Haha, I was wondering how it was. It turns out that this is also a guardian disciple. However, I am a messenger sent by the incense cult to the Daoist temple. I do not have any seniority with your Daoist temple. This monk is quite young. If I don't call him little monk, what else can I call him? Even if I am also a guardian disciple, I am protecting the teachings of the incense cult. What does it have to do with your Daoist temple?" Kong Jian was furious. He pointed his finger and said, "Which guardian disciple are you? How dare you behave so atrociously in front of our Daoist temple? I am a guardian disciple of the Daoist temple. I am here to slay demons and uphold Buddhism's righteousness. Who's afraid of you?" Zhang Xiaohua also laughed. At this moment, he had a vague feeling that the reason why Abbess Jing Yi sent him, a guardian disciple, to the Daoist temple was not as simple as there being no one else to send. "Bring me my weapon." Kong Jian waved his hand. The monks behind him responded and ran back. In just a moment there were more than 10 of them. They split into 2 groups and carried 2 huge bronze hammers. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was also slightly stunned. The battles in the Jianghu were all about speed and killing. Who would use such a heavy copper hammer? This thing could only be seen in the battle between 2 armies. Seeing that the dozen people were moving slowly, Kong Jian became impatient. He ran over and easily took the bronze hammers. He walked towards Zhang Xiaohua and waved the hammers in his hands. He shouted, "You little brat, tell me your name." Zhang Xiaohua jumped down from Huanwan's back and held the great wisdom sword in his hand. He walked forward and said, "This one is Ren Xiaoyao. I have already reported it. Could it be that this little monk has a bad memory?" Kong Jian snorted and said, "Ren Xiaoyao, I advise you to tell us your origin honestly. What are you doing in our Daoist temple?" Zhang Xiaohua curled his lips. "You little monk, I've already explained the reason clearly. I didn't say anything else. If you want to fight, go ahead. Who's afraid of you? Ha, straightforward. Kong Jian laughed. Although you are pretending to be a disciple of the fragrant religion, I will still let you off a few moves. As he spoke, he waved his hammers again. Rin Xiaoyao, I will let you know that each of my hammers weighs 3,000 jin. A pair of hammers weighs 6,000 jin. If you know that you are not a match for me, you should tell us your origin as soon as possible. Kong Jian insisted that Zhang Xiaohua was not a disciple of the fragrant religion. It was obvious that he wanted to teach him a lesson. Zhang Xiaohua did not hold back. He waved his great wisdom sword and said, My sword is not lighter than your hammers. I do not know the exact weight. Ha! Kong Jian laughed. There is actually a brat who is more arrogant than me. You think that your sword is comparable to my hammers? This is the biggest joke in the world. Don't blow your mouth until it is crooked. Do the monks of the Daoist temple only know how to speak empty words? Zhang Xiaohua said coldly. Kong Jian's face was filled with anger. He smashed the two hammers in his hands together, creating a peng-peng sound that shook everyone's ears. Then, he leaped up and swung the hammer down with his left hand. His right hand didn't stop there either, and his left hand also swung the hammer down. Watch out for my hammers. Kong Jian shouted and swung his hammers down. Woo! A strange sound came from the bronze hammer in his left hand. The sound was very strange, and it was directed at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua felt a wave of confusion when he heard it. It was just like when Zhang Xiaohua rushed to Lingering Fragrance Peak and encountered Hu Ben's copper staff. Zhang Xiaohua used God's guidance to calm her mind. She thought to herself, these hammers are really something. Not only did the hammers have some skill, but Kong Jian's hammering technique was also very brilliant. The left hammer smashed towards Zhang Xiaohua's head. There was a faint intention of using strength to overcome skill. The right hammer followed closely behind. Its trajectory was ethereal. It was not real, but it was not real. It was just waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to respond before making the final move. Why would Zhang Xiaohua be afraid of him? Seeing that the left hammer had knocked her down, she did not panic. She only raised her great wisdom sword and swung it towards the hammer. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua's heavy sword was not aimed at his wrist or the hammer handle, Kong Jian was overjoyed. He was born with great strength and always liked to compete with others in terms of strength. When he heard that Zhang Xiaohua had bent Yuan Meng and the others' weapons, he was naturally pleasantly surprised. That was why he came over to find trouble with Zhang Xiaohua. However, he was afraid that Zhang Xiaohua would avoid him, so he tried to provoke him. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had fallen for his trick and used a stick to collide with his bronze hammer, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Good, then show me how strong you are. As he said that, the right hammer suddenly exerted force and caught up with the left hammer. The two hammers smashed towards Zhang Xiaohua's great wisdom sword. With a loud clang, the twin hammers smashed onto the great wisdom sword. However, there wasn't even a spark. Kong Jian's face was filled with astonishment. His hammers were blocked by Zhang Xiaohua's great wisdom sword and could not move an inch. It felt as if the two hammers had smashed onto a stone slab. However, even if it was a stone slab, it should have been broken. This. Kong Jian's eyes narrowed slightly and he laughed. You do have some skills. Otherwise, how would you dare to cause trouble in front of the Daoist temple? As he spoke, he did not hold back. He raised his twin hammers and used the hammer technique, smashing them down on Zhang Xiaohua. When Zhang Xiaohua saw Kong Jian's hammer technique, she was also happy. She did not need to learn sword and knife techniques. After all, she had the mysterious sword technique. However, the hammer technique was rare. Her heaven-shocking cudgel was still lacking. If she could learn something from the hammer technique of the Daoist temple, wouldn't it be perfect? How would Kong Jian know what Zhang Xiaohua was thinking? When he saw that Zhang Xiaohua was tired, he smiled and used the hammer technique. He wanted to knock Zhang Xiaohua to the ground with one hammer. In order to see Kong Jian's hammer technique, Zhang Xiaohua memorized it and deliberately showed weakness with her clumsy sword technique. Even so, Zhang Xiaohua's calm appearance made the surrounding disciples speechless. That's right, Senior Kong Jian is an unprecedented genius in the Daoist temple. He became a guardian disciple at such a young age. However, the strength of his arms, who in the entire Daoist temple can compare to him? Who is this Ren Xiaoyao? He is actually on par with junior uncle Kong Jian. Although their voices were soft, Kong Jian heard them clearly. He felt ashamed and his hammer was like raindrops that fell on Zhang Xiaohua's great wisdom sword. After a while, Kong Jian repeated his technique. Zhang Xiaohua silently went through the entire hammer technique in her heart. She then shouted, "Little monk, you are used to fighting. Now, let's see Ren's sword technique." After saying that, he pulled out his long sword, raised it horizontally in the air, and slashed at Kong Jian's body. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua did not have any technique and seemed to have no foundation, Kong Jian despised her. Even if it is a sword embryo, you can't possibly treat it as a pedao. However, when Zhang Xiaohua's great wisdom sword landed halfway, Kong Jian felt a trace of vigilance in his heart. He felt that the heavy sword technique was very exquisite. No matter what technique he used, he would be hit by the heavy sword. Therefore, he had originally used his left hammer to block, while his right hammer was used to hit Zhang Xiaohua's waist. He immediately withdrew his right hammer, stretched out his arms, and used all the strength in his body to knock outwards. Clang! Another loud sound rang out. This time, it was more dull than the previous few times. Kong Jian's arm felt sore and he felt as though he could not hold the 3,000 gene heavy hammer anymore. Chapter 978. Kong Jian felt his arm go numb and he almost lost his grip on the bronze hammer in his hand. He was shocked. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He immediately channeled his inner energy into his dantian and channeled it into the meridians in his hand. He forcefully stabilized the bronze hammer in his hand. Then, he clenched his teeth and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He exerted strength in his arms and forcefully shook the hammer outwards. However, at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to know that he was going to use force. She gently pulled out the great wisdom sword in her right hand. With a woo sound, Kong Jian's bronze hammer hit empty air. The bronze hammer could not hit anything and immediately flew out of his hand. Ah? Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had blocked his bronze hammer, Kong Jian was shocked. He was even more shocked when Zhang Xiaohua made his arm go numb with a single blow. Now, Kong Jian could only feel horror in his heart. To be able to block his bronze hammer, the sword embryo must weigh at least a few thousand pounds. It should be about the same weight as his bronze hammer. Even Kong Jian himself could not lift his bronze hammer so easily. How could he not be shocked when he saw Zhang Xiaohua easily pull out the heavy sword from his bronze hammer as if it was a piece of straw? However, when Kong Jian saw the hammer flying out of his hand and the shocked expressions of the surrounding disciples, he clenched his teeth and reached into his bosom to take out something. Right at this moment, a clear voice sounded, "Kong Jian, what are you doing?" The voice was not loud, as if the person who spoke was still far away. However, it was extremely clear, as if the person was speaking beside one's ear. When Kong Jian heard it, he immediately took out his empty hands from his robe and put his palms together. He said respectfully, "Greetings, Senior Kong Chan." Bang bang. Two muffled sounds were heard. Kong Jian's two bronze hammers fell to the ground. "Kong Jian, why aren't you training in the martial arts field? Why aren't you studying Buddhist scriptures in the meditation room? Why are you here at the mountain gate?" This sentence was different from the previous one. From the sound of it, it was already close. Zhang Xiaohua looked up and saw a monk in his 40s wearing a moon-white monk robe standing in the mountains not far away. He was looking at them expressionlessly. Reporting to senior brother, "I was originally practicing martial arts in the martial arts field, but when I saw the alarm signal in front of the mountain gate, I came to take a look. I didn't expect that someone would come to my Daoist temple to make trouble. Hee, senior brother Kong Chan, this person is very powerful. Look, my copper hammer was knocked down by him. It's exactly what senior brother wanted to do." Kong Jian reported with a smile, trying to show off his cleverness. Sure enough, senior brother Kong Chan shook his head slightly and ignored him. He turned his head and said, "This poor monk is Kong Chan of the Daoist temple. I wonder why benefactor is causing a disturbance in front of my Daoist temple?" After beating up the younger generation, the older generation came. After beating up the younger generation, the older generation came. Zhang Xiaohua was repeatedly delayed and was angry. She sneered and said, I am Ren Xiaoyao, a guardian disciple of the incense cult. I accompanied my senior sister Mo Nonggong Xia to the Daoist temple to deliver the invitation. You don't want us to meet you politely, but the disciples of your Daoist temple have repeatedly obstructed us. I really don't know which sect's rules are these. Do you want Ren to break into the Daoist temple and tear apart the harmony between the two sects? Incense cult? Guardian disciple? Kong Chan's face changed and he said angrily, Kong Jian, is what Ren Xiaoxia said true? Seeing his senior brother getting angry, Kong Jian stuck out his tongue and said in a low voice, that's what he said, but I've never heard of any protector disciple of the fragrant religion, and there's still more than a year before the disciples of the fragrant religion come out. They must be imposters. Kong Chan said angrily, since they met us politely, we of the Daoist temple have to respond with politeness. You are making trouble like this, aren't you losing face for the Daoist temple? Whether or not Ren Xiaoxia is a disciple of the incense cult, you are being rude. Go to the discipline hall and receive your punishment. Otherwise, I will report this matter to the abbot. Senior brother, please calm down. I will go to the discipline hall. Senior brother, please don't tell the abbot. Kong Jian was shocked and begged for mercy. He took the 2 bronze hammers and ran down the mountain path. Ren Xiaoxia, please forgive him. He is the youngest disciple of the Kong generation. He has always been naughty and mischievous, but he is intelligent and born with divine strength, so, if he is wrong, this poor monk will apologize on his behalf. Kong Chan said and bowed. Don't mention it. Zhang Xiaohua saw Kong Chan's humility and smiled. Young people are full of vigor. It is the nature of a young man. That's good, Kong Chan said with a smile. However, Ren Xiaoxia said that he is a disciple of the incense cult. This poor monk is also suspicious. So, please show me your token, Ren Xiaoxia. The martial uncle, Ren Xiaoxia's token is with me. The disciple who took the waist token slowly walked out of the crowd and raised the waist token. Ridiculous! Seeing that Ren Xiaoyao had indeed taken out the token, Kong Chan did not dare to be negligent. He jumped down from the mountain. The moon-white figure was like a goshawk pouncing on a rabbit. The momentum and posture were quite different from the incense cult's Qinggong. Unable to land on the ground, Kong Chan made a grabbing motion. The token flew out of the disciple's hand and landed in Kong Chan's hand. Dragon controlling hand. Several junior disciples exclaimed in a low voice, their eyes filled with envy. Kong Chan took the waist token in his hand and examined it carefully. He handed it back to the disciple and scolded. The disciple of the incense cult took out the waist token. Why didn't you send it to the temple earlier? Why are you still here watching the fun? Martial uncle, please calm down. It's martial uncle Kong Jian. Without waiting for the disciple to finish, Kong Chan waved his hand and said, don't talk nonsense. Quickly send it to the temple and present it to the abbot. Consider it as making up for your mistakes. The disciple did not dare to be negligent. He turned around and flew down. After that, Kong Chan smiled and said, the Daoist temple is as famous as your cult. However, unlike your cult, we have the great protective array that can protect us from the harassment of the common people of Jianghu. Every day, there are more than 1 or 2 people who come to our Daoist temple to become famous. Therefore, the patrolling disciples are really... I've neglected Ren Xiaoxia and Xixia. Miss. It's fine. In the dream, Zhang Xiaohua was blocked again and again. He was unhappy and said, although our incense cult has the great protective array, we still treat the disciples of other sects with respect. Kong Chan smiled bitterly and raised his hand to invite them. Your cult and my cult have been friends for thousands of years. It's not polite to say more. Please, Miss Xixia, Ren Xiaoxia, this poor monk will accompany you to the temple. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and the 2 of them followed Kong Chan down the mountain path. At the bottom of the mountain path was a very wide open space. At the end of the open space was an antique temple built against the mountain. The antique architecture, the ancient aura, and the faint smell of incense showed that the temple was not ordinary. In front of the temple, there were many monks dressed in different colors. They were either practicing spears and sticks, or practicing martial arts. Some of them were gathered together to discuss their experiences. It was a lively scene. When they reached the middle of the square, Zhang Xiaohua saw that on the plaque at the entrance of the temple, there were 3 ancient characters, Daoist Temple. Each stroke contained a different artistic conception. It was as majestic as the words on the archway of the misty mountain villa. A melodious bell sounded. The disciples practicing martial arts in front of the temple were surprised. At this time, the monks noticed Zhang Xiaohua and Dream in the middle of the square. They were puzzled and immediately packed up. Some walked quickly into the temple while others found a place to stand. Miss Zixia, Xianxia, this is the welcoming bell of the Daoist Temple. It is specially used to welcome guests. Dream's face was covered by a white veil and her expression could not be seen. However, Zhang Xiaohua's face was full of smiles. Kong Chan was one of the few second-generation disciples of the Daoist Temple and naturally knew about the cult of incense. When he saw Dream's waist token, he knew that she was the true messenger of the cult of incense. She came on the orders of the cult of incense. If the Daoist Temple stopped her for no reason, it would be a laughing stock. Therefore, he had to be patient and try to remedy the situation. Of course, at this time, he was muttering in his heart, how can a disciple of the cult of incense appear in Jianghu at this time? After more than 10 bells, the door of the Daoist Temple opened and a short old monk wearing a kasaya walked out. His beard and eyebrows were white and he was a little short. Behind him was another monk dressed in the same way but was much taller. Following the appearance of the 2 monks, there were other monks in different robes. They held wooden fish and other objects in their hands. It seemed like a very grand ceremony. When he saw the 2 old monks in front of him, a strange expression appeared on Zhang Xiaohua's face. He didn't know the one in front, but wasn't the one behind Daoist Temple's law enforcement elder, Master Chang'ing? Miss Zixia, Xianxia, in front of you is the law enforcement elder of the Daoist Temple's Arhat Hall, Great Master Chang'eng, and the law enforcement elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, Great Master Chang'eng. Please come and greet them. Kong Chan introduced and led the 2 of them to come forward. Without waiting for them to come closer, Zhang Xiaohua and Dream cupped their fists and bowed. Disciples of the fragrant cult, Zixia and Xiaoyao, greet Great Master Chang'eng and Great Master Chang'eng. When Great Master Chang'eng saw Zhang Xiaohua, he was slightly stunned. He felt that she looked familiar but he smiled and put his palms together to return the greeting. Great Master Chang'eng smiled and said, the fragrant cult has not been in the pugilistic world for a long time and we have not had the chance to meet Abbess Jing. How has she been in the past 5 years? Reporting to Great Master Chang'eng, our cult master is doing well. We are here to send an invitation to the Daoist Temple and invite the Daoist Temple to our Lingxiang Peak to participate in the martial arts convention. Dream raised her head and said, Next, Zhang Xiaohua stepped forward, took out the jade slip from his bosom, and handed it over. Martial arts convention? Are you going to Lingering Fragrance Peak to participate in the martial arts tournament? Master Changxing wasn't the only one who was surprised. Even the monks who heard this were shocked. However, before Master Changxing could ask, Zhang Xiaohua stepped forward. When Master Changxing saw that it was Zhang Xiaohua who handed over the jade slip instead of Zixia, he was stunned. He glanced at Zhang Xiaohua before turning to Great Master Chang'eng. He smiled and said, It seems that Abbess Jingyi is still brooding over what happened in the past. Chapter 979. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua handing over the jade slip, Master Changxing smiled at Great Master Chang'eng and said, I say, when did the fragrant school have a protector? So it turns out that Abbess Jingyi is still brooding over the past. Great Master Chang'eng snorted from his nose and said, It has been so many years, yet she still remembers it in her heart. It must have been hard on her. However, the protectors of my Daoist Temple are responsible for upholding Buddhism and protecting the Dharma. How could any random disciple compare to them? I wonder what kind of dharma this dharma protector of the aroma cult is protecting. Master Chang Xing smiled and said to Zhang Xiaohua, young benefactor's surname is Ren Xiaoxia, right? This old monk will call you Ren Xiaoxia. I wouldn't dare. My name is Ren Xiaoyao, please call me by my name. Ren Xiaoyao, when this jade slip was delivered, did Abbess Jingyi say anything? Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, His Excellency didn't say anything special. He only said that he wanted to personally deliver it to Master Chang Sheng. Not only did Master Chang Xing laugh, but Great Master Chang Geng also laughed, causing Zhang Xiaohua to be confused. Master Chang Xing finished laughing and said, young benefactor should know that outside of the fragrant school, the Tenryu sect, and now the righteous Dao alliance, even if the masters of the other sects come to visit, we only need to greet them. Our Daoist temple's abbot won't appear. These three sects, especially the fragrant school, the Tenryu sect, the Misty School, and the Shendao sect, are all great sects with immortal Dao inheritances. If the sect masters come to visit, our Daoist temple's abbot will naturally meet them. As for the other disciples, no matter which sect they are from or what their status is, only us old monks will greet them. The other sects are fine since male disciples are respected. Welcoming them into the temple and offering them tea can be considered our Daoist temple's hospitality as a host. However, your sect is an exception. For many years, only female disciples have come. According to our Daoist temple's rules, they can't enter the temple, so of course, they can't meet Master Chang Sheng. Therefore, your sect has a lot to say about this. Especially Abbess Jing. Speaking of which, there's still a past. Zhang Xiaohua slightly frowned after hearing this. Master Chang Xing saw this and thought that Zhang Xiaohua had other ideas, so he said, however, Abbess Jingyi naturally has her own ideas for sending you here. Although she didn't make it clear, your coming to the Daoist temple is equivalent to breaking the promise on behalf of Abbess Jing. If we don't let you know, it would be unfair to you. Our Daoist temple has always been merciful, so it's better to tell you so that you won't have any misgivings. As he spoke, he beckoned Kong Chan over and whispered a few words to her. Kong Chan had a strange expression on her face. She glanced sideways at Zhang Xiaohua, nodded slightly, and quickly entered the Daoist temple. Come, Benefactor Zixia, you can enter. Our temple will serve tea here, just like your sect master did back then. As he spoke, a group of monks placed the table and tea set under the big pine tree in the square. Master Chang Xing said, Ren Xiaoyao, come, take a seat first. Once this old monk tells you the reason and the temple is ready, you can go in and see Master Chang Sheng. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng were puzzled, but they still cupped their hands in thanks and sat down under the tree with Chang Geng and Chang Xing. The small clay pot was originally used to boil wine, but now it was used to boil tea. After Master Chang Xing personally brewed the tea, Zhang Xiaohua and Meng politely took the simple teacup and drank it. When the tea entered their mouths and teeth began to salivate. A trace of vitality also flowed into their throats, and they felt that their internal organs were incomparably comfortable. Good tea, Zhang Xiaohua praised. Although the tea brewed by the mountain spring of the Guizhuang house was delicious, the tea leaves were not as precious as those of the Daoist temple, so it was inferior. Young benefactor, you also know the way of tea? Master Chang Xing asked in surprise. Zhang Xiaohua chuckled and said, how would I know? I just felt that it was very thirsty. Oh, Master Chang Xing was quite disappointed. He poured another cup of tea for Zhang Xiaohua and said, tasting tea and preaching are my hobbies. I thought I had met a confidant. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Master, Zhang Xiaohua said. Young benefactor, you've been waiting for a long time. Let me clear up your doubts. Master Chang Xing drank the tea in his cup and said, actually, the reason is very simple. When Abbess Jingyi was still a direct disciple, she was already a direct disciple at that time. Once, she came to my Daoist temple as an emissary. At that time, Abbess Jingyi had just received her inheritance and was a little arrogant. She was very angry at the rule that women can't enter the Daoist temple, so she made a bet with my Daoist temple. If she could break into my Daoist temple, I would abolish this bad rule. Otherwise, she wouldn't be allowed to enter my Daoist temple for the rest of her life. This. Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat surprised and whispered, "Your Excellency, this bet is really interesting." Master Changxing also laughed and said, "This old man was also one of the disciples present that day. When I heard about this bet, I also had the same thought. Abbess Jing Yi is a woman, so of course she wouldn't be allowed to enter the Daoist temple for the rest of her life. She used this matter as a wager. Regardless of whether she wins or loses, she won't lose anything. On the other hand, if my Daoist temple loses, it will be a great loss of face. In fact, your sect's previous leader didn't allow Abbess Jing Yi to enter the temple. He only allowed her to pass an important message, but I don't know why she did it on a whim. Moreover, my Daoist temple's previous leader was very magnanimous and immediately agreed. As long as Abbess Jing can pass the 3 trials set by my disciples and enter the temple, my Daoist temple will abolish this rule." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He couldn't understand why the Daoist temple's previous leader was so certain that Abbess Jing Yi couldn't pass the 3 trials set by the Daoist temple's disciples. Of course, since the Daoist temple still had this rule, it was likely that Abbess Jing didn't succeed that year. Could it be? Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat as he faintly sensed something. Master Changxing continued, "Of course, back then, although Abbess Jing Yi's martial arts were excellent and she easily passed the first 2 tests of my guardian disciple, the 3rd test was a formation. Inside this formation, Abbess Jing Yi couldn't beat it no matter what. Therefore, when she came out of the formation, Abbess Jing Yi said that when she had the chance, she would definitely send a disciple to my temple to fulfill her unfulfilled wish. Of course, my Daoist temple's previous leader said that this bet was biased towards Abbess Jing. If it was someone else who came to break the formation, it naturally wouldn't count. Perhaps Abbess Jing Yi knew that she was in the wrong, so she didn't say anything and left. This matter happened many years ago. If it wasn't for young benefactor claiming to be a disciple of the incense cult's protector and wanting to personally give the jade slip to leader Changxing, this old monk might not have remembered this matter." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said with a smile, "Before this disciple came, His Excellency didn't say anything. I reckon he didn't want to break the rules of your honorable temple. He just wanted this disciple to see the power of your honorable temple's protector so that this disciple can also be a competent protector. This old monk understands what Abbess Jing Yi means, but..." Master Changxing frowned. Young benefactor is quite young, which makes things difficult for this old monk. Our Daoist temple has a lot of disciples who are protectors, but young benefactor's age means that their martial arts skills are greatly reduced. If I were to fight someone with profound martial arts skills, it would seem like I'm bullying young benefactor. Seeing that Master Changxing was in a difficult position, Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood Abbess Jing Yi's expression at that time. He didn't say anything and just picked up the teacup to taste the tea. Although Master Changxing said he was in a difficult position, how could his face show that? He was also smiling as he drank the tea. Great Master Changgung looked at Master Changxing and asked, "Ren Xiaoxia, this old monk thinks you look familiar. Could it be that this old monk has seen Xiaoxia in Jianghu before?" Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't show it on his face. He smiled and said, "This young one has long admired the reputation of the Daoist temple's law enforcement elder, but I've never had the chance to meet him. Could it be that Great Master has seen this young one somewhere before?" Great Master Changgung pondered for a moment and said, "This old monk saw a person who looked quite similar to Ren Xiaoxia in the Misty School several years ago." "There was such a thing?" Zhang Xiaohua said in surprise. "Isn't the Misty School now part of my incense cult's Misty Hall? Why haven't I heard of it before?" Great Master Changgung shook his head and said, "This old monk has forgotten that young man's name, but he doesn't seem to be a disciple of the Misty School. He should be a disciple of some Huanxi manor. However, that young man from a few years ago looked almost exactly the same. If you can see him, that's impossible. Even if you find that young man, it's impossible for him to look the same as a few years ago. Alas, time makes people grow old, and the new generation replaces the old in Jianghu. The ignorant young man from back then is now full of vicissitudes of life. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, but his face was full of longing as he said, "The ancients often say, an old steed crouches in the stable with 1,000 miles of ambition. Great Master Changgung and Master Changxing, although old, are our role models." You flatter me, you flatter me." Great Master Changgung smiled and waved his hand. Then he asked, "By the way, Xiaoxia, just now you said that you came to my Dalan Temple to invite my Dalan Temple to Lingxiang Peak to participate in the martial arts circle convention. Did this old monk hear wrongly? It should be 1 year later." As expected, the older you get. If it were me, I would have asked in detail from the beginning. Zhang Xiaohua thought in his heart, but he cupped his hands and said, "Great Master Changgung didn't hear wrongly. It's 2 months later." "But, your sect's defensive formation?" Great Master Changgung glanced at Master Changxing and asked. "I'll let the 2 masters know that the sect protecting array of the incense sect has been opened. All disciples can freely enter and leave the incense sect." "Ah!" the 2 masters exclaimed together in a low voice. Then they sighed and said, "When the fragrance sect appears, Jianghu will be in chaos. Perhaps the entire Jianghu will face such a calamity." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and thought, "This gather rhymes. I only know that when the fragrance sect reappears in Jianghu, it will set off a bloody storm." "Then, your sect must have sent other disciples to send letters to other sects, right? I don't know if your sect has chosen a successor?" Replying to Great Master, "The sect leader didn't instruct us on this matter. Please forgive us." Chapter 980. Well said. Great Master Changgung smiled as if he didn't care at all. At this moment, a sudden gust of cold wind blew, making everyone's hair stand on end. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. It was almost noon, and the weather was cool. Moreover, the Dalan Temple was in the mountains, surrounded by trees, so it was normal for there to be cold winds blowing from time to time. However, this gust of cold wind was obviously different from the past. It was bone-chilling and shouldn't have appeared at this time. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to release her divine sense in front of the 2 Dalan Temple elders, who were most likely immortals. She could only raise her head and look in the direction of the gust of cold wind. The 2 great masters were also shocked. They waved their hands and ordered a disciple to go there. The 2 great masters chatted with Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohua for a while. Although the 2 great masters wanted to get some useful information from Zhang Xiaohua and Meng, it was a pity that they didn't want to talk. Even if they wanted to talk, neither of them was a disciple of the incense cult. There were many things that even they didn't know, so how could they satisfy the 2 elders' curiosity? Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua and Meng were so tight-lipped, Great Master Changgung was quite disappointed. He waved his hand and a disciple came forward and bowed. Reporting to the 2 martial uncles, "The Arhat formation has been set up. Please enter the formation, young benefactor." "Good, you can leave for now." Great Master Changgung ordered the disciple to leave. He turned to Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Xiaoxia, the formation has been set up. Please enter the formation, Xiaoxia, and fulfill Abbess Jingyi's long-cherished wish." Zhang Xiaohua looked up and saw that the square in front of the Dalan Temple had been cleared. There were 18 monks of different heights and sizes, but they were all wearing the same clothes. They held bronze rods in their hands and stood in a strange formation. The age difference between these 18 people was not that big. Each of them had a soaring aura. When these auras mixed together, it gave off an irresistible feeling. No one dared to underestimate them. "Grandmaster, you actually sent out 18 disciples of your esteemed temple to set up a formation to deal with a mere guardian disciple like me, isn't that?" The great Master Changgung laughed and said, "Who in Jianghu believes in fairness? Back then, Abbess Jing easily broke this Arhat formation. Don't tell me you're backing out? Retreat?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed involuntarily and said, "That's not necessary. It's just that disciple is only a guardian disciple. How can my martial arts be compared to my family's Jiaozhu Darren who has received the inheritance?" Then, Young benefactor, what do you want to say? Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said with a smile, with Jiaozhu Darren as a precedent, this disciple will follow suit this time and make a bet with Grandmaster. What do you think? What does young benefactor want to bet? Grandmaster Chongqing was stunned at first, then he asked, then, young benefactor, there's no harm in saying it. He, then this disciple won't be polite. Zhang Xiaohua laughed inwardly, but on the surface, he asked, what does the Daoist temple want to bet? This, since you're a guest from afar, I'll ask Ren Xiaoxia to tell me first. As long as I can do it, I'll definitely do my best to agree. Hearing Grandmaster Chongqing's words, Zhang Xiaohua's heart calmed down. He thought for a moment and said, I've long heard that your esteemed temple's Sutra Pavilion has secret martial arts manuals that can shock the world. If I may be so bold, I'd like to ask Grandmaster to allow this disciple to enter the Sutra Pavilion and borrow a secret manual to read. That's impossible. Grandmaster Chongqing immediately shook his head. Your esteemed temple and my temple are both great sects with 10,000 years of inheritance. My temple has the Sutra Pavilion, and your esteemed temple also has the Technique Inheritance Pavilion. My temple's inner strength cultivation techniques might not be comparable to your esteemed temple's cultivation techniques. Young benefactor, why do you want to seek something far away? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, Grandmaster should understand that our temple has always prioritized female disciples. Most of the secret manuals in the temple are for women. This disciple, although I've read some of them, none of them are suitable. I thank Grandmaster for his benevolence. Grandmaster Chongqing still shook his head. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, then, Grandmaster, can you lend me a sword or staff secret manual to read? Young benefactor, you're being too greedy. The sword techniques in the Sutra Pavilion are also secret manuals passed down through the Daoist temple. How can they be passed down to outsiders? Then, this disciple can just find an ordinary staff or hammer technique manual. That should be fine, right? Zhang Xiaohua probed. This. Grandmaster Chongqing was somewhat hesitant. He changed the subject and asked, young benefactor, what will you use as the wager? Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said with a smile, if I lose, I'll never set foot in the Daoist temple again. What do you think? Meng was drinking tea when it spat out. What kind of wager is this? When it heard Grandmaster Chongqing's words, Meng felt that it was inconceivable. Now that Zhang Xiaohua had actually learned it, how could Meng not spit out its tea? Young benefactor, you must be joking. Grandmaster Chongqing said with a smile. Back then, Nanjing Yi was a disciple of inheritance and was also a candidate for the next head of the temple. Our Daoist temple gave her face and made a wager with her. Nanjing Yi's wager should be her dignity as the next head of the incense cult. Young benefactor, you don't seem to have such an advantage. Alas then, forget it. Zhang Xiaohua's expression was lonely. She shook her head and said, although the head of the temple repeatedly ordered me to deliver this jade slip to Grandmaster Chongqing, but a general is in the field, and the monarch's orders cannot be obeyed. I didn't think that the rumors in Jianghu were wrong. The threshold to enter the Daoist temple is too high. It's fine if I don't enter. Grandmaster Chongqing was unmoved. He nodded and said, young benefactor's words are reasonable. However, this wasn't deliberately set up by our Daoist temple. It was your Honorable Nanjing Yi's idea. If young benefactor doesn't want to, this poor monk won't force you. Zhang Xiaohua despised him in her heart. She scratched her chin and said, alas, this is the first time I've come out as a disciple of a guardian. If I don't meet the guardian disciples of your honorable temple, I'll feel like I'm missing something. Grandmaster Chongqing looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a smile and didn't say anything. Forget it. Zhang Xiaohua stomped her feet and took out a book from her bosom. She said, this is the inner strength cultivation method bestowed by the head of the temple. Although it's not the top cultivation method of my incense cult, it's still a first-class technique in Jianghu. I'm not talented, but I'm willing to use this as a wager in exchange for a chance to enter the sutra depository. She then asked, Grandmaster Chongqing, what do you think? Grandmaster Chang Xing glanced at Great Master Chang Gung. The two of them exchanged glances and nodded. Since young benefactor admires our Daoist temple's martial arts so much, this old monk will make an exception. However, this old monk must say that if young benefactor wins, you can only look for things that don't involve inner strength cultivation methods in the sutra depository. You can only look at them in the Daoist temple. You can't copy them or take them out of the Daoist temple. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. That's how it should be. If I lose, the inner strength cultivation method will be the same. Hearing this, Grandmaster Chang Xing smiled bitterly. She was right. If one memorized the staff and sword techniques well, they could be memorized in a day or a few days. How could one memorize inner strength cultivation methods in such a short time? If Zhang Xiaohua remembered a single word wrongly, it would be a matter of life and death. In that case, Zhang Xiaohua would be at an advantage. Of course, if Grandmaster Chang Xing was serious, he could take a liking to him for a month. However, could Daoist Temple afford to lose face? Then, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and handed the book over. Grandmaster is an eminent monk. I'll leave this book with you for now. Grandmaster Chang Xing waved his hand. No need. It won't be too late to wait until the matter is settled. All right. Zhang Xiaohua put away the book and squinted at the 18 monks standing in the square. She said, "Then, this disciple will enter the array and try?" Young benefactor, please enter the array. Grandmaster Chang Xing said again. If young benefactor knows that you're no match for them, you can just throw down your sword. Our Daoist temple will not take advantage of the victory to pursue and attack. Thank you for your mercy, Grandmaster. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and walked into the Arhat array with Hanya in her hand. When the 18 monks saw Zhang Xiaohua enter the array, they all held their staffs and put their palms together. They said in unison, "Young benefactor, please give us some pointers." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She thought to herself, if I make a move now and can knock down one of them, won't this Arhat array be broken? Of course, this thought only flashed through her mind. She also cupped her fists and said, "Seniors of the Daoist Temple, please give us some pointers." After both sides finished greeting each other, the monks immediately held their staffs in their hands. Their eyes flashed fiercely. The 18 monks were divided into two groups. Like butterflies, they wandered around. The staffs in their hands constantly knocked on the ground as they walked, making irritating sounds. Zhang Xiaohua was slightly taken aback when he saw that the 18 monks were circling around him instead of attacking him. However, when he heard the voice, he came to a realization. He activated God's guidance slightly, and the discomfort in his mind was immediately swept away. Then, Zhang Xiaohua released a little bit of his divine sense. In fact, ever since he saw Monk Kongchan, Zhang Xiaohua had been very careful to hide his cultivation and divine sense. On the other hand, he also raised his vigilance to see if there was any divine sense around him. However, when Grandmaster Chang Xing and Great Master Chang Gung appeared and talked for a long time, he did not see any divine sense. Perhaps the two Grandmasters were self-conscious, or perhaps they did not put him in their eyes at all. Of course, it was also possible that the two Grandmasters did not cultivate divine sense. However, no matter what, since he had already entered the array, Zhang Xiaohua could only release his divine sense a few feet. There should not be too much of a problem. Within her divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua was keenly aware that although the essence of the world in the Daoist Temple was not as rich as that of the fragrance cult, it was still much stronger than usual. Although the essence of the world had begun to recover, it would take several years or even decades to recover to the same level as that of the Daoist Temple. Furthermore, Zhang Xiaohua also sensed that although the 18 monks in this Arhat array had martial cultivation, their movements were rather methodical and their rhythmic tapping sounds were actually able to stir up the heaven and earth yuan qi, gradually drawing the yuan qi in the array towards them. Chapter 981. As expected of a great sect with a legacy. It's not a joke to be able to stand for 10,000 years. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but admire them from the bottom of his heart. Of the 5 sects with immortal heritage, Zhang Xiaohua had seen 3 of them. Among them, the Misty School was the one with whom he had the deepest feelings and the closest affinity. However, it was also the worst of the 3. Basically, it only had martial arts and no traces of immortal heritage. Only a few forbidden areas in ethereal heights could prove that the Misty School was related to immortal heritage. Even sect leader Peng was only at the level of martial arts, and not even at the peak. He didn't even have a trace of divine sense. On the other hand, the fragrance cult was full of immortal heritage. Zhang Xiaohua's series of immortal opportunities were all achieved in the fragrance cult. The fragrance cult's leader, Abbess Jingyi, was even a cultivator of immortal heritage. What about the Daoist temple? Although he hadn't seen master longevity yet, just by looking at the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth in the Daoist temple and a few ordinary guardian disciples, he could already disturb the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth with the formation of martial arts. What was there to say about the immortal heritage in the temple? The fragrance cult respected female disciples and their heritage was also strict. The Daoist temple, on the other hand, only accepted male disciples. Although men and women were equal in this world, men's cultivation potential was many times stronger than women's. The number of men who could cultivate was 100 or 1,000 times more than that of women. Therefore, the Daoist temple's strength should be above the fragrance cult. Of course, as for the mysterious Tenryu sect, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't guess. After all, he had only seen Qin Shiyue and the Flood Dragon King of the Seas. Oh, right, I wonder how Xiaoye and that Ajiao are doing now? Don't tell me they're buried in the sea. For a moment, Zhang Xiaohua's mind wandered. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua's gaze was somewhat sluggish, the monks in the Arhat formation were overjoyed, thinking that they had a chance. Zhang Xiaohua was confused by the sound of the staff. One of the monks immediately raised the long staff and chopped down on her head. That long pole was full of vigor. Not only did it cause the wind to howl, even the little Yuan Qi of heaven and earth in the array surged along with the tip of the pole. Zhang Xiaohua snapped out of his daze and saw a series of afterimages flashing by the pole before his eyes. He exerted a little force in his legs, intending to use the ethereal steps to dodge. However, just as he exerted force in his legs, his heart skipped a beat. The great Master Changgung has been to the Misty School and watched the martial arts exhibition. He should know about my ethereal steps. If I use it here, doesn't that mean that I am the kid he saw before? Even if he can't confirm it, he must know about my relationship with the Misty School. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua's feet paused. At this moment, that wooden pole was already in front of his eyes. Zhang Xiaohua didn't hesitate and raised Hanya to block in front of his eyes. In his mind, although this long pole brought about a lot of wind, the strength of the pole was limited. Although he blocked it in a hurry, it should be more than enough. Who knew that when the long pole struck Zhang Xiaohua's Hanya, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt a jolt. That long pole actually transmitted an incomparably huge force, as though it was going to knock Hanya out of her hands. "Ayo!" Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Without thinking, he clenched his fist tightly and released it forcefully. Hanya was knocked back. Zhang Xiaohua felt as though he was hit by a huge rock and retreated a few steps. But before he could steady himself, the sound of the wind rose again. The monk behind Zhang Xiaohua also raised his pole and mercilessly struck at the back of his head. Luckily, after the long pole hit, it immediately retracted and didn't pursue. Only then did Zhang Xiaohua have some free time. He turned his body slightly and used Hanya to block the long pole behind him. This time, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He used a total of 70% of his strength to block that long pole. It was still the same huge force as before. Zhang Xiaohua's arm was slightly sore and he borrowed the force to retreat a few steps. He wanted to dissipate the force. Who would have thought that after the second strike, there would be another long stick coming from his left arm? My God! After Zhang Xiaohua received the third strike, he couldn't help but be shocked. Are you kidding me? How can this Daoist temple monk be so brave and powerful? Everyone's arms have the strength of over 10,000 jin? With this kind of strength, how can they not dominate the pugilistic world? Unknowingly, Zhang Xiaohua's yearning towards the Daoist temple was like a torrential river, but he was in the array and couldn't use his light body techniques. He could only use Hanya to meet force with force. Another cup of tea's time had passed and Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how many strikes he had received. Luckily, his strength had always been his strength and the Big Dipper magical fist was a daily practice, so he was able to cope with it. But after such a long time, Zhang Xiaohua once again felt that something was strange. Firstly, although there were 18 monks in this Arhat array, every time Zhang Xiaohua was attacked, there was only one person. The rest didn't join in. It wasn't like what he had thought, where everyone would rush up and attack together. Secondly, the strength of each strike was the same, which meant that the strength of the 18 monks was about the same. This wasn't much, but as time passed, the strength of the strike gradually decreased. What made Zhang Xiaohua very suspicious was that the strength of the 18 monks was also decreasing. Could it be? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but ponder. Following that, Zhang Xiaohua expanded his divine sense slightly. Not long after, he found something strange. He saw that when a monk raised his staff, two faint and mysterious waves were transmitted from his two sides. And when he struck out with his long staff, an even weaker wave was transmitted from his body to the monks on his two sides. Looking carefully, in the entire Arhat array between the 18 monks, there was this strange wave that was constantly transmitted. Understood. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes narrowed slightly. This is the legendary force transmission. In internal strength, one can transmit one's internal strength to others through the hand or other body parts, allowing one's internal strength to be used by others for a period of time. Or one can attack others through other people's meridians, such as hitting a cow through a mountain. And this Daoist temple's martial arts seniors are even more powerful. They created this Arhat array, which can actually connect everyone's strength together, using the strength of 18 people to attack one person. I can resist these 18 people, but what if there are 28 people or 108 people? How can I resist them? Moreover, if there are 10,000 people in the Arhat array, won't the Daoist temple be invincible in Jianghu? Perhaps only the immortal Dao can deal with it. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He seemed to have thought of what Master Changxing said just now. Seeing that you're still young, I won't use the real array. Of course, after receiving the attacks of the 18 monks, the strength of the array was gradually weakening. Zhang Xiaohua gradually understood. Since he entered the array, the Daoist temple's monks first used the sound of the rods to disturb his mind, then used the long rods to attack, creating a situation where the one who makes the first move gains the advantage. Stick after stick, the 18 monks' strength flowed between the rods. If Zhang Xiaohua broke their coordination, or if he persisted until the 18 monks' strength was exhausted, the Arhat array would collapse on its own. He understood this logic, but if he really wanted to do it, it would be difficult in the eyes of others. Because the 18 rods in the Arhat array had a tacit understanding, stick after stick, it was seamless, and there was no room for him to take a breath to counterattack. But if he had to fight against 18 people and exhaust his strength, it was impossible for an ordinary person to even think about it. He reckoned that Nanjing had also relied on her exquisite swordsmanship and the Qinggong of Chuanxiang cult to gain the upper hand in the fight against the cudgel. From there, she broke the tacit understanding of the Arhat formation and obtained the final victory. However, these two methods of breaking the formation were as easy as drinking water for Zhang Xiaohua. Once he understood the true essence of the Arhat formation, he naturally had a plan in his heart. Exhausting the strength of the 18 monks was indeed a waste of time. Furthermore, he still had 2 more stages to pass in the future. There were still uses for him to conserve his strength. As for Qinggong and swordsmanship, Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to embarrass himself with them, so the only thing left was to use strength to defeat the enemy. Zhang Xiaohua let out a long laugh and said, "Many thanks for the guidance of the senior brothers of the Daoist temple. This one is going to make his move." While he was speaking, a long stick came attacking from under his armpit. Zhang Xiaohua held Bo Ri horizontally and used his strength to chop down diagonally. Ding! It hit the long stick. In his spiritual sense, He saw that the monk on the other side was about to make his move. Bo Ri didn't stop and directly waved. Woo! Before the monk made his move, Bo Ri had already struck his long stick. Seeing that Bo Ri had anticipated the enemy and suddenly appeared in front of him, the monk was greatly alarmed. His long stick trembled slightly, and before the other 17 monks' strength could reach him, he made his move. Who would have thought that Zhang Xiaohua would only lightly strike Bo Ri on his long stick, and then move his body to the side? Bo Ri rushed towards another disciple who was about to make his move. That disciple was even more anxious. According to the Arhat formation, the next one to make his move would be him. Moreover, this sequence wasn't the same every time. No matter what, he couldn't believe that Zhang Xiaohua would actually attack him before he was completely unprepared. He had no choice but to fight back. As long as he waved his long stick, he would strike. However, he wasn't in a hurry to make this move, and the flow of his strength was interrupted. This strike only had his own strength, so how could it compare to Zhang Xiaohua's Bo Ri? Just as he was about to be hit by Zhang Xiaohua's Bo Ri, he heard praise from outside the formation. Good move. Young benefactor, not only do your internal strength is profound, your mind is even more meticulous. You actually guessed which disciple made the move, and you can still maintain such a calm mind in this dangerous situation. Even Abbess Jing Yi from that year couldn't compare. Hearing Reverend Chang Xing's words, Zhang Xiaohua held Bo Ri in his hand and laughed. Not at all, Reverend Leader's wisdom is as vast as the sea. This disciple can't compare to you. Being able to find a way to break the Arhat formation is also a great fortune. Chapter 982. After hearing Master Chang Xing's words and seeing Zhang Xiaohua stop, the Arhat formation also stopped. Knowing that the formation had been broken, all the monks' faces were filled with shame. You can leave now. Great Master Chang Gung said expressionlessly, remember, there is always someone better than you. Although Ren Xiaoxia is young, his martial arts are strong and his inner strength is rare. You all underestimated him from the beginning. Thank you for your teachings, martial uncle. The 18 monks put their palms together and bowed before retreating. Meng, who was beside Great Master Chang Gung, anxiously ran over and asked softly, How are you? Are you injured? Zhang Xiaohua nodded slightly at her and smiled. Thank you for your concern, senior sister. Meng pursed her lips and smiled, not saying anything else. A monk in black walked quickly to Master Chang Xing with a heavy expression and whispered a few words into his ear. Master Chang Xing raised his white eyebrows and was somewhat surprised. He inadvertently looked at Zhang Xiaohua and gave a few more instructions. The monk then walked away. Zhang Xiaohua felt a bit strange. Something must have happened in the Daoist temple. However, he didn't cause any trouble, so Master Chang Xing shouldn't have any reason to suspect him. It was rare for Zhang Xiaohua to be so magnanimous. All right, young benefactor, I didn't expect you to break the Arhat formation so easily. It really exceeded my expectations. Master Chang Xing said with a smile. Master, you flatter me. I still have to thank you for your mercy. If there were a few more people, I definitely wouldn't have been able to break the formation. Zhang Xiaohua said modestly. Master Chang Xing smiled and said, This Arhat formation has a base of 9. There are at least 9 people, then 18, 27, until 81 people. Old Na wanted to gather 27 people, but it's a pity that the requirements for the monks to set up the Arhat formation are too high. The 18 people that young benefactor saw just now grew up together, ate and drank together, and practiced together. Among them, many people were eliminated before these 18 people were selected, and they were able to communicate with each other in mind. Alas, even if that is the case, just now, if that disciple had ignored young benefactor's longsword, when the focus of the formation had shifted to him, young benefactor might not have been able to break it so easily. It's just that, between life and death, who can blame him? Zhang Xiaohua came to a realization and nodded. What Master said makes sense. All right, let's not talk anymore. Would you like to take a rest? Master Chang Xing asked. That day, your Honorable Sex Shi Taijing also rested for half a day before continuing the next match. Zhang Xiaohua pondered for a moment and said, "That's fine. Since Cult Master has learned from his mistakes, how can this disciple not follow?" Very good. This old monk has some mundane affairs to deal with. Young benefactor, please rest for the time being. This old monk will return in a moment, and then I will pass through the next stage. Soon after, the two masters got up and went to the place where the cold wind came from. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng sat under a tree, accompanied by a monk who was in charge of receiving guests. So something happened to the Daoist temple. I was wondering why they kept telling me to rest. They even used Shirtai Jingyi's story. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the monk who was brewing tea and asked, "Master, may I ask where senior brother Kongchan went?" The monk was a little embarrassed. Martial Uncle Kongchan has something important to do. Perhaps young benefactor will see him in a while. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless, but Meng scolded, Why did you create so many problems? What are you thinking of doing? Cult Master also didn't say that we would embarrass the Daoist temple for no reason. It's precisely because of the previous embarrassment that Cult Master didn't specifically warn us. Think about it, Cult Master promoted me to a guardian disciple for no reason. Wasn't it because he valued the strength of my arms? He didn't even ask about my background? Now that I think about it, he had already made up his mind. Even if I didn't break through the array today, he would still want me to help him gain face in the future. Meng also suddenly understood. That day on Lingering Fragrance Peak, she only reunited with Zhang Xiaohua and obtained the cult master's permission. She didn't think much about these details. Now that Zhang Xiaohua mentioned it, wasn't it exactly the same? But you don't have to take out our fragrant religion's internal cultivation method as a wager. If cult master finds out, wouldn't. Seeing that Meng was worried about her, Zhang Xiaohua's heart warmed up. She said, although it's a bit dangerous, I don't know what's so scary about the next 2 trials, but Cult Master has passed these 3 trials, and he thinks that I can do it. Perhaps I really can. This internal cultivation method is just a wager. If I don't lose, can Cult Master still scold me? What's more, do you think the mental cultivation method that the hierarch gave me is the best mental cultivation method in our fragrant cult? Meng was speechless. The Daoist temple benefited. It's not a big deal. Grandmaster Changxing can tell Cult Master that our Daoist temple has seen your internal cultivation method. What about your protector disciple? If you don't say anything, who will know? Meng rolled her eyes at him and said, Your little abacus is really good. That's right. This one is called the Golden Abacus in Jianghu, Xiaoyao. After a while, Grandmaster Changxing and Great Master Changgung returned. Their eyes were slightly gloomy, but their faces were smiling. They said, Young benefactor, have you rested well? Zhang Xiaohua stood up and said, Many thanks, Grandmaster. I have rested well. Please advise me. Good. Great Master Changgung smiled and waved his hand. The door of the Daoist temple opened. A middle-aged monk wearing a moon-white frock slowly walked out with a weapon similar to the sword embryo in Zhang Xiaohua's hand in his arms. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes first fell on the monk's face. She was slightly startled. Wasn't this the Kongchan monk she saw on the mountain just now? When her eyes fell on the weapon in Kongchan's arms, she was even more surprised. The weapon looked like a long sword, but it was not a long sword. If it was a sword embryo, it was 100 times more complicated than a sword embryo. The top of the weapon was like a sword tip, but it was divided into 4 sides. Next, there was an undulating bump. This bump was engraved with strange patterns. The patterns were divided into several small sections, and between each section, there was a slight bulge. Then, there was a handle, which should be the place to hold the weapon. Finally, there was a statue's head. The statue's face was very ferocious, baring its teeth. It was abnormally fierce. Knowing that Kongchan was the host of the second test, Zhang Xiaohua walked forward with the sword in her hand. After the two greeted each other, Kongchan said, Benefactor Ren, I didn't expect your martial arts to be so profound. You actually broke the Great Arhat formation so easily. I have no choice but to see your martial arts. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. It turns out that Grandmaster Kongchan is also a protector's disciple. I was rude just now. By the way, what is the weapon in Grandmaster's arms? Why does it look so different from ordinary long swords and other items? Kongchan held the weapon's handle with one hand. His face flashed with a green light. He waved the weapon and said proudly, "This is a treasure passed down by the Daoist temple from 10,000 years ago. It is called the demon-subduing pestle. It is the weapon in the hands of my protector's disciple." Demon-subduing pestle? Zhang Xiaohua was enlightened. He secretly placed a wisp of his spiritual will on the demon-subduing pestle. Indeed, there was a large amount of heaven-earth yuan qi on the pestle. From top to bottom, from inside to inside, it was unknown how many talismans had been added to it. Between the bumps and the fine lines, there was a fluctuation of talismans. I wonder if this demon-subduing pestle, is there anything special about it? I hope Senior Kongchan can enlighten me. This demon-subduing pestle is used by the outer sect protectors. It is a treasure used to subdue demons and devils. This poor monk doesn't fully understand the wonders of it. It is a shame to say that in this poor monk's hands, this demon-subduing pestle can only be used as an ordinary weapon. The only special thing is that this demon-subduing pestle is as light as a piece of grass in this poor monk's hands. But when used against those of the unorthodox path, it is as heavy as a mountain. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when she heard this. Oh my, this kind of thing is still not satisfied? You are holding a piece of grass, and when used against me, it is as heavy as a mountain. This immortal weapon is really indescribable. Moreover, this is clearly using an immortal weapon to bully a martial weapon. Who can beat you? Zhang Xiaohua muttered to herself. But now that they had reached the second stage, Zhang Xiaohua could only brace herself and step forward. Senior Kongchan, I am not from the unorthodox path. If this demon-subduing pestle hits me, it won't be as heavy as a mountain, right? Kongchan glanced at Zhang Xiaohua and said with a faint smile, "Benefactor Ren, you can try it and you will know." Zhang Xiaohua waved Hanya and stepped forward. Since this is a famous treasure of the Daoist temple, wouldn't it be a pity if I don't take a look at it? Sure, Benefactor Ren, this poor monk will make his move now. Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. Zhang Xiaohua said, "Go ahead," and Kongchan made his move. His face turned green and he lifted the demon-subduing pestle easily. Buzz. The demon-subduing pestle emitted a terrifying sound. The elemental energy around Zhang Xiaohua surged and pressed against Zhang Xiaohua. Before the demon-subduing pestle could even get close, Zhang Xiaohua found it difficult to breathe. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on his forehead. Alright. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, he was determined to win. He shook the great wisdom in his hand and pointed it at the tip of the demon-subduing pestle, unwilling to admit defeat. Kongchan did not dodge, and the demon-subduing pestle did not change its move. It was extremely soft, even softer than when Pan Rua hit the long rod. But then, there was a series of creaking sounds, which made people's ears straighten. It was the sound of Pan Rua's sword tip sliding on the demon-subduing pestle. Zhang Xiaohua thrust out Bo Ri and stabbed it into the exorcism pestle. However, the exorcism pestle was just as Kongchan had said, heavier than a mountain. Zhang Xiaohua's arm was a little numb, and the tip of her sword couldn't resist it. She took a few steps back, and the exorcism pestle flashed with a green light, increasing its weight. The tip of her sword that was pressed against the exorcism pestle slid forward, making an ear-piercing sound. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Doesn't this demon-subduing pestle weigh more than 20,000 kilograms? Chapter 983. Monk Kongchan was right. 20,000 jin was as heavy as a small mountain for a martial arts expert, not to mention an ordinary person. When this exorcism pestle hit a person's body, it was as heavy as a mountain. However, strength was Zhang Xiaohua's forte. With the fist of the North Star honing his bones every day, the strength in his arms was constantly increasing. Although 20,000 jin of strength sounded shocking, it was not unattainable for Zhang Xiaohua. Moreover, when Zhang Xiaohua received Kong Chan's exorcism pestle, he already had a plan in mind. Although monk Kong Chan was a guardian disciple and his arms were not weak, far from Kong Jian's, Zhang Xiaohua believed that his single arm strength definitely did not exceed 20,000 jin. As for why he could wave the exorcism pestle around like it was a piece of grass, it could only mean one thing. He used his mana. He used his mana to drive the talismans on the exorcism pestle, causing it to produce a huge amount of weight. This method of exchanging mana for weight was unique to the Immortal Dao. If it was during the Immortal Dao's heyday, needless to say, there would be limitless vitality in the world for people to squander and use as mana to support the exorcism pestle's weight. If Zhang Xiaohua purely relied on his own strength and did not use the Immortal Dao's methods, he would not be a match. But what was the situation now? The martial Dao was flourishing and the vitality of the world had just recovered. Zhang Xiaohua did not know what method Kong Chan used to use his mana to support the exorcism pestle, but he knew that it was definitely an expedient tactic. It was a trick that the martial Dao's seniors learned from the Immortal Dao's methods. The direct result of this method was that it could not last long and could only be effective for a short period of time. As long as he could endure the most difficult initial stage, even if he did not counterattack, Kong Chan would be defeated. Perhaps last time, Nun Jingyi had seen through the peculiarity and won the competition. However, it was difficult to put it into practice. Monk Kong Chan waved the exorcism pestle like a long sword, sometimes pointing, sometimes stabbing, and sometimes chopping. Every time he waved, there was a strong pressure, forcing Zhang Xiaohua to dodge. Kong Chan's qinggong was good, so Zhang Xiaohua could barely fight back. He raised Bo Ri and barely managed to clash with the exorcism pestle a few times. His right arm was very sore and almost unable to use the sword. Zhang Xiaohua had to find some time. He passed the sword to his left hand, calmed himself down, and performed the nameless swordsmanship again, entangling with the exorcism pestle. Zhang Xiaohua did not know if it was because of the mysterious flow in his left arm, but his left arm seemed to be stronger than his right arm. Under the strange sword moves of the nameless swordsmanship, Zhang Xiaohua withstood a few more moves. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was struggling at death's door, Kong Chan showed a smile on his face. He jumped up, and the green light on his face became brighter. He hit Zhang Xiaohua one move after another. Just when Zhang Xiaohua could not hold back and wanted to fight back, the time was not right. Before the power of the exorcism pestle in Kong Chan's hand was reduced, Zhang Xiaohua found that the way Kong Chan used the exorcism pestle was quite similar to the way Kong Jian used the exorcism pestle. Therefore, he paid attention and received a few more moves. His heart was set. He held Pan Ruo in his right hand, laughed, and said, "Senior brother Kong's, be careful." Pan Ruo did not touch the exorcism pestle. The tip of the sword was pointed at the flaw of the exorcism pestle. Ouch! Kong Chan was stunned. Then, he circled the exorcism pestle and wanted to hit Pan Ruo. However, Zhang Xiaohua's Pan Ruo was like a fish in water. It pierced Kong Chan's back through the gap and did not entangle with the exorcism pestle. Therefore, there was no sound of weapons clashing on the field. The two changed their method of fighting force with force. The two weapons did not touch each other again. Outside the field, Great Master Changgong's face was a little ugly. He said in a low voice, "Xianxia is really smart." He found Kong Chan's weakness after fighting for a while. Although Kong Chan seems to be lifting heavy weights easily, he actually consumes a lot of energy. If he continues to fight like this, he will lose in the end. Great Master Chang Xing smiled. With Abbess Jing Yi's temperament, she must have told him earlier. There's nothing to be surprised about. He's just a kid. If he didn't have someone to guide him, how could he see the clues? Didn't you see how Kong Chan wields the exorcism pestle like a lamp? Who knows if he can hold on for long? Back then, Abbess Jing Yi was also forced to use the qinggong of the incense cult. Luckily, she found the exorcism pestle's weakness. But, if that's the case, Ren Xiaoyao should have started to fight when he first entered the array. Great Master Chang Xing ignored him. He looked at the field and murmured, I didn't expect Abbess Jing Yi to be so narrow-minded. It's been so many years and she still remembers this. If we had known earlier, we would have changed our method. We can only use the old method in a hurry. Hee, using the old method is enough to show the mercy of our Daoist temple. If Ren Xiaoyao can pass the 3 trials, it can be considered our Daoist temple's generosity. It can make up for Abbess Jing Yi's face. If he can't pass the 3 trials, then Abbess Jing Yi will have nothing to say. The disciples of the incense cult will also become the laughingstock of Jianghu. This Ren Xiaoyao is also cunning. He actually wanted to peek into our sutra depository. Senior Marshal Brother, do you think this is Abbess Jing Yi's order? Maybe, but I think this Ren Xiaoyao is also strange. It's obvious that his internal energy is strong. He blocked the Arhat Array's long rod and the exorcism pestle, but why didn't he use Qinggong? Back then, Abbess Jing Yi relied entirely on the incense cult's Qinggong. Could it be that the incense cult's Qinggong isn't good enough for him? Or maybe he doesn't think it's suitable, so he wants to look for it in our Daoist temple? Hee, if he's a disciple of the Daoist temple, of course he has the Qinggong to practice. He's just a disciple from another sect. How can our Daoist temple give away our sect's Qinggong? What we promised him was only the sword and staff techniques. We won't accept anything else. Well, then we'll have to see who can last until the end, Ren Xiaoyao or Kongchan. Let's hope Kongchan can hold on. Sigh, there hasn't been any abnormalities in the Forbidden Wind Valley for a long time. Why did it suddenly change today? If it doesn't work, we'll have to think of other ways for the 3rd round. Well, this Ren Xiaoyao's internal energy is amazing. We can only restrain him in the Forbidden Wind Valley. But who knows if he has other secret techniques? We can only rely on the Forbidden Wind Valley. The 2 looked at the arena and whispered. After a while, the situation in the arena changed again. Kongchan's face turned green and gradually turned pale. The weight of the exorcism pestle also decreased slightly. If it was someone else, they might not be able to distinguish these changes. However, Zhang Xiaohua had been observing carefully, and with his divine sense probing from time to time, he had already noticed it. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua revealed a trace of a smile and shouted for the 2nd time, "Senior Brother Kongchan, you have to be careful." As he spoke, he leapt up and raised Hanya high into the air. It was the heaven-shocking staff technique. Hanya was like a shooting star rising from the horizon. It streaked across the sky and landed on the demon's subduing pestle. With a pung sound, Kongchan felt his hands sink. The exorcism pestle had increased in weight. Before he could pull out the exorcism pestle and change his technique, Zhang Xiaohua shouted again. Hanya was raised again and slammed down heavily. This time, Kongchan felt even more uncomfortable. The exorcism pestle had increased in weight by several times. Immediately after, without waiting for Kongchan to react, Zhang Xiaohua attacked again and again. They were all heaven-shocking staff techniques, forcing Kongchan to use the exorcism pestle to defend himself. The exorcism pestle in Kongchan's hand became several times heavier. After a dozen strikes, Kongchan's hand trembled. He almost lost his grip on the exorcism pestle. He quickly retreated and hugged the exorcism pestle in his arms. He put his palms together and said, "Benefactor Ren's strength is amazing. This poor monk is ashamed of his inferiority." Hearing Kongchan admit defeat, Zhang Xiaohua threw Hanya to the ground and sat down again. He let out a long sigh and said, "Thank you, Senior Marshal Brother Kongchan, for helping me. To tell you the truth, this junior is already exhausted. If Senior Marshal Brother had held on for a few more strikes, this junior would have thrown in the sword and admitted defeat." At this time, Kongchan's face was pale with a hint of green. The green light on the exorcism pestle had also faded. The various talismans on the exorcism pestle had also dimmed. Kongchan shook his head and said, "Even so, this poor monk can no longer continue. Benefactor Ren is still more skilled than this poor monk. Admirable, admirable." At this time, Master Chang Xing and Great Master Chang Geng also walked over and said, "Young benefactor is indeed powerful. You are indeed worthy of being the guardian disciple appointed by Abbess Jing." That day, Abbess Jing Yi fought for half a day before she exhausted the guardian disciple. Sure enough, Zhang Xiaohua secretly said, but he said modestly, how can this disciple compare to Lord Hierarch? Lord Hierarch won without shedding a drop of blood. This junior was covered in stinky sweat and exhausted by luck. It's incomparable, incomparable. Master Changxing asked, young benefactor, do you want to challenge the third trial? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, Master, I came here as a diplomatic envoy, not to provoke you. I also don't intend to throw my life away in the Daoist temple. You see, it's still early, so let me rest a bit more. That's easy. Young benefactor, please rest. This old monk will go and prepare. After 2 hours, I will send a disciple to bring you two over. Go over? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, not in this square? Yes, the third trial is in another place. Master Changxing didn't seem to intend to explain. Zhang Xiaohua chatted with Meng for a while and drank some tea. She looked at the sun in the west and 2 hours passed quickly. Monk Kongchan changed into a green monk robe and came over with a smile. Benefactor Ren, have you rested well? It's about time. How is senior brother? Thank you for your mercy, almsgiver Ren. I'm just a little exhausted. I'll be fine after taking some pills. Looking at Kongchan's slightly flushed face, Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, the Daoist Temple's medicinal pills are also famous. I'll have to ask senior brother to send me some later. That's easy to say. When Benefactor Ren leaves, I'll definitely present it. Kongchan smiled and said, now, please follow this poor monk. Chapter 984. Where is the third test? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. After thinking for a moment, Kongchan whispered, the third test is in the Forbidden Wind Valley of the other temple. Forbidden Wind Valley? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, why is it placed there? Kongchan smiled mysteriously and did not answer. At this time, the setting sun was as red as blood. Under Kongchan's lead, Zhang Xiaohua and Meng came to a valley. They saw that the valley was bare without any trees or flowers. Even the stones on the ground were not small. They were all huge. The most peculiar thing was that the surface of these stones was not like the usual. The surface was round and looked very smooth, but when you touched it, there were many fine marks. The two of you, please come this way. Kongchan put her palms together and whispered. She led the two into the valley. After walking for an incense stick's worth of time, they came to a small open space. At this time, there were many people standing in the open space. In addition to Master Changxing and Great Master Changgung, there was a big man who was half a body taller than Zhang Xiaohua. This big man was not only tall, but also had a lot of meat on his body. Except for a few places that were wrapped in cloth, the rest of his body was naked. A layer of oil flashed on his naked body. Under the light of the setting sun, the thick meat on his body jumped, showing the strength of his body. His bald head was also shiny with oil. When the big man saw Zhang Xiaohua coming, he frowned slightly and reached out to touch his shiny head. His hand was like a palm leaf fan and his fingers were almost as thick as a radish. Seeing this big man, the monk standing next to Great Master Changgung, Zhang Xiaohua did not need to look carefully. This big man must be her opponent for the third test. A cold wind blew from the valley, making Zhang Xiaohua involuntarily shrink her neck. The other monks in the valley had a slight change in expression. Seeing this, Kongchan hurried a few steps and said, reporting to the two martial uncles, Ren Xiaoyao, a guardian disciple of the Incense Order, and Xia, an inner disciple of Mo Xiangong, are here. Then he stood to the side. Master Changxing looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said with a smile, Benefactor Ren, have you rested well? Has your internal energy recovered? Inner force? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and immediately cupped his hands and said, many thanks for Master's understanding. Everything has been restored. Master, please guide the third round. That's good. Master Changxing nodded. He pointed to the big man next to him and said, this is my Daoist Temple's guardian Vajra Kongju. He will be your opponent for the third trial. Greetings, Benefactor Ren. Kong Ju put his palms together and said in a muffled voice. Greetings, Senior Brother Kong Ju. Zhang Xiaohua returned the greeting with a smile. After seeing Senior Martial Brother Kong Ju's appearance, I feel ashamed of my own inferiority. I don't have the heart to fight anymore. Ha! Kong laughed loudly, and the flesh on his body trembled like flowing water. Almsgiver Ren, Great Master Changgung said, the third stage isn't a competition of strength or ruthlessness. You don't have to worry. You don't have to say anything now. You will know when you enter. Zhang Xiaohua was even more shocked. Inside? After Master Changgung finished speaking, he dodged to the side and revealed a gap that was about the height of 2 people behind him. He pointed his finger and said, It's here. Zhang Xiaohua was expressionless as she looked at the narrow gap between the mountain rocks. It was very deep and there wasn't much light passing through. She couldn't see the situation inside. Then, forget it. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to say something but hesitated. She would know everything once she entered. Master, please go first. Zhang Xiaohua said. All right. Master Chang Xing didn't decline and entered through the narrow gap. Great Master Changgung didn't move and gestured for Zhang Xiaohua to go first. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and let Zhang Xiaohua go first. The narrow gap was very long and it took the time it took to brew a cup of tea to cross it. After passing through the gap, there was a ruin that was about 400 to 500 feet in size. This ruin was slightly different from the fragrant cult Xuanxiu. There was a platform that was about the height of a person and there were many large and thick stone pillars evenly distributed. The top of the stone pillars was empty and they pierced the sky. There were many broken rocks, glazed tiles, and green bricks on the platform that were piled up messily. Master Chang Xing didn't explain and walked up a slanted staircase to the platform. There was a narrow path that led to the center of the ruin. As soon as Zhang Xiaohua stepped on the platform, she immediately felt that something was wrong. The true qi in her meridians was supposed to hide her cultivation and stay dormant, but at this moment, it was really stagnant. Moreover, as Zhang Xiaohua went deeper into the center of the platform, her true qi became more and more immobile. Although Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to use her true qi because she was behind Master Chang Xing, she could clearly feel that there was a restriction on the platform that could imprison a person's cultivation. When she followed Master Chang Xing to the center of the platform, there was an open space with a radius of 10 feet. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood why Abbess Jing Yi was defeated in this trial. At this moment, the true qi in Zhang Xiaohua's meridians had already solidified. She couldn't control or mobilize her true qi as she wished. Zhang Xiaohua also risked releasing her divine sense, but no matter what, she couldn't separate it from her body. She then looked at the bronze cauldron and thought about the burly man behind it. Needless to say, this trial was definitely a competition of strength. The restriction on the platform could imprison true qi, so presumably, it also had an effect on internal energy. In that case, Abbess Jing Yi's internal energy, which she had painstakingly cultivated, wouldn't be of any use. Any qi practitioner or martial arts expert who came here would be the same as an ordinary person. They would have to rely on their own strength to do the talking. Not to mention this burly man who had painstakingly cultivated his strength, even an ordinary Jianghu man would have more strength than Abbess Jing Yi. Thinking about how Abbess Jing Yi's martial arts were outstanding, yet she actually lost to an ordinary Daoist temple monk in this Forbidden Wind Valley. How could she swallow this humiliation? When everyone arrived, Master Chang Xing said with a smile, Benefactor Ren, now that you're here, you should have a clear idea of the situation, right? Our Daoist temple's path is different from that of the incense sect's martial arts. We walk the path of yang. The Daoist temple's guardian disciples have to train their strength from a young age. They have to draw water from a distant mountain spring without spilling a single drop on the way. Then, they have to practice the Daoist temple's special body tempering technique to increase their strength. Finally, they can practice our Daoist temple's immortal cultivation technique and wield the demon-subduing pestle. Presumably, after passing the first 2 trials, Young benefactor will understand that strength is indispensable among our Dalin Temple's guardian disciples. All of the challenges are based on strength. Although young benefactor was different from your esteemed Abbess Jing in that you didn't use your lightness technique and relied on your profound internal energy to pass the first 2 trials, the last trial will test young benefactor's physical strength. Young benefactor must have used his internal energy. On this platform, all forms of internal energy are useless. This disciple understands. Zhang Xiaohua bowed and said, "It means that I have to compete with Senior Kongju in terms of strength without using my internal energy." Not only can young benefactor's internal energy not be used, but this old monk and the others can't use their internal energy either. Therefore, young benefactor doesn't need to worry about fairness. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua nod, Master Chang Xing took out a small bell from his bosom and said, "This old monk has an immortal inheritance magic tool. It's a set with the evil subduing cauldron. Young benefactor must know the divine abilities of immortal inheritance magic tools. This evil subduing cauldron weighs 5,000 jin. Every time this old monk strikes this small bell, the weight of the evil subduing cauldron increases by 1,000 jin. There's such a miraculous thing?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and looked curiously at the small bell in Great Master Changgeng's hand. Although Zhang Xiaohua was strong, this strength came from cultivating the fist of the North Star and using the warm current to temper the bones in his body. It was pure physical strength. When he was fighting with Kong Chan, he already felt that it was amazing when he saw the evil subduing pestle changing its weight with mana. Now that he saw this small bell increase its weight by 1,000 jin with a single strike, he was even more surprised. Apart from being surprised, he thought more about his own Prajna heavy sword. This sword weighed more than 10,000 jin and couldn't be controlled by his divine sense. It was obvious that it was different from the evil subduing pestle in terms of its weight. Then, what was it that could be so heavy? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but look forward to it. Moreover, he gradually had a vague idea in his mind. This idea sounded a little unimaginable now. Whether it would work or not, he would have to wait until Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation level gradually increased before he could verify it. Benefactor Ren, don't be surprised. There are thousands of Buddhist techniques that are shocking. This is just a simple practical method. Great Master Changgeng smiled and said, "The test for this stage is simple. Junior Kongju and Benefactor Ren will each step forward and take turns lifting the same weight. I will wait for both of you to lift the evil subduing cauldron and increase its weight until one of you can no longer lift it." "Ha, what if both of you can't lift it in the end?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed. "That's easy." Great Master Changgeng squinted and said, "I will strike the bell again and reduce the weight of the evil subduing cauldron by 100. Meng pursed her lips and smiled. Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and said, "Buddhist artifacts are indeed powerful." Then he cupped his hands and said to Kongju, "Senior Kongju, as the host, you should go first. Let me see how you lift it." "Mph." Kongju snorted and strode forward. His footsteps were so heavy that the platform shook a few times. Kongju walked to the front of the evil subduing cauldron, bent down, and grabbed the legs of the cauldron. He tested it and shouted, "Rise?" The huge evil subduing cauldron rose in response. It seemed effortless. Then, Kongju lifted the cauldron. After a while, he put it down on the platform with a bang. Fortunately, the platform was very clean and there was no dust. Under Great Master Changgeng's smiling gaze, Kongju walked back to his seat and looked at Zhang Xiaohua from the corner of his eyes. He seemed to be provoking her. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't stand on ceremony and walked to the front of the evil subduing cauldron. She bent down, leaned forward, and held the evil subduing cauldron with one hand. She didn't even bother to shout, "Rise." She just gritted her teeth, and the evil subduing cauldron was lifted up with a whoosh. Master Changgeng's eyes flashed with a strange light when he saw how easy it was to lift something heavy. He was extremely surprised. After Zhang Xiaohua put the cauldron on the ground, Great Master Changgeng nodded and said, "Abbess Jing is indeed meticulous. It must have been hard on her." Then he picked up the small bell and it rang with a dong. Chapter 985. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense couldn't leave her body, so she couldn't see the changes in the qi of heaven and earth around the evil suppression cauldron. She couldn't see any changes in the cauldron with her naked eyes. After the bell rang, Kongju stopped underestimating his opponent and walked up to the evil suppression cauldron. Just like before, he lifted the cauldron above his head. However, when he returned to his original position, he nodded at Zhang Xiaohua politely, indicating that it was his turn. There was no provocation in his eyes. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. She walked up to the cauldron and lifted it with one hand. When she put the cauldron down, she turned to Kongju and said, "Senior Kongju, adding 500 kilograms at a time seems too slow. I think we should ask Master Changxing to strike the cauldron 10 times at a time and add another 10,000 kilograms. What do you think?" Kongju was a little embarrassed. After thinking for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Junior brother Ren, what do you think, adding another 2,500 kilograms at a time?" "Oh, that's fine. I just think it's too slow to add it bit by bit. 2,500 kilograms is fine too." Zhang Xiaohua agreed. Master Changxing sighed. The small bell in his hand moved rapidly and he struck it 5 times in a row. According to Master Changxing's explanation, the evil suppression cauldron should weigh 11,000 kilograms. "After you, Senior Kongju." Zhang Xiaohua moved to the side. Kongju walked up to the evil suppression cauldron. He wasn't as relaxed as before. First, he moved his wrists a little. Then, he took a deep breath and grabbed the legs of the cauldron with both hands. After testing it, he shouted, "Rise?" Then, he lifted the cauldron above his head. However, when he put it down this time, he wasn't as relaxed as before. It was almost as if he had thrown it to the ground. "Okay, it's Giver Ren's turn." Kongju let out a long sigh and moved to the side. Zhang Xiaohua walked up to the evil suppression cauldron. She still used her left hand to test it. After thinking for a while, she stretched out her right hand and grabbed the legs of the cauldron. She took a deep breath and lifted the cauldron. Zhang Xiaohua's lifting process was similar to Kongju's, but when she put it down, the difference was obvious. Just like before, she slowly put it down. Ding, 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 ding. Another 5 bells rang out, and the weight of the evil suppressing cauldron increased to 16,000 jin. At this moment, Kongju's face showed that he was in a difficult position. His arms had the strength of 15,000 kilograms, which was rare in the world. He originally thought that he could lift it 10 times in a row, but no matter how strong Zhang Xiaohua was, looking at Kongju's thin and tall figure, it was impossible for her to lift it 5 times. Who would have thought that the other party would ask him to add 10,000 kilograms, and he could only agree to add 5,000 kilograms? After adding it twice, he had already exceeded his limit. This evil suppressing cauldron was no longer something he could lift. Kongju glanced at Master Changxing. Master Changxing nodded slightly as if to encourage him. Hence, Kongju walked up to the evil suppressing cauldron, took a deep breath, bent down, and grabbed the huge cauldron in his hands. He tested it with both hands and shouted loudly, raising the cauldron in front of him. However, just as he tried to lift the cauldron above his head, he was exhausted and couldn't move anymore. With a loud bang, the evil suppressing cauldron was thrown to the ground by Kongju, making a loud noise. Kongju's face was flushed red. He looked at Master Changxing and returned to his original position. "All right, Benefactor Ren, if you can lift this evil suppressing cauldron, you will pass the 3rd test and avenge your sect master," Master Changxing said. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. "Since Senior Kongju couldn't lift it, I might not be able to either. Hence, I will have to trouble Master Changxing to reduce the weight of the evil suppressing cauldron so that Kongju and I can lift it again." Go ahead. There's no harm in it." Master Changxing waved his hand. "It's just a few more knocks, which will consume a little more magic power." Magic power? When Zhang Xiaohua heard that, she understood that the weight of the evil suppressing cauldron wasn't for nothing. Zhang Xiaohua put on a good show. First, she walked to the front of the evil suppressing cauldron. Just like before, she tried a few times before she used her strength to lift it. Kongju's eyes were wide open, and his heart was in his throat. He hoped that Zhang Xiaohua could do the same thing as him. Unfortunately, although Zhang Xiaohua lifted it with difficulty, her face was flushed, and her veins were bulging. She was still able to lift it above her head. She even managed to stand up unsteadily. Sigh. Kongju sighed in his heart. However, when Zhang Xiaohua put down the evil-suppressing cauldron, his eyes lit up. He clearly saw that although Zhang Xiaohua had thrown the evil-suppressing cauldron to the ground like him, it didn't bounce a few times like he did. Instead, it was very obedient and didn't move an inch. It was as if Zhang Xiaohua had gently put it down. Tisk! Kongju couldn't help but gasp. He thought to himself, he looks like he's not much older than Kong Jian. He doesn't have much flesh on his body, but he's actually so strong. Moreover, he's so considerate of others. That's not bad. But his strength, where did he train it from? Could it be that he was really born with divine strength? Kongju sighed in his heart. However, he still stepped forward and put his palms together. He said sincerely, Benefactor Ren's divine strength is amazing. This poor monk humbly admits defeat. Zhang Xiaohua wiped the sweat off her forehead with her hand and smiled. Senior Kongju, I was really lucky. I talked so much with Master Chongqing just now because I wanted to recover my strength. Senior, please don't blame me. Kongju didn't expose her and was about to speak. Meng Han walked over with a smile. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua raise the evil-suppressing cauldron, she almost jumped up. This was a secret competition between the two super sects, the Fragrant Cult and the Daoist Temple. It was also a matter of Nun Jingyi's reputation. If Zhang Xiaohua won, there would be no need to mention the benefits. Therefore, she couldn't help but say, Congratulations, Junior Brother Ren. Before Zhang Xiaohua could speak, a strange cold wind blew from beside the evil-suppressing cauldron. It was the same as before, but this time, the wind was much stronger. The cold wind blew from below and lifted Meng's veil, revealing her true face. Great Master Changgung, who was standing beside Kongju, was a little annoyed. When he saw Meng's face, his expression changed. He raised his arm and pointed at Meng's face, saying in shock, You? Why are you here? However, as soon as he finished speaking, Great Master Changgung came to his senses and immediately shut his mouth. Although he was still shocked, his eyes were filled with confusion and doubt. Meng also looked at Great Master Changgung in shock. She pulled down her veil and asked excitedly, Cheng? Great Master Changgung, have you seen me before? Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. She didn't bother talking to Kongju and walked up to Master Changgung. She bowed and asked, Master? Have you seen my senior sister Xianxia before? When was it? Where was it? Please tell me the truth. By this time, Great Master Changgung had regained his composure. Although there was doubt in his eyes, he still shook his head and said, Young Benefactor Xianxia, I have never seen her before, but you just saw Xianxia, wasn't she? Young Benefactor, you misunderstood. I have seen someone who looked like Benefactor Xianxia before, but that was many years ago. How could it be Benefactor Xianxia? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was even more overjoyed. He immediately asked, Master, where did you see it? Who is she? Please tell me. Yes, Great Master Changgung, can you tell me where you saw someone who looked like me? This Great Master Changgung seemed to be in a difficult position. He looked at Master Chongqing and said, That was 40 years ago. I was still a disciple of the law enforcement hall at that time, but this matter involves the Daoist Temple. Forgive me for not being able to. Zhang Xiaohua was anxious. She bowed to the ground and said, Master, this matter is very important to my senior sister Xianxia. Please tell me. Xianxia also hurriedly bowed and said, Master, this matter concerns my origin. Please be merciful. This Great Master Changgung shook his head and said, Isn't this making things difficult for me? Master Chongqing thought for a while and said, Young benefactors, don't be anxious. This matter concerns the Daoist Temple, so we have to carefully consider it. Benefactor Ren has passed the 3 tests and is about to go to the temple to see Abbot Changsheng and present the invitation card to him. I also have to report the matter of young benefactor entering the sutra depository to read the secret manuals. Junior brother Chang Gung can report this matter to the abbot and let him make a decision. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohua praised. That's great, that's how it should be. Meng also nodded slightly. All right, we'll go out and let benefactor Zixia wait outside the temple for the time being. Young benefactor Ren, please follow us into the temple. Meng was waiting under the tree outside the Daoist temple. Zhang Xiaohua followed the 2 masters into the Daoist temple. Although this Daoist temple was similar to the Daoist temple in front of the mountain and had incense and candles and Buddha, there were many wandering and cultivating monks here. There were no traces of pilgrims. Moreover, the buildings in this temple were more magnificent. The sculptures and murals were more simple and unadorned. Even the commonly seen green bricks under their feet revealed the vicissitudes of time. Zhang Xiaohua and the other 2 walked through several halls and finally turned to a secluded place. Before Master Changxing opened the door of a small hut, a divine sense swept out from inside the hut. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She activated the nameless formula and carefully concealed her cultivation and divine sense. Sure enough, the divine sense hovered in front of Zhang Xiaohua a few times and then retracted. Abbot, we've brought benefactor Ren Xiaoyao from the incense cult to deliver the invitation card. Master Changxing stood at the door and whispered, "Come in." An old and peaceful voice sounded. Yes, Master Changxing responded and said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Benefactor Ren, please come in." With that, Master Changxing pushed the door open and led Zhang Xiaohua into the house. Great Master Chang Gung followed closely behind. Inside the small house, there was a portrait, a bookshelf, and a few meditation mats. On one of the meditation mats sat an old monk with extremely long and white eyebrows. Zhang Xiaohua sized up the layout of the room and immediately went forward to bow. "Greetings, Master Changxing." Chapter 986. A gentle force supported Zhang Xiaohua and stopped him from kowtowing. "You don't have to be so courteous. Young benefactor Ren, please forgive me for being too simple." Master Changxing's voice was unusually amiable and pleasant to listen to. Zhang Xiaohua was convinced and said, "It's my great fortune to be able to meet you. How can I be so calculative about such things?" "How good. Young benefactor Ren may be young, but you are experienced in dealing with people. It's no wonder that you were able to receive the favor of your esteemed leader and deliver the invitation on behalf of a direct disciple." "It's nothing," Zhang Xiaohua said humbly. "It's all because I have some strength. Only the esteemed leader sent me here." Master Changxing was puzzled. It's like this." Master Changxing stepped forward and explained the matter in detail. In the end, he explained, "Without the abbot's permission, this poor monk acted on his own accord. Please punish me, abbot." The abbot smiled and waved his hand. "Junior, you're wrong. All the martial arts in the world originate from the great forest. The martial arts of the Daoist temple are meant for everyone to cultivate." Although young benefactor Ren is a disciple of the fragrant religion, Zhang Xiaohua was delighted when he heard this, but he was immediately disappointed. Master Changxing continued, "Although we can't let him cultivate the secret inner strength cultivation method of the Daoist temple, there's no harm in letting him take a look at ordinary fist techniques and sword techniques." However, Zhang Xiaohua still thanked him. He wanted to learn about the Dharma swordsmanship in advance, but he was afraid that the great Master Chang Gung would be suspicious. Therefore, he could only keep it a secret. After receiving Master Changxing's approval, Master Changxing heaved a sigh of relief. Zhang Xiaohua took the opportunity to take out the jade slip and handed it over respectfully. He said, "This is the invitation that my esteemed leader sent me to deliver. Please accept it." Master Changxing nodded. "You've worked hard to deliver this invitation. How can I not accept it?" As he spoke, he took the jade slip and immersed his divine sense into it. After a while, he raised his white eyebrows and asked, Young benefactor Ren? Has your fragrant cult's sect protecting array been completely destroyed? Yes, Master Changxing. Zhang Xiaohua then told him about the incense cult. Master Changxing frowned slightly. After a while, he sighed and said, "It's fate. People in Jianghu have no choice, even if..." Then, he chanted the name of Buddha and said self-mockingly, "As an outsider, I've made a fool of myself in front of you." Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "Master is merciful. In the spirit of, if I don't go to hell, who will? Being in the Jianghu is really beyond my reach." Then, he glanced at the great Master Changgung, who was standing beside him with his head lowered. He probed, "Changxing Abbot, I'm slow-witted. There's one more thing that I need your approval for. Is there anything else?" The elder asked with a smile. At this moment, Great Master Changgung raised his head and said, "Senior Abbot, I know what Benefactor Ren wants. It involves the secrets of the Daoist Temple." "Oh?" The elder was taken aback. He turned to Zhang Xiaohua and said, "In that case, would you please wait outside for a while?" Zhang Xiaohua quickly got up and cupped her hands. "This matter involves my senior sister Xixia's past. If possible, I hope Master can be merciful." The elder nodded slightly and smiled without saying anything. Zhang Xiaohua left the simple meditation room and stood outside. He waited for about half a meal. During this time, he wanted to release his divine sense several times to see what was going on inside. He also wanted to burrow into the ground and listen to what was being said. However, he was afraid of being discovered by the elder. More importantly, he was afraid of angering the Daoist Temple. They didn't need to punish him. They only needed to politely say, "I'm sorry, this is a secret of the Daoist Temple. It can't be told to outsiders." Well, his dream of finding out about his origins was once again lost. Perhaps Zhang Xiaohua could restrain Great Master Changgung and use the bewitching finger to force him to confess. However, if the Tenryu sect's spy could escape the bewitching finger, how could the Daoist Temple not be able to do the same? Just as Zhang Xiaohua was thinking and scratching her head, the door of the meditation room opened. Master Changxing and Great Master Changgung came out. Zhang Xiaohua jumped over and asked anxiously, "Master, why?" Great Master Changgung smiled and said, "Abbot is merciful and has approved it. However, this matter happened a long time ago. Let me think about it carefully before informing you." Zhang Xiaohua was pleasantly surprised and quickly bowed. "Thank you, Master. Young benefactor doesn't need to be so courteous. Abbot has said that there's no need to thank him in person. A monk should be considerate. In addition, Abbot will definitely attend the martial arts assembly of your esteemed sect. Young benefactor can go back and report this to Shi Taijing." "Thank you, Master." Zhang Xiaohua stood outside the door and bowed deeply toward the meditation room. However, a gentle force came from inside the room, supporting him and preventing him from bowing. Although this force wasn't worth mentioning to Zhang Xiaohua hesitated for a moment before standing up respectfully. "That's enough, young benefactor. Abbot doesn't allow you to thank him, so you don't need to thank him. Why do you need to be so formal?" Master Changxing smiled and said, "You'd better follow me to the sutra depository and find your sword techniques, fist techniques, and so on. We'll talk about it later." After finding clues to Meng's origins, Zhang Xiaohua was no longer as enthusiastic about sword techniques, fist techniques, and staff techniques. Thinking about Meng, who was waiting outside the temple, Zhang Xiaohua probed, "Can I go outside the temple first and tell senior martial sister Xixia about this matter?" Master Changxing waved his hand. "This matter isn't urgent. Just find a disciple and tell him about it. I'll send you to the sutra depository. I still have other matters to attend to." Zhang Xiaohua happily said, "Thank you, Master." Soon after, he thought of another matter and asked, "That's right, before I came to the Daoist Temple, the sect leader repeatedly urged me to pay my respects to Grandmaster Yuan Tian if possible. Should I report this to Grandmaster Changxing?" "That's easy. I'll report this to Abbot in a moment. Before young benefactor leaves, you can go to the Pagoda Forest." "The Pagoda Forest?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Before he could ask, Master Chang Xing had already walked ahead, as if Zhang Xiaohua should know something about the pagoda forest. He followed Master Chang Xing to the front of an extremely ordinary pavilion. A gray-robed monk came out to welcome them. Master Chang Xing pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "This is Ren Xiaoyao, the messenger of the fragrant religion. The abbot has decreed that you can choose a sword technique, palm technique, or any other ordinary secret manual to read in the sutra depository. You can't take it out of the sutra depository, and you can't copy it." "Yes, I'll comply with the abbot's decree. Benefactor, this way please," the monk said with a salute. "This is the sutra depository?" Zhang Xiaohua asked in astonishment as he looked at the ordinary sutra depository. "Young benefactor Ren, what do you think the sutra depository looks like?" Master Chang Xing asked with a smile. "This, no matter what, there should be monks with high martial arts as guards. No matter what, there should be." Zhang Xiaohua almost blurted out the appearance of the Misty School's sutra depository. "Huh, young benefactor, you're thinking too much." Master Chang Xing said, "Form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. No one said that the sutra depository has to be a solemn image." Master Chang Xing then waved his hand and said, "This old monk still has other matters to attend to. After Benefactor Ren finishes reading the secret manual, this old monk will send you on your way." "Send me on my way?" Zhang Xiaohua secretly curled her lips. This sentence seems to have two meanings. "I don't dare to nag Master. Master, please do as you wish." After Master Chang Xing left, Zhang Xiaohua followed the monk into the sutra depository. The sutra depository wasn't big. It was only 20 feet in size. There was a small wooden ladder in the corner that led to the second floor. Zhang Xiaohua knew that the second floor wasn't something she could go up by herself, so she didn't look there. The monk led Zhang Xiaohua to a row of bookshelves, pointed at them, and said respectfully, "Benefactor Ren, this row contains our sect's collection of sword techniques, palm techniques, fist techniques, staff techniques, and so on. Benefactor Ren, please choose one. This poor monk will wait for you here." Zhang Xiaohua understood immediately. She smiled and said, "Thank you, Master. This one understands." Then, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense slightly. She used her eyes to look at the books while using her divine sense to distinguish them. Unfortunately, just as Master Chang Xing had said, these were all ordinary secret manuals from the Daoist Temple. Zhang Xiaohua searched the entire bookshelf but couldn't find any fluctuation of the Tao of Immortals. Unknowingly, when Zhang Xiaohua randomly selected a secret manual, she released her divine sense and shrouded the entire sutra depository. She checked every bookshelf one by one. Just as she was filled with disappointment and was about to use her divine sense to look at the wooden ladder again, her eyes inadvertently swept past and she was stunned on the spot. He saw a thin and short old monk dressed in gray robes. He had a hunched back and was holding an old broom in his hand. He stood beside the wooden ladder and was meticulously sweeping the ground with his head lowered. Whoosh! Blood rushed to Zhang Xiaohua's head. She scanned the area with her divine sense again in disbelief. Still, she couldn't find any trace of the old monk. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to force her way in and quickly retracted her divine sense. Even the thought of forcing her way into the sutra depository at night was dispelled. After pretending to search for a while, Zhang Xiaohua asked as if nothing had happened, "Master, who is the master sweeping the floor in front of the wooden ladder?" Hearing Zhang Xiaohua mention the old monk, the disciple was stunned. He looked at the monk in the distance and said softly, "This one doesn't know the Grandmaster's Dharma name. This one only knows that he has been sweeping the floor in the sutra depository for as long as I can remember." Then, he said respectfully, "Also, I heard from the martial uncles that they have seen him sweeping the floor since they could remember. As for his Dharma name and age, no one knows." Oh, Zhang Xiaohua nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps only the head elder would know the origin of this old monk. Since there was such a mysterious person overseeing the sutra depository, not to mention others, even Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to covet it. How could the Daoist Temple not be reassured? Why are there still monks outside the door? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua withdrew her divine sense and concentrated on looking for the secret books with her naked eyes. Chapter 987. The Daoist Temple's collection was indeed powerful. Although there weren't many fist manuals, sword manuals, and staff techniques, they were all exquisite. At least, Zhang Xiaohua had never heard of any of them. After searching for a long time, his gaze finally landed on a booklet at the top of the bookshelf titled Tong Tian Staff Technique. Actually, there wasn't anything special about it. It was just that Zhang Xiaohua had previously read Refining the World and recently read Sword Performing the World, so he was very curious about this Tian. That bookshelf was very high. Even with Zhang Xiaohua's tall and thin figure, he could barely reach it. And the booklet was covered in dust, indicating that very few people had read this secret manual. Didn't Zhang Xiaohua like to look for things that others didn't want? Hee, benefactor, please don't blame me. This bookshelf is really too high. This poor monk's height is limited, so it's not convenient for me to reach it. The monk saw the dust on the booklet and explained shyly. It's fine, it's fine. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. Benefactor, please come here. The monk said embarrassedly. He extended his hand and invited Zhang Xiaohua to the front of the praying mat in the corner. He pointed to the praying mat and said, "This is where this disciple meditates on the secret manual. This book cannot be brought out of the sutra depository. Benefactor, please meditate on it here." Zhang Xiaohua sat down cross-legged. The monk bowed and left. Zhang Xiaohua opened the Tong Tian Staff Technique book and saw that it recorded the moves of this staff technique. It was very clear. But when Zhang Xiaohua concentrated on reading it for a while, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. Although this staff technique was magical, it was only relatively speaking. If it was an ordinary person in the pugilistic world, they would treat it as a treasure. But for Zhang Xiaohua, it was really good to look at but useless. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Just as she was about to close the secret manual, a gentle voice suddenly sounded in her ears. "Young benefactor, why are you sighing?" Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Seeing the old monk standing beside him, he hurriedly stood up and saluted. "I wanted to look for a script in the Sutras depository of the Daoist Temple that was similar to the demon-subduing pestle used by the protector of the temple, but I couldn't find it after searching for a long time. You see, it wasn't easy for me to find one that was faded, but it's not suitable for me." As he spoke, he handed over the heaven-piercing staff technique and probed, "Perhaps Grandmaster has something to recommend?" The old monk didn't even look at his secret manual. He shook his head and said, "Young benefactor, is it for that sword embryo of yours?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and immediately said respectfully, "That's right, Grandmaster. Please help me, Grandmaster." "Help?" The old monk shook his head. "This poor monk has been sweeping the floor of the Sutras depository for many years, but this is the first time I've met someone who is fated to be like you. This poor monk has read all the secret manuals in the Sutras depository, and only this one is suitable for you. Benefactor, you have chosen well, but the way you read it is not suitable. As the saying goes, immortals are fated to be immortals. How can an ordinary person find it with the naked eye?" After he finished speaking, the old monk picked up the broom and lowered his head to remember to sweep the floor. Zhang Xiaohua's face was filled with respect. He bowed and sat down cross-legged. At this moment, he didn't need to look at it with his naked eye. He only released his divine sense and enveloped the secret manual. After a long while, he felt that the human figure in the secret manual was moving, displaying the staff technique from the beginning to the end. However, the moves of the staff technique were completely different from what was recorded in the secret manual. For the next few days, Zhang Xiaohua came to the Sutras depository and opened the heaven-piercing staff technique manual. Then, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to comprehend it. In the end, even the old monk who was sweeping the floor was surprised. He thought that Zhang Xiaohua's talent was limited and couldn't fully comprehend it. In fact, Even the mysterious old monk didn't know that when Zhang Xiaohua first memorized the staff technique in the secret manual and then immersed his divine sense into the secret manual, the staff technique displayed by the human figure in the secret manual was completely different. It was obviously another set of staff techniques. In a day, Zhang Xiaohua actually saw 9 different sets of the heaven-piercing staff technique. Of course, this wasn't the most bizarre part. When Zhang Xiaohua accompanied Meng to rest outside the temple at night, he woke up in the morning. In yesterday's 9 sets of heaven-piercing staff technique, most of the moves were forgotten. It was just like when he practiced the Big Dipper magical fist. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was no longer as ignorant as before. He knew that he had picked up a treasure. This heaven-piercing staff technique might not be as simple as what was recorded in the secret manual. Sure enough, on the second day, Zhang Xiaohua saw 9 different sets of staff techniques. However, the 10th set didn't appear. On the morning of the 3rd day, there were only a few moves left in his mind. Therefore, for 9 days, Zhang Xiaohua actually saw 81 sets of staff techniques from the heaven-piercing staff technique manual. Finally, in his mind, there were only 360 moves of the staff technique left. These moves were similar to the moves of the Big Dipper magical fist. They weren't linked together. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have time to link these moves together. He knew that he had gotten lucky. Why didn't he hurry up and memorize all the moves? On the evening of the 9th day, Zhang Xiaohua put the heaven-piercing staff technique back on the bookshelf. He bowed to the old monk who was sweeping the floor and followed the monk out of the sutras depository. Just as he walked to the entrance of the Daoist temple, a young monk hurriedly ran over. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua, he hurriedly bowed. Then he looked around and whispered, "Benefactor Ren, thank you for your help that day. In a while, if there are disciples of the Daoist temple who invite you to the back of the mountain, please ignore them. Be careful of any tricks." After he finished speaking, he hurriedly left. After the young monk left, Zhang Xiaohua recalled that this young monk was the one who held on to him by the mountain spring when he and Meng came to the back of the mountain to search for the Daoist temple. It was just a small matter and he had long forgotten about it. The young monk's sudden gratitude and warning stunned him. Just as the young monk said, before Zhang Xiaohua had left the temple, another young monk came over. He clasped his hands together and said, "Benefactor Ren, I am Yuan F. I was sent by Martial Uncle Kong Jian to deliver a letter of challenge to you." "Yuan Fa?" Zhang Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and asked, "Where is the letter of challenge?" "Martial Uncle Kong Jian didn't write it. He only asked me to bring you to the back of the mountain." Although the young monk warned him, Zhang Xiaohua still nodded and said, "Please, lead the way." "Please." After Yuan Fa finished speaking, he walked away. When Zhang Xiaohua was about to leave, he heard Meng shout from behind, "Junior? Junior Xiaoyao, where are you going?" Hearing Meng's concern, Zhang Xiaohua turned around and said, "It's all right. I need to teach that young monk a lesson. You can wait in the tent. I'll be back in a while." Meng covered her mouth and laughed. "Then, come back early. Don't hurt that child." Zhang Xiao's heart warmed, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. He waved his hand as if he was bidding farewell to the housekeeper. Looking at the path Yuan Fa led, Zhang Xiao's face unconsciously revealed a strange expression. This was the same path that Master Chang Xing brought him to the Forbidden Wind Valley on the first day he came to the Daoist temple. Although Zhang Xiaohua couldn't differentiate between north and south, he still had some impression of this path. "Don't tell me, little monk Kong Jian wants to throw me into that restrictive spell? Does he want to rely on his strength to teach me a lesson?" As expected by Zhang Xiaohua, when he saw the narrow gap in front of Yuan Fa, he laughed in his heart. The Daoist temple really cares about their reputation. They didn't tell the other guardians about what happened in the Forbidden Wind Valley. Otherwise, why would little monk Kong Jian use this method to deal with me? Yuan Fa walked to the narrow gap and stopped. He pointed at the gap and said, "Benefactor Ren, Senior Uncle Kong Jian is already inside. I can only go this far. Please go in by yourself." "Thank you, Master." Yuan Fa's face immediately turned red. He lowered his head and said, "I don't dare, I don't dare." Then he ran away. Zhang Xiaohua rubbed his nose, turned around, and walked into the crack. There was a restriction in this place, so he wasn't afraid that Kong Jian would play any tricks. Moreover, this was Dalin Temple's territory. No matter how bold Kong Jian was, he wouldn't dare to do anything shocking. He was probably just feeling indignant and wanted to regain some face. Sure enough, when Zhang Xiaohua came back to the platform, in front of the evil suppression cauldron, the little monk Kong Jian was still holding the 2 bronze hammers. He had a sinister smile on his face and said, "Benefactor Ren is really brave. You even dared to come to the Forbidden Wind Valley." Hehe, are you dumbfounded now that you're here? Can Benefactor Ren still use his internal energy? Zhang Xiaohua's expression didn't change. He shook his head and said, "Of course not. Do I need you to tell me? I knew it 9 days ago." 9 days ago? The little monk Kong Jian was stunned. He asked in surprise, "You? What are you doing here?" "Of course I'm here to learn from Senior Kong Ju." "What?" The little monk Kong Jian pointed his hammers at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "You're actually worthy enough for Senior Kong Ju to fight with you?" Zhang Xiaohua was proud of himself. Just as he was about to say something, a gust of wind suddenly blew. The entire platform was in a mess. Just as the gust of wind blew, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt his divine sense loosen. He was actually able to leave his body. The wind had actually caused the restrictive spell on the platform to lose its effectiveness. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense immediately left his body and scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, he discovered that there was a weak fluctuation of energy on the platform beside the evil suppression cauldron. It was a flaw that looked like a hole. Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and flew to the little monk Kong Jian, whose face was covered by the strong wind. She reached out and sealed his acupoints. Then she grabbed him and threw him behind a big pillar. She then flew to the side of the evil suppression cauldron on the flat platform. She cast a spell and went straight into the hole. With Zhang Xiaohua's entry, the hole was automatically sealed after a short while. The strong wind also stopped blowing. The entire platform was silent. Only Kong Jian, whose acupoints were sealed, was lying quietly under the big pillar. Zhang Xiaohua entered the platform and released her divine sense. Unconsciously, she was stunned. The entire platform was covered in restrictions. Only the space in front of her, which was about the height of a person, still had some cold wind blowing out. Only this passage-like space did not have the slightest restriction. Chapter 988. Upon seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua reached out and took out the Crimson Spirit Shield. With a hand seal, the Crimson Spirit Shield flew above Zhang Xiaohua's head. A faint red light sprinkled down and covered Zhang Xiaohua. Following that, Zhang Xiaohua's figure flew out and followed the passage towards the place where the cold wind was blowing out. After about the time it took to smoke a cigarette, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. His body sank and he fell into a 10-feet square space. Before he could steady himself, a strong wind blew and rushed towards Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and did not dare to let the Crimson Spirit Shield take on the strong wind. He immediately flew into the air and the strong wind swept past Zhang Xiaohua's arm, causing Zhang Xiaohua to feel a little pain. In his divine sense, the strong wind crashed into the restriction above his head and immediately rushed out of a passage that was about the height of a person. After the strong wind passed, the entire space returned to normal. Only a faint white light filled the space. It was a scene of harmony and tranquility. Although it was not lit with incense like the main hall of the Dalin Temple, there was still a faint fragrance coming from it. When Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes, he saw that in the middle of the entire space, there was a 7-jointed bamboo floating crookedly in midair. The faint white light was emitted by it, and it seemed that the fragrance was also coming from the bamboo. Zhang Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, "This bamboo, seems like I've seen it somewhere before? Don't tell me it's similar to the bamboo behind the Guizhuang house?" However, ordinary bamboo was emerald green, and when it was old, it would also wither and yellow. How could it be so sparkling and translucent, even whiter than white jade? Where have I seen it before? Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly, but immediately he slapped his forehead and blurted out, Changsheng Abbot. Wasn't there a painting hanging on the wall in Changsheng Abbot's simple and crude meditation room? That painting was of a Buddha with a pale golden face, holding a bamboo that was almost identical to this one. Moreover, the bamboo in the painting was the same as the one in front of him. They both had 7 joints, and each joint had a bamboo leaf that looked like it was carved out of white jade. At this moment, a cold wind suddenly appeared below the bamboo and went straight up. With a soft swoosh, a faint layer of light formed by countless 7-colored lotuses appeared around the bamboo. The light flickered a few times, and after the cold wind passed, it gradually dimmed. The cold wind brushed past the light barrier and blew a passage through the restriction outside the space. Then it went straight into the space. Surprised, Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense. He released his divine sense at the place where the cold wind came from, a colorless bead that was almost invisible to the naked eye and was about the size of a thumb's thumb. A wind bead. This thought immediately flashed in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. Immediately after, Zhang Xiaohua's appetite was aroused and even his divine sense was burning with desire. When he used his divine sense to look around the wind bead, he was even more delighted. What do you think? He saw that there was an extremely strange fluctuation around the wind bead, which was different from what Zhang Xiaohua usually saw. It was different from a restriction, but it was different from a restriction. It could also be said that it was not a restriction. Looking at how the fluctuation was firmly suppressing the wind bead, it was extremely similar to a restriction. Normally, Zhang Xiaohua would have to think for a while, but now the fluctuation was extremely faint. Zhang Xiaohua felt that it was like a layer of window paper that could be broken with a poke. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to fly to the front of the wind bead, the bamboo suddenly emitted a faintly discernible white light, followed by a faintly discernible chanting of sutras. The white light shot towards the strange restriction around the wind bead, and the restriction shook for a while. Just as the restriction was shaking, the colorless wind bead also trembled slightly, and the restriction shook even more violently. After a while, the shaking stopped, and the strange fluctuation became even fainter. The same cold wind as before rushed out from the restriction and rushed towards the bamboo. In an instant, the chanting stopped abruptly, and the 7-colored lotus appeared. Wherever the cold wind passed, it became slightly dimmer. Haha! Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed when he saw this, and he almost did a somersault in the air. Needless to say, the bamboo was supposed to suppress the wind bead, but the wind bead was stubborn and did not perish under the suppression. Instead, it was resisting. The cold wind was not only blowing away the suppression, but it was also on the verge of destroying the bamboo's defense. Of course, looking at the state of the wind bead, it was also struggling at death's door. The wind bead and the bamboo were in a lose-lose situation. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Zhang Xiaohua praised, "The ancients really did not deceive me." Zhang Xiaohua naturally wanted to be the fisherman. He thought for a while, then took out 2 fire talismans and threw them at the bamboo. Pang! The fire talismans broke, and the 7-colored lotus was burned. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. He stretched out his hand, trying to grab the bamboo through the hole. However, just as he was about to reach out his hand, a faint but abundant Buddha's light came from above the small lotus and covered it. In an instant, the small lotus was repaired. Although it was still weak, it still blocked Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He reached out his hand, trying to grab the bamboo through the hole. However, just as he was about to reach out, a faint but abundant Buddha's light came from above the small lotus and covered it. In an instant, the small lotus was repaired. Although it was still weak, it still blocked Zhang Xiaohua's hand. This. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He thought that the defense was at the end of the line, and he could easily break it. Who knew that there would be such a change? But after thinking about it, it was normal. The evil wind was so strong that it could even break the restrictive spell, and the bamboo was able to suppress the wind bead. It must be something good. Without a few layers of protection, who would be at ease? Hence, Zhang Xiaohua threw out another fire talisman, but the result was the same. Could it be that I have to use other methods? Zhang Xiaohua pinched his chin and thought for a while. With a shake of his hand, he took out Chasing Dream. Who knew that although Chasing Dream's 8 sword radiances were extremely nimble, the Buddha's light seemed to be everywhere. The moment Chasing Dream's sword radiances left, the Buddha's light immediately repaired the lotus. This. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Although the restrictive spell was very weak, but it could not withstand the constant repair. If it continued to repair, wouldn't it be impossible to break it? Unknowingly, Zhang Xiaohua used her soul awareness to look at the source of the Buddha's light, and had the idea of taking drastic measures. Indeed, in that direction, the restrictive spell in the entire space had some strange changes. And at this moment, coincidentally, a gust of evil wind blew past and blew the lotus out again. The evil wind was stronger this time, and a ray of Buddha's light appeared again, passing through the strange restrictive spell. Right at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, and as if telepathic, she immediately conjured a spell and flew towards the restrictive spell. Strangely, the Buddha's light was faint, and Zhang Xiaohua flew in without any obstruction. Instead, she felt like a fish in water. At this moment, the restrictive spell seemed to have become transparent, and Zhang Xiaohua passed through it without any obstruction. Strange? Zhang Xiaohua praised in her heart, I have only practiced the fire escape technique and the earth escape technique, and I have not practiced the light escape technique. All I have now is the flying technique, but why does it feel so strange inside this Buddha's light? And why do I know in my heart that this restrictive spell can be broken? However, the flying speed was fast, and before she could understand it carefully, she was already in an unknown space. When Zhang Xiaohua came to this space, he did not need to use his soul awareness. Just by looking at it with the naked eye, it was enough to make him stunned on the spot. He saw that there were only 2 colors in this space, one black and one white. The black was on top, and the white was on the bottom. The place where the black and white met in the middle was very clear, and there was no sign of gray at all. When he took a closer look, the black one had the absolute advantage again. It was like a black cloud covering the top, completely suppressing the white one below. It was actually black, and it was suppressing the white color. And in the white color, there was a 9th grade lotus, emitting a faint white Buddha's light. Looking up, it was also pitch black. However, a black flag could be seen in the pitch black darkness, and it suddenly came into view. This. Zhang Xiaohua once again let out an extremely astonished sigh. He rubbed his eyes hard. He really could not understand how he could still see darkness in the darkness. Furthermore, the black flag was still swaying slightly in the windless space. It was quite proud. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the black and white color, and unconsciously thought of the black and white fruit that he had kept in his money bag. However, that black and white fruit was similar to the elixir produced by the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace, and it looked like a yin and yang fish. There was white in the black and black in the white. The black and white in front of him were somewhat different, and it was a pure opposition of black and white. After looking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense, but just as he released it, his jaw almost dropped. Not to mention that the light emitted by the 9th grade lotus was not pure white in his divine sense, but was divided into 9 colors, and the 9 colors were not only suppressed by the black color, but also divided into thin filaments in the gaps of the black color, like the roots of a big tree that was upside down, extending upwards. And the gaps of the Buddha's light made Zhang Xiaohua even more dumbfounded. The surroundings of the black flag were actually filled with knives, spears, swords, halberds, hammers, sickles, bottles. In short, there were all kinds of shapes, and there was no exception. Zhang Xiaohua carefully scanned with his divine sense, and it turned out that there were 360 Dharma instruments that were emitting strange, primitive, and bloodthirsty fluctuations. And the 9-colored Buddha's light was seeping out from the gaps of these 360 Dharma instruments. But when he saw this, Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously frowned, and even became a little pensive. The positions of these 360 Dharma instruments looked very familiar, and it should be a very powerful array, and the Buddha's light could actually seep out from this array. Either the Buddha's light was valiant and broke out of the array, or there was another situation, and this Buddha's light was purposely released by this array. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua released a strand of his divine sense. The Buddha's light from the 9th grade lotus did not block it, but the black array moved slightly and blocked the strand of divine sense. He used the earth escape technique and rushed out of the space. Once he got out of the ground, Zhang Xiaohua looked around casually. He then sat down cross-legged and silently used the God guidance to slowly recover his divine sense and heal his injuries. After about the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the pain of his divine sense being broken slowly subsided. Alas, I went for wool but came home shorn. In the future, it's better not to touch these black things. Zhang Xiaohua was quite regretful. He stood up from the ground and carefully observed his location. It was a huge place, and the ground Zhang Xiaohua was standing on was covered with all sorts of strange images. There were pagodas, Buddhas, and pagodas. Surrounding the pagodas, Buddhas, and temple halls were people of all sorts, all of whom were bowing their heads in worship. Above the crowd was a flying celestial maiden and a sky full of flowers. Next to the celestial maiden was a flying celestial dragon, a hovering eagle, and a 9-colored deer standing on auspicious clouds. Zhang Xiaohua roughly looked at the ground. The ground under his feet was about 1,000 feet. When he looked up again, it was like a pavilion. It shrunk layer by layer. The top was so small that it was almost invisible. He didn't know that it was too high. On the side of the pavilion, like the ground, there were also all kinds of pictures, all kinds of human figures, and all kinds of stories. It looked unusually beautiful and shocking. On the side of the pavilion, in addition to the pictures, the most conspicuous thing was that there were many lifelike Buddhas. These Buddhas were the size of a real person. They were either standing, lying down, or sitting cross-legged. However, there was one thing in common. In front of each pagoda, there was a protrusion. On the protrusion, there was a wooden box with sandalwood incense. There was no restriction on the wooden box. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense penetrated it. Inside, there was nothing except silk and some scriptures. Strange, why are there so many boxes with silk and scriptures? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. He released his divine sense and looked at all the sandalwood boxes in his divine sense. Inside, there were only silk and scriptures. Many of them didn't even have scriptures, only a few strands of silk. Zhang Xiaohua made a gesture and wanted to fly up to take a closer look. Only then did she realize that she couldn't use the flying technique in this pavilion. Moreover, there was no ladder in this pavilion with the naked eye. Releasing his divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua saw that whether it was the pictures on the ground or the pictures on the wall, there was a faint flash of Buddha's light. He still didn't find any way to go up. Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to use the ethereal steps to search for the corner of the pavilion. The edge of the pavilion seemed to be only a few hundred feet long, but Zhang Xiaohua actually took half the time it took to brew a cup of tea to reach it. By the time he finished looking at the 6 wall-like edges, he spent about the time it took to eat a meal. Zhang Xiaohua found a small door that was about the height of a person at one of the edges. However, this door was also sealed. Zhang Xiaohua gave up after a cursory look. This seal was related to the Buddha's light, and it was not something he could see through with his cultivation. Inside this small door, Zhang Xiaohua found dozens of sandalwood boxes similar to the ones on the wall. In these sandalwood boxes, they were different from the ones on the wall. In addition to scriptures and silk, there were some round, square, pale white, and red beads. Some of these beads were the size of a finger, some were the size of a soybean, and the largest one was the size of an egg. What is this? Using his divine sense, he saw that these were different from the immortal Dao artifacts and jade slips. Zhang Xiaohua rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. Then, he formed an incantation gesture and waved his hand. All the sandalwood boxes opened, and the beads inside were swept clean. He put them all into his belt. Seeing that there was nothing else in the pavilion, Zhang Xiaohua returned to the black and white space. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to touch the pitch-black flag. However, the lotus throne didn't seem to reject him. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua tried to put his divine sense on the lotus throne again. At this time, the lotus throne suddenly shook. A ray of Buddha's light penetrated diagonally downwards. The little colorful lotus below was probably attacked by the wind beads again. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. She flew toward the restriction that the Buddha's light penetrated. At the same time, she used her divine sense to try and put the lotus throne into her belt. Unexpectedly, it went smoothly. The lotus throne seemed to have been waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to save it. When her divine sense moved, the Buddha's light immediately shone brightly. Then, it shrank countless times and flew into Zhang Xiaohua's belt. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't sure if she had put the lotus throne away or if the lotus throne had walked right into the trap. Within the Buddha's light, the pitch-black flag fluttered rapidly. A wave of fluctuation was coming out from the array. Zhang Xiaohua flew and pointed at the golden talisman. The talisman rotated slightly and activated the fluctuation of the array, intercepting the flag. Then, Zhang Xiaohua slapped her butt and followed the Buddha's light into the restriction where the bamboo and wind bead were. Hee. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the small lotus beside the bamboo and laughed. The big lotus is already surnamed Zhang. How much more arrogant can you be? As she spoke, she threw out another fire talisman. This time, it easily burned a big hole in the small lotus. Then, he stretched out his hand and reached into the restriction. Oh, why is it so heavy? Zhang Xiaohua grabbed it but couldn't lift it. So, she wrapped her divine sense around it and exerted force with her left arm. The bamboo was immediately taken out by Zhang Xiaohua and put it into the money bag. It was also very smooth. Strange. Zhang Xiaohua was a little puzzled. She couldn't help but think to herself, the bamboo and the lotus throne, did I take them? Or did they run to me on their own? Luckily, I separated them so that they wouldn't meet each other. The bamboo disappeared, and so did the restriction that suppressed the wind bead. The wind bead was immediately exposed in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and reached out to grab it. But just as her hand touched the wind bead, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Before she could retract her hand, a cold aura shot out from the wind bead. That aura was like a sharp needle, piercing through Zhang Xiaohua's index finger. A drop of golden blood dripped onto the wind bead. The wind bead trembled slightly, and the drop of blood seemed to have seeped into the wind bead and disappeared. As for the aura that pierced through Zhang Xiaohua's finger, once it left the wind bead, it immediately turned into a cold wind and rushed towards the place where Zhang Xiaohua came from. That's great. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed when she saw the cold wind blowing a passageway above her head. She reached out her left hand and grabbed the wind pearl that seemed to have stopped moving. Then, she flew into the newly formed passageway. Chapter 990. Woo! A gust of wind blew on the platform again. In the gust of wind, Zhang Xiaohua's slender figure appeared from the mountain rock beside the evil suppression cauldron. Before he landed on the ground, a green jade box appeared in his hand. He quickly put the wind bead into the jade box and cast a dozen of his most powerful inhibition spells on the jade box. Only then did Zhang Xiaohua heave a sigh of relief. He attached a strand of divine thought to the jade box and put it into his belt. This wind bead was extremely powerful. Since it was able to fight against the bamboo that was suppressing him, he was not sure if the jade box would be able to trap it. Thus, he left a strand of his divine sense. As long as the wind bead showed any changes, Zhang Xiaohua would immediately unleash the powerful seal again. After doing all this, Zhang Xiaohua took the little monk Kong Jian out from behind the stone pillar. She put him down and unsealed his acupoints to wake him up. At this time, The gust of wind had just passed. Kong Jian did not suspect anything. He rubbed his eyes and said, "Why is the wind so strange? I've only heard wind in the Forbidden Wind Valley occasionally. Why is there so much cold wind these days?" Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. She asked, "Why is this place called the Forbidden Wind Valley?" This. Kong Jian was stunned. He said, "How would I know? I've asked my senior brothers before, but they all said they didn't know. Even Abbot Changxing doesn't know. He only knows that it has always been called that." Then, Kong Jian looked at Zhang Xiaohua and asked tentatively, "Almsgiver Ren, you said you had a fight with Senior Kong Ju. You too, who won? Do you still need to ask?" Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose. "If your Senior Kong Ju won, wouldn't you know? If I lost, would I be able to stay in the sutra depository for the next few days?" "Ah?" The little monk, Kong Jian, was on the verge of breaking down. With a long face, he clasped his hands together and said, "Almsgiver Ren, I asked you to come here because I wanted to have a chat with you about our ideals. The weather is so beautiful today, we can't afford to be irritable." But the wind was strong just now, so this little monk suddenly remembered that the clothes I washed in the morning are still hanging by the door. If I don't take them in, they will get dirty, so let's not talk about life today? We'll talk about it when we have the chance in the future? Zhang Xiaohua was almost laughing in his heart. Little monk Kong Jian was overjoyed and said, "In the future, when I walk a little further on the path of life and comprehend more, I'll talk to Almsgiver Ren. What do you think?" "Of course." Zhang Xiaohua nodded. "I'm also dizzy from all the reading in the sutra depository. How would I have the mood to talk about my thoughts? All right, then I'll accompany you back." Little monk Kong Jian heaved a huge sigh of relief. Without hesitation, he led Zhang Xiaohua back to the entrance of the Daoist temple. Seeing that the little monk had left in a hurry, Meng giggled and said, "How was it? Did you teach this little monk a good lesson today?" "Of course." Zhang Xiaohua said proudly, "I, Xiaoxia, am the best at persuading people with my virtue." When this little monk Kong Jian listened to my advice, he almost thought that I, Xiaoxia, had a glib tongue. Before I finished speaking, he was already convinced. If he wasn't a monk, he would have chopped off a chicken's head and burned yellow paper to become sworn brothers with me. Ha! Meng laughed hysterically. She pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "You'd better be a monk. It's a great loss for Buddhism to lose you." "That won't do." Zhang Xiaohua said in all seriousness, "It's only because you exist in this world that I jumped out of Buddhism. From then on, I have no fate with Buddhism." If I were to convert to Buddhism now, wouldn't the 500 years of looking back and praying in front of Buddha be for nothing? It doesn't matter if our fate is in vain, but if Buddha's promise is in vain, my sin will be great. Xiaohua. Meng was very touched when she heard this. She stepped forward and held his hand. She looked at him affectionately. Although it was close to dusk, the two of them could still see each other through their sparkling eyes. Meng was held in Zhang Xiaohua's arms. Her hot body temperature made Zhang Xiaohua restless. After a long while, Meng pushed Zhang Xiaohua away and whispered, "Xiaohua, this is the pure land of Buddhism. Don't, hee." Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "Then, is it okay if we're not in the pure land of Buddhism?" Meng rolled her eyes at him. She looked at the Daoist temple like a creeping monster and asked in a low voice, "Today is the 9th day. What secret book did you read in the Sutras depository? Haven't you finished reading it? Is it possible that the secret book of the Daoist temple is really unique?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "It's a strange stick technique. I won't tell you the details, but..." Zhang Xiaohua hesitated and said, "I thought I could finish it in 2 or 3 days. Who would have thought that I would finish it today? Even if I'm not in a hurry, I'm afraid the monks of the Daoist temple will be anxious. Alas, I have to hurry up tomorrow." "That's okay." Meng comforted her and said, "Anyway, we've already sent the invitation to the sect leader. There's still some time before the martial arts convention. Even if we can't go back in time, we won't delay the sect leader's matters. You can read it carefully and patiently here. At worst, we'll go back to Lingxiang Peak with Master Changxing. He. Besides, the Daoist Temple has already agreed to let you read it. They can't possibly chase you away after you finish reading it, right? Not necessarily, Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Sure enough, on the 10th day, when Zhang Xiaohua immersed her divine sense into the secret book of the heavenly staff technique, and no one else appeared, the great Master Changgung appeared. The great Master Changgung smiled and said, "Young benefactor Ren, I heard from the disciples of the Sutras Depository that you're diligent and eager to learn. Just this ordinary, heavenly staff technique alone took you 9 days. This really makes the disciples of the Daoist Temple blush with shame." As he spoke, he glanced at the secret book in Zhang Xiaohua's hands. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and looked at the secret book that had flipped to the last page. She closed it and handed it to the great Master Changgung. She said, "This disciple is stupid and can't remember this staff technique. You didn't allow me to copy it, so I had to revise it every day. If there's anything wrong, I'll have to ask for your mercy." It's okay. The great Master Changgung waved his hands and said, "All the martial arts in the world originate from the Great Forest. The secret books of the Daoist Temple are naturally for everyone to learn. Young benefactor Ren, just try your best to learn." However, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Does the great master have something to say? This old monk has some matters to attend to and needs to leave the temple. I remember that young benefactor has something to ask this old monk. Zhang Xiaohua slapped her forehead. She had wanted to ask the great Master Changgung about Meng's background, but she had forgotten about the staff technique. It was rare that Meng knew about her cultivation and never mentioned it for the past 9 days. If the great Master Changgung hadn't come, she probably would have forgotten about it. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly got up and put the secret book of the heavenly staff technique back to its original place. She pulled the great Master Changgung and said, "Great Master is merciful. This junior has almost forgotten about it. This junior has already memorized the staff technique, and there's no need for me to come to the Sutras Depository. Great Master, please quickly tell this junior and senior sister Xianxia about the past." Benefactor need not be in such a hurry. This old monk has obtained the abbot's permission. Naturally, this old monk will explain everything. However, this involves the secrets of the Daoist Temple. Therefore I cannot say too much. The great Master Changgung said as he followed Zhang Xiaohua out of the Sutras Depository. After the two of them left, the old monk frowned and floated up. It was the imperial wind technique. He floated to the front of the bookshelf where the heavenly staff technique was kept. He raised his hand and took out the manual. However, when he immersed his divine sense into it, he looked at it for a long time before withdrawing. His face was filled with confusion as he whispered, "It's a very simple staff technique. How could this young benefactor be interested in it for 9 days? Could it be that his aptitude is so poor? But, with such poor aptitude, how could he enter the Tao of immortality? How strange, how strange." He then smiled bitterly and clasped his hands together. Amitabha, the Tao of immortality has long been destroyed. For the incense sect to have such a disciple is already not bad. Even if there is something strange about it, what can be done? After he finished speaking, he floated down and continued to sweep the floor. Zhang Xiaohua followed the great Master Changgung out of the Daoist Temple. Meng was surprised that Zhang Xiaohua had come out so early today. After bowing to the great Master Changgung, the great Master Changgung took out a piece of paper and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua. He said apologetically, "Benefactor Ren, regarding Benefactor Xia's matter, this old monk is in a difficult position. Although the abbot has said that there is nothing about the Daoist Temple that cannot be told to others, but there are still some secrets. Forgive this old monk for not being able to... Here are some places and names. The two of you will have to search for them yourselves." "I see." Zhang Xiaohua was a little disappointed, but Meng's eyes flashed with gratitude. She bowed again and said, "Thank you for your kindness, great master. This matter involves the privacy of your esteemed temple and should not be divulged. Great master, please rest assured that this matter will only be known by me and..." Junior brother. As long as it involves the Daoist temple, we will definitely hear it and rot in our hearts. Ah, that's good, that's good. At this moment, the great master Chang Gung released the paper in his hand. Zhang Xiaohua took the paper and opened it. There were indeed several places and names inside. She turned to look at Meng and handed the paper over. Meng shook her head and said, "Junior brother, you should take it. We are in the same profession." "Oh, okay then." Zhang Xiaohua did not stand on ceremony and kept it in her arms. The great master Chang Gung nodded slightly and said with a smile, "I have seen young benefactor Ren's staff techniques. The abbot has decreed that if benefactor wishes to pay respects to great master Yuan Tian, please follow me." After hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua understood. She had talked to Great Master Chang Xing and the Great Master Chang Gung about paying respects to Great Master Chang Gung. Great Master Chang Xing had replied that they could go to the pagoda forest to pay their respects before they left. Now that he mentioned it, he probably had the intention of sending them off. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and said, "That's right. The Great Master Chang Gung has spoken my mind. I have been nagging your esteemed temple for several days. After paying respects to Great Master Yuan Tian, we should return to the incense cult." You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.